Well, this is the only nation in the history of the world that stands for the proposition that the people are sovereign.
Stand up and say, no, we won't stand for a despotic government.
The Founding Fathers gave the states this process to use as a check and balance.
But one provision has never been used, and that's our Article 5 Convention. And that's really why we're here, to see if that can work.
This simulation is going to, I think, reinforce everything that's good about the Convention of States movement.
Showing how the process would work.
So we can come prepared to a convention and go to work.
We have delegates coming in from all over the country, from 49 of the 50 states.
It shows the states are willing to come together to reunite the United States.
Washington, D.C. is broken in many instances.
Doesn't matter if they drive the machine to the left or drive the machine to the right, the machine is blowing smoke.
It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Independent or Republican, you know there's a problem.
It's the entrenched cabal, if you will, of power in Congress. We've got to break up that power center.
We need term limits.
We've got to protect the people of the nation, the citizens, their liberty.
Taking an axe to the root of the administrative state.
These are folks who understand what's at stake in the country.
People rise above the everyday.
Be a statesman, not a politician.
Discussion was fabulous.
The wisdom of the entire group really showed.
It was thoughtful.
I think they realized the potential.
A nation-shaping, generational changing kind of activity.
Our founders truly were brilliant.
To see that thing that was created by our founding fathers and not yet used, and to actually see it start to bloom a little bit.
We do have the opportunity to unleash economic, environmental, and constitutional renaissance in the United States.
I don't think there's a time that's more important than now.
I think it's time.
I think it's doable. I think we should do it, and I think we can do it.
To get serious.
To start holding the federal legislature accountable.
We can provide real, lasting change and benefit to our nation as a result.
Gives people hope that there is a solution to the massive problems that we're facing.
I consider this the most important work we can be doing in the United States, where we can actually do something.
I think once you get involved and you start seeing the processes and the people involved, it becomes a no-brainer.
We are simply using the Constitution to save the Republic. This is our time.
Wait and see. It's going to be fun.
Convention will come to order. Outsiders outside. Welcome to this general session of the Convention of States Simulated Convention here for August the 4th, 2023. We want to thank all those who've made this possible through the Convention of States, and thank all the delegations who've arrived from across our nation. The reason for holding this convention is that Article 5 was provided by our founders as a way to solve problems when they arise, especially when Congress is not acting, and give the people the chance to send delegations to consider amendments to the Constitution. It's never been done exactly like this, and so this is an opportunity to demonstrate to the people of our country how this could be done and what some of the results might be. What those watching may not know is that 48 hours ago, almost none of us knew each other. So we've been organized in that time. We've gotten to meet. We had one day of committees, and this is our first day to have a general session, our only day to consider proposals on final passage. So please, if you're watching and you see things that you think should be further thought out, just remember we've only had a brief time to consider the things that we do. They would certainly be considered in more depth in an actual convention of states. And we're hoping that happens. Today we're going to deal with 6 proposals that have been reported by committee. And when we do that, we should have some time left over. And if we do, I'm going to invite commissioners who'd like to come up and say some things at the end of the convention of their impressions and their recommendations for future conventions. So, having said all of that, I'd like to begin with the roll call of the states. And if you would, please stand when your state is called and respond to the call.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will call the roll by state. Would the state delegation chairperson please stand and state present if a majority of your state delegation is here? Alabama. Present. Alaska. Present. Arizona. Present. Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine,
Great state of Maine is present.
Maryland, Massachusetts,
Home of the shot heard around the world is present.
Michigan, Minnesota,
Present.
Mississippi,
Present.
Missouri,
Present.
Montana,
Present.
Nebraska,
Present.
Nevada,
Present.
New Hampshire,
Present.
New Jersey,
Present.
New Mexico, New York,
Present.
North Carolina,
Present.
North Dakota,
Present.
Ohio,
Present.
Oklahoma,
Present.
Oregon,
Present.
Pennsylvania,
Present.
South Carolina,
Great Palmetto State is proud to be present.
South Dakota,
Present.
Tennessee,
Volunteer state is here.
Texas,
Present.
Utah,
Present.
Vermont,
Present.
Virginia,
The Old Dominion is present.
Washington,
Present.
West Virginia,
Present.
Wisconsin,
Present.
Wyoming.
Present.
Mr. President, we have 49 of the states who have appointed delegates here. We have a quorum.
49 states present and a quorum. Now I'd like to recognize our Vice President, Senator Jason Rappert, who represents as a commissioner here of the state of Arkansas, and thank him for his help. He's been involved in every aspect of these proceedings and done a wonderful job. Thank you, Senator and Commissioner, for your great help. Now we would like to proceed to the invocation, and I'm going to appoint 3 of our members to serve as chaplain. And I'd like each one of them to come up, and each one will lead us in a prayer. Representative Tim Ginter of the state of Ohio, Representative Patrick Penn of the state of Kansas, and Senator Mike McKay of the state of Maryland. If you would come, please. And then each of you, if you could lead us in a word of prayer. And I want to say, listening to President Washington, it was, I think the members here are assembled without the passions of region or the evils of party, and with due regard for morality and virtue. And I can assure you, everyone here today is proud to be called an American. Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I debated about writing my prayer as we stand together. I debated about writing my prayer onto paper because I was told many years ago by a senior pastor that you can't hold fire on paper. But then another individual I respected remarked, but you can start a good fire with paper. And as the thoughts began to course through my mind, I thought at 68 years of age, I may not remember everything that I feel like I'm supposed to say. So I did write it down for us to pray today. Let us pray together. Heavenly Father, we purposely pause at the beginning of this session to illustrate the priority of your place in these proceedings. More than an obligatory nod to omnipotence, we through this act of prayer humbly make an official invitation for you to be present with us. And not just present as observer, but present in participation and communication to us, and hopefully through us, as we consider and debate points of vital importance to this great nation. Although this gathering is a simulated convention, the purpose for it is very real. Our nation is rapidly heading the wrong direction and gaining momentum. Time is of essence, and that which we do, we must do quickly. If our founders, who gathered just a short distance from this very location, recognize the importance of your blessing upon their efforts, how much more should we, in this critical hour of our nation's history, implore your sovereign aid? So as we gather here with the purpose of reinforcing those foundations established by our forefathers that have so long endured, may we also have the wisdom to look toward those foundations whose builder and architect is God. For blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people who he has chosen for our inheritance and his inheritance. O God, turn our hearts and the hearts of our children and their children back to you. We conclude with confidence because you have a plan and purpose, and you have told us that what you have said, that you will bring about. What you have planned, that you will do. May that which we do, both here today and in the future, align with your plan and purpose, and thereby benefit the people of our nation, the United States of America. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Representative Pym.
Father, we come to you by that name. You magnify and reveal yourself by the names that you've given to us of yourself. And the first one that you've given us is Father. So Father, as your children, we humbly come to you and we ask you, we implore, we beg of you to impart to us not only your wisdom, but also your example of what right looks like. Father, for these members that are assembled here right now, Lord, I thank you for each of their hearts, each of their passions, each of their minds. The things that they have said, the things that they have done, the conversations that they've had over this short visit have been wrapped and bathed and clothed in your mercy, your grace, and in your instruction. So, Lord, I ask you right now to be an encouragement to them. As you said in Joshua, that we should be strong and of good courage because the Lord our God goes before us. You told it to us over 3 times, so you meant that thing. So, Lord, right now I ask you to gird up every single member here with courage, with strength, with determination. And Father, we pray right now against and rebuke a spirit of cowardice and a spirit of indifference or apathy against the things that we know that are right, that you have not only laid down in your word, but which you also inspired us to lay down in our Constitution. Lord, these are your humble servants. These are your children, Lord. And I pray, Father, for the family members that have so graciously given each one of them up into this service. I ask that you give your angels charge over each one of their families. Keep them safe from hurt and harm and danger, Lord. And as we travel on our various ways and highways and airways back, Lord, I ask that you give us good favor as well. But Father, as we leave out of this place and never out of your presence, Lord, we ask you right now to raise up a remnant, the Black Robe Regiment. For those pastors that don't get into politics, Father, put the politics into the pastors, Lord, because we need you right now. And the authority that we appeal to under heaven comes only from you and your Son, Jesus Christ. And it is in his name that we pray, Father, so that we might all be able to say in the name of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, and thank God Almighty, because of you we are free at last. Amen.
Thank you. Is Senator McKay here? Senator
yes,
Mr. President. Come forward, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of my favorite passages is Amos 7:8. And it talks about a plumb line, and I'll see that my people Israel will not pass before us. I tend to believe that everything we do here today, we need to remember the plumb line, as close to the word as possible, but as most especially as close to the member in which our Constitution has been formed. I therefore offer this prayer. Almighty Father, who has given us good land for our heritage, we come to you today asking for your blessing, your covering as we conduct this simulated convention. May this gathering be conducted in order, conducted in peace, but also closed in harmony. For your honor and your glory, we pray in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Last night, the Committee on Style and Drafting was meeting rather late. I wish you could have all witnessed what happened, because at the end of the meeting, the members and some of the leaders of the convention were there, and they prayed so fervently for this convention and for our country with great passion and emotion. So there are prayers going up all over this country to save our nation and to preserve its greatness. I know that we will proceed today in that spirit. Our Pledge of Allegiance, Senator Tom McGilvray. And Senator, are you here?
Please join me in the pledge of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Now, the staff tells me that in our rules there was an omission, and in the list of motions was not included the words previous question. So I'd like to ask now, if there's no objection, that we add the previous question to the list of motions that are available without objection. So, now we have the Committee on Style and Drafting has been working hard to go over all of the different proposals, and I'd like to ask the chairman, who is Jay McMahon, the commissioner from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to come forward. And I'm going to ask Mr. Commissioner, if you would, we'll take all of these reports in globo, and I think you're going to find that the changes that the committee has recommended here are all very technical. So, and there is one change I want to say, Mr. Commissioner, that parish is misspelled. It should be P-A-R-I-S-H. So if you would proceed, Mr. Chairman, and explain the recommendations of the Committee on Style and Drafting. Hopefully, with one motion, we'll be able to adopt these unless there are any changes, so that we can move on and have clean versions of the proposals to consider one by one. And may I say, Mr. Jay, that you were chosen for this job. You did such a wonderful job running for Attorney General of the state of Massachusetts, very distinguished attorney, and appropriate that you have this role.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow commissioners, it is a privilege and an honor to be here with you this morning, being in the presence of God's people. Thank you for holding this convention, and thank you for allowing me and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to participate. Now, one of the first things that the gentleman from Louisiana did upon assuming the presidency of this convention was that he appointed a committee, a drafting and style committee. A drafting and style committee, just about every legislature in the United States, every state legislature, House and Senate, and also the Congress and in the Senate, there is a committee that reviews bills and proposals, and they look for the drafting, the styling, the spelling, the grammar, and it requires the body to approve those changes. Now, they're technical, they're not substance. The substantive changes will be done later. So, as you will recall, when you came in, you were handed two packets. One packet contained what was submitted by the committees, and in that packet, you will see that there are some changes, our proposed changes. And we're going to go through them point by point, but we're going to do it quickly. And if there's objections, we'll take those up. But in all sense of the exercise here this morning, these are just technical changes. So we'll go to the first one. It's the Committee on Term Limits and judicial restraint. In proposal 2, the only changes we have is in statutory construction, numbers are spelled out unless they are indicating articles, chapters, sections, or clauses. So in this case here, the number 9 was spelled out and the number 6 was spelled out in the proposal 2. Then when we go to the next, on the Committee for Fiscal Restraint, you will see in the second line, we spelled out 18%. In section 2, we spelled out 2/3 and 1/8, where it says 8, meaning the number 8.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need to go through all of those. We changed everything from written out numbers to using the letters instead. And what other changes do you think we need?
The only other change that I could see that would be of importance that you at least want to take a look at is under the federal legislative and executive jurisdiction. Under section 1, because of statutory construction, we took out the words "the term," and then we took out the quotations, because quotations are not used in statutes and bills, and we capitalized commerce, so we started that. That is merely a technical change. In section 4, we also removed the quotation marks from navigable waters, and then following down to proposal 2, in proposal 2 in section 1, there was a term provisions issued by the, and in statutory construction it would have been, it's more precise to say any actions of Congress. So that change was made there. Also, capitalizations, we took the capitalizations off of administrative agencies. We also took out some commas, as you will see, after agencies in the United States. And then we added commas after Article Roman II, after Section 2, and then put a period at Clause 1, because this is the Constitution of the United States.
Any questions on these technical amendments? Is there any objection to adopting in globo the changes to these proposals? I'm sorry. Question from the state of Utah. Please identify yourself. Yes, come on up to the lectern if you would.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think the changes all accurately reflect the discussion that we had. There's one minor exception in Section 2 of the Committee on Federal Legislative Executive Jurisdiction, Proposal 3, and Section 2, where it says any land in any given county. I believe we discussed last night that the technical term is county equivalent. The reason for that being that Alaska has boroughs, others have other names that they have for their county equivalent, and so as we had from our parliamentarian, that the appropriate term would be county equivalent. I understood that we were going to do that as substantive amendments in terms of rather than adding additional words, but if we're going to add it here, I would suggest that parish be changed to county equivalent so that it encompasses all of the various county equivalents throughout the United States.
All right, would you like to propose that as an amendment?
I would propose
that
from
as an amendment. Does. Yes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, that change is adopted to the proposed amendments. Any further conversation that you had, Mr. Chairman?
No, and indeed, with that, I would support the passage of the rest of these technical style amendments.
Commissioner McMahon, Mr. Chairman, did you have any further comments?
That will do it as far as the technical aspects of the drafting and styling committee. And I thank you, Mr. President, for allowing us to
Thank you very
present
much.
this.
Any, since we made that change, any objection to the adoption of the amendments with that change that we did? Hearing none, they are adopted. One thing we skipped over, we'll go back for a minute, is the adoption of the amendments from yesterday's general session. I've looked over them, they seem fine, except I would like to point out that I announced the appointment of Mr. Ray Garofalo as chairman of the Rules Committee, so I'd like to ask that that be added to the minutes of the committee. Any other changes or suggestions? Any objections to the adoption of amendments? Hearing none, they are adopted. So, now we're into the major part of our proceedings today. We have from the committees a number of proposals. I believe there are 6 proposals. The way we're going to proceed, we'll ask the chairman of the committee to come forward and handle each proposal separately. Each chairman will have 5 minutes to explain the proposal, and then we'll be open for questions, amendments, speaking for or against. And I'd like to ask that if people speak for or against, that we limit that to 3 minutes per person. And under the rules, you can only come back and speak a second time on a given proposal. So I'd like to introduce now Representative Dan Eubanks, Commissioner from the state of Mississippi, to discuss and offer the proposal on term limits. Commissioner Eubanks, welcome. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Vice President, ladies and gentlemen of the convention, honorable commissioners. The Term Limits and Federal Judicial Jurisdiction Committees has advanced 2 proposals to put before this body here today. Proposal 1 has to do with congressional term limits. I believe that we can all agree that our founding fathers never intended for Congress to become a career that spanned 30, 40, or 50 years. I would like to read the proposal, but then, if it pleases the President and this body, I would ask that you allow the chair to bring forward Mr. Steve Bradbury of Virginia, a member of our Congressional Term Limits Subcommittee, to answer any questions and further the discussion related to this proposal.
Yes, Commissioner Bradbury, please come forward.
Proposal 1, Section 1, no person shall be elected to serve in the House of Representatives more than 9 full terms, nor elected or appointed to serve in the Senate more than 3 full terms. This article shall not disqualify any person from completing a term in the Congress to which that person was elected or appointed prior to ratification of this article. Section 2, no person shall serve in Congress for more than 24 years in total.
So further explanation, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and commissioners of the convention. This proposed amendment on term limits for Congress is modeled on the 22nd Amendment, providing for the 2-term limit for the president. It is structured as a disqualification for election or appointment, so that if a person has served 9 full terms, for example, in the House, that person would be disqualified from seeking election or being elected to a 10th term. The amendment would not operate to cut off any current terms of incumbents when the amendment is ratified. And I wish to point out 3 considerations that were discussed in our committee and the subject of some debate. First, the reference to full terms is intended to mean that partial terms do not count against the limits. So if a person were appointed by a governor or elected by special election to serve out the remainder of a term, for example, in the Senate, that would not count against the number of full terms, so that the actual amount of time a person could serve, for example, in the Senate, could be more than 18 years if that person had served a partial term. Second, there was a lot of debate over the number of terms. Originally, proposal was for a limitation of 6 terms in the House, which would be 12 years, and 2 terms in the Senate, also 12 years. We would invite the convention to consider whether the number of terms is appropriate. Also, decision was made to keep the limits the same in both houses. Original proposal had them different, and that's something that could be considered. We note that we have a 24-year limit on total service. So the number of terms looks pretty long, potentially, but there is a 24-year term on combined. One consideration, though, is that 24-year limit could kick in the middle of someone's term in office, requiring that the state provide for special elections, so something to consider. And the final thing I would say, Mr. President, is be so bold as to suggest that if this convention does not approve a limit on congressional terms, then I think we have not fulfilled our mission here today. Thank you.
All right, what questions do we have? If you have a question, please come up to the mic. The commissioner from the great state of Alaska, where we have boroughs.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak to the ladies and gentlemen, commissioners.
Are you speaking or a question?
This is a question. Okay. I have a question why the words "or appointed" were not included in the beginning pertaining to the House of Representatives, but it was included in the pertaining to the Senate. And I do have a comment. Is that permissible, Mr. President?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
But stay up here in case you might want to later, so just stay close. So would you restate the question as you understood it, Representative Eubanks?
The question is why, with regard to members of the House, the phrase "or appointed" was not included as it was with the Senate. And that's, gentlelady, that's because the Constitution does not allow for the appointment of members to the House. If there's a vacancy in the House, there must be a special election pursuant to the Constitution. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? I thought it was innovative, Representative Eubanks, to have the 24-year limit because most of the proposals don't include an overall limit. We certainly want to bring a lot of them home as quickly as we can. And I'm wondering, this proposal, though, the clock doesn't begin ticking until this passes, right? So somebody could have already served 24 years and they'll have another 24 years after this. But is that correct?
I'm sorry, no, Mr. President.
Please
they could
explain
serve
that.
out the remainder of the current term, but the amendment would apply to them. They would not be able to serve any additional terms.
So you would bring them home pretty quick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Other questions that you have? And we're going to, here's what I want to encourage members to do. You may not have any objection to this, so you may want to speak for it. We need some discussion so that the people who are watching understand the reasons why we would want to have term limits. So whether you're for or against this proposal, if you would like to speak, I'd like to recognize you to say a word on it. Did you, Madam Commissioner from Alaska, you had a comment?
Yes. States with, thank you, Mr. President. States with small populations, rural states, do not have very many members of Congress, and my state, as a case in point, only has one member in the U.S. House of Representatives. So I've always been concerned about term limits in that regard because seniority becomes important. However, the provision of equivalent to 18 years in each body and total of 24 does allow some seniority to be built up. I've also been concerned about term limits because I do not want bureaucrats, legislative staffers, lobbyists, lifetime executive employees to have more power, and particularly when people are freshmen. So I believe the increase to the higher number of years that the committee made, I support that. And I could support this, whereas in the past, when it's been limited, I would not be able to it, Mr. President. So I appreciate that consideration of the body here today.
All right, next we have from the state of Wyoming. You wanted to speak for or against the proposal? Who is that? Yes. And if we could, Utah also, come on up. You'll be next.
Thank you, Mr. President. More of a question as to the debate on this amendment. My constituency is very concerned about limiting the term of the unelected bureaucrats in the administrative state. And it is our fear that if we enact term limits on Congress but do not limit the terms of office of those that or in the administrative state, that it would weaken, further weaken the Congress. Some questions as to what the debate was on that proposal and if it is an option. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, sir. And next will be the state of Utah. You had a...
Shall I answer the question, Mr.?
Yes, he was speaking, but go ahead. We'll allow you back to answer the question.
Yes, there was considerable debate on term limits on the bureaucrats as well. In the end, the committee could not agree on a proposal and did not propose one out.
Okay. Now from the state of Utah. Ken Ivory.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we had some discussion about this last night, I think we understood it, or at least I understood it differently. We were asking whether this was a tax or a toll on what this might do, and in the discussion this morning, it was stated that if someone had already served 24 years, then they would be barred going forward on the passage of this amendment. I would suggest an amendment. I don't believe that going retroactively when someone was elected and we apply this retroactively to people that may have been in, people take action based on the law that they know prospectively. And so to apply it retroactively to someone without knowledge that they would be cut off at 24 years, I don't know that we do that in law or that that might be appropriate. I would suggest an amendment that may cure this, that would say this amendment shall apply to any newly elected term for the House or the Senate following the effective date of the amendment. That would allow for people that both citizens, people in their states electing, they would then know the application of the law rather than applying the law retroactively with no knowledge of what the law may be. So I would propose that amendment, that this have prospective application rather than retroactive application.
All right, sir, what we'll do, we'll allow the staff to write that down, and we can go ahead and discuss that amendment while they're doing that. I think we understand it. We had next was Andrew Matthews, Commissioner from Minnesota. Do you wish to speak on the amendment, or do you want to speak on the bill itself, the proposal itself?
To the proposal itself, Mr.
You will then just hold. And so let's address that amendment that Mr. Ivory has proposed to make it prospective only. Is there any discussion? Anyone wish to speak? Any questions? Yes, sir. Come forward if you would. This will be Commissioner McMahon from Massachusetts. I wish I could see well enough to identify everybody, but I just can't. So I'm going to do the best I can.
Mr. President, I sat on the subcommittee that addressed this issue. There is and this is a comment, there is an axiom, if you will, in the law that it's called ex post facto. Ex post facto says that a law that is passed presently cannot have retroactive effect unless it is specifically specified within that statute. And in that statute, it must have a time limit as to how far back it does go. So as this is presently written, this only affects going forward from the time that this is enacted. So what the effect would be as it is now, as it is written now, would be that someone could literally serve 30 years in Congress and then be limited to only serving another 24. I just wanted to clarify that.
But now our ex post facto laws under the Constitution, aren't they strictly for criminal laws that apply?
It's also for time limitations.
Okay. All right. So you're saying the amendment is not necessary, or you're just opposed to the amendment?
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just giving a comment that as it is written now, it would be my opinion that it cannot go retroactive.
So you're saying it's only prospective as written in your opinion?
As it is now, yes.
All right. Further discussion on the proposed amendment? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make note, I mean, obviously we've just heard some other information, but as I was coming up, in New Jersey we had an issue very similar to this, where we had dual office holders. and we decided that we were going to do away with that. And the way we did it to make sure that we could get that passed was we had senators that were mayors, for example, and they were told that they would not be included in the change. It was only applicable to new legislators or new mayors, that the old ones were grandfathered in, and so we're down to about 3 dual office holders in New Jersey, but it was done seamlessly rather than ruffling feathers of office holders that are currently holding their positions. Just that thought. Thank you.
Yes. Now, Massachusetts already spoke, is that correct? Yes. So, okay, so Illinois, you wish to speak on the amendments? Yes or no? No? Okay. So we, South Carolina on the amendment? Come forward, please, sir.
Right here, sir?
Yes, sir. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Appreciate that. A note, I appreciated the debate apparently that you had in your committee with regard to the administrative state, because I do believe, after spending a decade with this issue, that to have term limits on Congress, you also need term limits on a portion of the administrative state. I would mind that it would be the higher echelon of the administrative state, not that they couldn't work in the federal government for 50 years, but maybe a 12-year period in which they would then have to move to another agency, because they would take that cachet of knowledge they have and power and move it to another agency. So I would hope that, and with the restraint of time that we have here, which we all felt yesterday, didn't we, that the Convention of States, when called, would address that issue to couple them together. I think that's a very important aspect of this, because you do not want to cripple the people's representatives, whether they be representatives or senators, and allow the administrative state to be even more in control than they are. So I get it that we are in brevity time here, so we didn't have time to finish that in that committee, but I believe you probably would. Now, I would, one other address is the term limits. We were here to restrict the federal government. I don't feel I can go home very easily and tell people that we have these terms that have been proposed. They're very long. And people will say, what are you doing? Why didn't you do that? So I would simply propose for discussion and for possibly a vote, an amendment, and if I tell the staff here, that instead of having 6 terms for representatives, that would be 12 years, and 2 terms for senators, that would be 12 years. That's a total of still 24 years. It's
and
just,
sir, may I say that, first of all, would you identify yourself, sir?
Sir, Representative Bill Taylor of South Carolina.
What I would like to do, sir, if you don't mind, we'll dispose of this amendment, and then we'll consider your amendment.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So any further discussion? Yes, sir, the chairman on the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose the amendment, and I just want commissioners to understand the effect of this proposed amendment is it would only apply to people who run for office going forward. It would not restrict anybody who's currently in Congress. So Chuck Schumer would get 18 more years in the Senate. Now, I realize, as the gentleman from Virginia has identified, that would also limit Mike Lee. It would limit people we like as well as people we don't like, but that's the way term limits should work. It's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. I just think we have to shut down the ones who've been in there forever already, and that's the way we intended the amendment, the proposed amendment to work. So I strongly oppose this recommended change. Thank you.
So the gentleman believes that, who's offering the proposal, that it is not prospective. It applies to everyone who is in office now. The gentleman offering the amendment feels like that he wants to make it prospective only. Another commissioner feels like it already does that, so there's a little bit of a dispute about what the proposal does. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and vote on the amendment, up or down.
Excuse me, sir, point of
Yeah, we'll
order.
give you a chance to close, just one moment. We're going to vote on the amendment, up or down, then we'll consider the next amendment. So go ahead and close on your motion, if you would. For the amendment.
Thank you, yes. In law, we act with knowledge of law. This would be applying to people without knowledge of the law.
Oh.
And in our nation, you must have knowledge of law to be held to a standard. If you had no knowledge of what the standard was, neither the voters nor those in office. And so I think, and I have to say, I really thought that this proposal was very elegantly crafted. I do think it is very elegant that you offer the opportunity to have 18 years in either body, but no more than a total of 24. I thought that was quite creative. But I do think in fairness, in law, we talk about the fundamental basis of our law is notice and opportunity to be heard. This would apply the law with no notice, with no opportunity to act and comport your behavior, neither for the voters nor for those in office. While I am very sympathetic to those who have been in office for an extreme amount of time, we have 3 people that control the House, we have 3 people that control the Senate, and it only differs with which 3 people in which party control it. I'm very sympathetic to that. But if we are looking at how we apply law prospectively, and so I would encourage support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a voice vote. If it's not clear what the vote was, then we'll have the roll call vote. So I'm going to say all in favor and then all opposed. So be prepared to do that. So all in favor of the amendment proposed, please. Yes. Yes. Only the chairman of the state should vote by voice. Okay? So only those chairmen by state voting by voice. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed to the amendment say no. No. I believe the noes have it. Next amendment. I don't think it was unclear, do you? Really? All right, well, if you don't think it was clear, I thought it was very clear. All right, we'll have a roll call vote. If you're for the amendment, vote yes. If you're opposed, vote no. And the secretary will call the roll.
Alabama. No. Alaska.
No.
Arizona. Arkansas. California. Colorado. Connecticut. Delaware. Florida. Georgia. Hawaii. Idaho. Illinois. Indiana. Iowa. Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana. Maine. Maryland. Massachusetts. Michigan.
Yes.
Minnesota.
Minnesota votes no.
Mississippi.
No.
Missouri.
No.
Montana. No. Nebraska.
No.
Nevada.
No.
New Hampshire.
No.
New Jersey.
Yes.
New Mexico. No. New York.
Yes.
North Carolina.
No.
North Dakota.
No.
Ohio.
Yes.
Oklahoma. Oregon.
Sorry.
Pennsylvania. Sorry, I didn't hear Pennsylvania. No. South Carolina.
Yes.
South Dakota.
No.
Tennessee.
Aye.
Texas.
Yes.
Utah.
Yes.
Vermont.
No.
Virginia.
No.
Washington.
Yes.
West Virginia.
No.
Wisconsin.
Yes.
Wyoming.
Yes.
The vote is 15 yes, 34 no.
And the amendment fails. Next amendment. Yes, sir, why do you rise? Well, we had another amendment before you that was discussed by the gentleman here. Is that amendment ready? Oh, it's the same one. All right, please come forward then. So we're discussing the next proposed amendment, and identify yourself, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Andrew Matthews from Minnesota. And to some of the other commissioners' questions, here's the amendment that we worked on in the subcommittee, which ultimately narrowly failed to come out of our full committee, but I think is vitally important. For term limiting the bureaucracy, because I'm a firm believer that term limiting Congress alone, without putting some limitations and guardrails around the administrative and bureaucratic agencies, is a serious mistake. Because already, currently, we see power seeping away, Article 1 authority seeping away from the elected representatives that the people vote on to administrative agencies which do not have the same accountability and oversight of the people, do not stand for vote or for election, or can be removed if they make bad decisions. So I emailed in the text of an amendment that I'm hoping is ready of what we worked through in our subcommittee, in the term limits committee on bureaucratic term limits.
Let's see if we could read that amendment before we have any further discussion. Does the Secretary have it?
Are you offering it as a substitute to the language proposed?
No, in addition.
This is new language to be added.
I see the language, but I'm not sure where to add it.
Section 3.
This will be a new section. So would the Secretary read the proposed amendment?
Yes, give me just 1 second. The proposal first, if you would like.
Don't read the whole proposal, just the amendment.
Yeah, read the amendment.
Yeah. So the amendment is to add sections 3, 4, and 5 to the end of the existing proposal. Section 3 would read, at the beginning of each presidential term, the president shall be required to fill or refill all offices of the executive branch, the appointment to which is required to be made by the president in accordance with Article 2, Section 2. Section 4 would read, no person shall serve more than 12 years combined as an appointed officer of the executive branch. Section 5 would read, all officers, and employees of the executive branch shall serve at will.
All right, so would you explain the amendment, please, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we worked through and had very good, vigorous discussion in the committee. Both those that had questions or opposition to it still were helpful in crafting our thought process with it. And so the Section 3 in the amendment gives an extra measure of accountability.
Hold on, a point of order. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is appropriate or germane to the actual language that we're discussing now, so I would like to check to see if this amendment is germane.
Well, we're dealing with the topic of term limits, so I think it's germane. I rule that it is. Yes. Well, this is an amendment to that, so this is adding new language to the proposal before us. So it doesn't change anything in that. It's dealing with an additional type of term limit as to employees, appointed officials. No, I don't think we changed the terms.
Point of order.
Yes, yes.
If this amendment failed in committee, the rules allow it to be brought to the floor.
Yes.
I'm not aware of any rule that would prevent it from being considered. As our parliamentarian, is there such a rule? No, there's no rule like that. All right, go ahead and proceed with your explanation, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're working on
They're working on it. They will put it on the screen as soon as it's ready. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. So the first section of the amendment is one measure of accountability that our subcommittee worked out, that the president reappoints all the officers that he does in accordance with Article 2, Section 2 at the start of each term. That brings another measure of accountability. Those that have to go before the Senate for advice and consent of the Senate return for that again, so that there is that continued every 4 years, that oversight by both the executive and the legislative branch over these bureaucratic officials for consideration there. And that applies even to if the same president is elected to 2 consecutive terms. The second section of the amendment, which will be Section 4, I believe is very important. A 12-year term limitation on appointed officers of the executive branch. That would be your secretaries, under and deputy secretaries, division heads. 12 years for a term limitation for that. Whatever the number of years is that we set, I strongly believe it should be smaller than the term limitation set for Congress or for elected members of the legislature, because we don't want to have a bureaucrat just deciding to outwait a legislator until they retire and leave. If anything, it should be the other way around. A legislator should have the ability to wait out a bureaucrat until they are term limited out. And then Section 3 was also brought up by the subcommittee as a very important step to have officers and employees of the executive branch to be at-will service. There is so much discussion about how when a new administration comes in, there are so many that are already in the federal agency embedded that are not fulfilling the direction of the new administration and very difficult to make changes. And so making sure that all employees serve as at will to the secretary of the agency can help with a new administration making changes all the way down to ensure that the president and administration's goals are being accomplished all the way through. So I bring these proposals for the body's consideration.
And may I ask you, does this mean there'd be no more civil service, no protection for any jobs for federal employees and military, things like that?
Mr. President, it's limited to federal agencies. We had various discussions in there. The conversation, we had discussion about ambassadors and military and all of that, but it's designed to be strictly to our federal agencies, such as the Department of Transportation, Department of State, Department of Education.
But the rank and file employees, they would be at will?
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, please have him come to the mic.
Yeah, we're going to do this because the people who may be watching can't hear us in the back. So if you would, I'm recognizing you, if you would make your point of order at the front. Mr. Commissioner, and identify yourself, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. David Bullard, Oklahoma. My point of order is to the questioning being offered by the presiding officer. It is the job of the presiding officer to steer the ship and not build the ship, and so I would like to challenge that.
All right, well, I ruled that the presiding officer can ask questions, so. All right, further questions on the amendment? Yes, come forward, sir, and identify yourself. Yes, sir. Come to the front, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. President.
One
Tim
second,
Ginder
please,
from
sir.
Ohio.
We have a point of order.
Justin Wayne from Nebraska. Under Mason's manual, I challenge the chair on that ruling and ask for a vote on the floor.
Okay. Okay. All right, so the question has been raised whether the presiding officer can ask questions. And of course, I know in every different legislature, probably the rules are different, but my experience is the presiding officer can ask questions. And so that is my ruling, and he would like to challenge the ruling of the chair. We're going to do that by voice vote by the chairman of the delegation. If you want to uphold the ruling of the chair, you'll vote yes or yay. If you want to uphold the objection, you would vote no. So all in favor of upholding the ruling of the chair, signify by saying yay. Yay. And those opposed to the ruling of the chair say nay. Nay. I believe the nays have it, so my ruling is overturned. So let's proceed, and we'll have you're commenting on the amendment.
Yes, sir. Okay. I am not commenting, Tim Ginter from the state of Ohio, not commenting on the spirit of the amendment. In fact, I didn't even really need to come up here. I would ask that another look be taken at, consideration be taken at line, they just took it off the screen, 2 or 3, line 2 and 3, the language of section 3. It seems to be there needs, unless I'm reading that wrong, the appoint to which is required, which is required, to which is required. I'm not sure that that language is accurate. Could we have them look at that language just as far as accuracy is concerned? Yes. Thank you, sir.
So you want the staff to see if the language is accurate? Okay. All right, further discussion, we'll be looking at that, and further discussion on the proposed amendment. Yes, sir. Identify yourself, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Montenegro, Arizona. I rise in respectful but strong opposition to this amendment. We did have a great discussion in committee. I was in the committee as well, but there's a reason this amendment failed in committee as well. There were some strong comments and thoughts brought up. First of all, one of them was already brought up about civil service, national defense, and if I can just go a little bit more general, we're talking about the definition of words as well, the definition of what employees are. And so we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of government? At the state level, when I am considering whether to vote for legislation, I ask myself, is it the role of government? And then in order to understand if it's the role of government, I go to the Constitution. And if we're going to be making laws through the Constitution, I don't think that that's the wisdom that the founders intended. I think we're going too far by going into employment law now. There could be lawsuits on definitions, on employment. And so I think that this is a bit too far. I do understand the spirit, and I understand our frustration with the politic of bureaucracy. But at the same time, that has to be left to the term limit. If we're talking about term limits, that's where term limits steps in for the electeds. I don't think that it was in the spirit of the founders to start limiting employees, appointees, servants that are there not by election. So for those purposes, for purposes of definitions, we're talking about, you see here, offices and, well, this is the amendment, but the original amendment that we're discussing talks about, we're really going into employees. And I think that there's just a problem with that, Mr. President. I strongly believe that the Constitution should not be getting into this level of detail for term limits or for rules of engagement. So I rise in opposition respectfully. Thank you.
All right, we'll have next Virginia and then West Virginia, and I'm hoping that we could have maybe one or two after that and then go ahead and get to a vote so that we don't get too bogged down. Virginia's next, and then West Virginia after that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do think the members of the convention do need to understand that the final section, Section 5, will end all civil service reform, civil service protections. So we will go back to the state of play Abraham Lincoln faced of a full patronage system for the entire workforce of the executive branch. That is what will happen from this. And all union representation protections will end because everyone will be an at-will employee. That may be a very positive thing. I would suggest that as the references to officers in particularly in Section 4 and Section 3, should be limited to civilian officers so as to exclude military officers from being required to be reappointed every 4 years or have a 12-year term. So if it would be available, Mr. President, I would suggest that should be an amendment that is made to this.
All right, we have next will be West Virginia, then New York, Minnesota, and Montana. And if we could end the debate after that, I think we can move forward. So West Virginia is next. And the author of this amendment, would you come up, please, sir, to me?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to point out, because while I support the sort of concept, and I actually think it's a very valid point to be more worried about the bureaucracy, as some people are, than necessarily elected officials, and I generally support term limits and all of that. I believe from a quick look that this would apply to between 1,200 and 1,400 civilian officers that are subject to the advice and consent clause of the Constitution, and then more than 100,000 other officers of the federal government that have been exempted from the advice and consent, but I believe this would still apply to those officers. And if you think about that for a second, I mean, on the one hand, I'm not worried about the civil service protections and all of that. I'm fine with getting rid of that. But to expect that an incoming president just sort of statistically is going to have to find something on the order of 10,000 people at minimum that have never held one of these officer positions. In addition to starting his administration up, that's going to create an enormous burden right on the very front end of it. There's an enormous number of people who normally get appointed, but at least in many cases they have experience, what they're going to do, et cetera, in office. And I don't think that it's realistic to expect that 10,000 plus new people are going to have to be found that have never served in one of these roles before at the beginning of each presidential term. So I think you should think about that before adopting this amendment. Thank you.
Who is next? Is that New York now?
It is. Mr. Donnell from New York. I'll just say, I support, obviously, term limits on senior leadership within the bureaucracy. I think it's really important to root out the corruption that exists within the system right now. But I'll also remind everyone that Congress can pass a law to actually limit the bureaucracy. They could put term limits themselves. It doesn't have to be through an amendment. So I would just keep in mind that when it comes to senior leadership, if this amendment went through, that's fine with me. But at the same time, if it fails, well, Congress can actually pass a law that puts restrictions on how long someone could serve in senior positions, like the FBI, that's limited to 10 years. So just keep that in mind.
Now, Minnesota. Identify yourself, please, sir.
Representative Walter Hudson from Minnesota. I think it's been stated many times, but it bears repeating and emphasizing. If we are not willing to truly limit what government actually is, we have to be real about what government actually is. It is not our elected officials, not currently, not when we're looking at the feds. The government is the administrators, it is the bureaucrats, it is the staff, it is the people who are able to make a lifetime. We complain about career politicians. You want to know who has careers in politics? It's people who've never run for office. It's people who've never been elected. I would submit to you that without this, we're actually harming our ability to hold our government accountable by passing term limits without addressing the administrative state. Now, this language may be imperfect. That's a product of the fact that this is a simulated convention and we have limited time. If we had the ability to really chew this through, we could pinpoint it to where it has the effect that I think many of us want it to have. But I think it's important to signal to those who are watching that we're serious about taking an axe to the root of the administrative state, or as some call it, the deep state. let's pass this. Thank you.
All right, so Senator Matthews moves that we temporarily return this proposal to the calendar to draft some amendments related to civil service and military. While we'll go on to the next proposal while that's, you have it now ready? You want to, okay, he has the proposed amendment prepared now. If you could read it to us and we'll get the staff to keep up.
Mr. President, suggestion that I got is just to add on to the end, this article shall not apply to military officers or enlisted personnel. If the body deems that adding civil servants is important to that, I am open to that. We thoroughly hashed this out yesterday. We're not intending this to apply to the officers. We thought that the language as we ended that made that clear. Apparently there's disagreements among the body of how that's being read. But I think just having that clause at the end that explicitly exempts, as other sections of the Constitution do for explicitly exempting certain things it's not intending to cover.
So can you read us that amendment that you have?
At the end, add, this article shall not apply to military officers or enlisted personnel.
So you're withdrawing your amendment and resubmitting it with that change?
With that addition.
All right, fine. Any questions about the amendment? No?
This is an amendment to the amendment.
You do that?
That's what he has to do. He doesn't have the power to withdraw.
You don't do that, okay. Well, I'm not familiar with amending amendments. We've never done that, so.
We do in my state, Mr. President.
All right, so go ahead. You want to amend your amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, in my state, I can just incorporate change if the author is changing his own amendment, but up to the body. Be the proposal that you have on the screen with the additional sentence at the end, this article shall not apply to military officers or enlisted personnel.
All right.
Hopefully
any questions about this amendment? Any comment or discussion about the amendment? Hearing none, is there any objection to the adoption of that amendment? All right, then we will have a voice vote. Only the chairman of the delegation vote. All in favor of the amendment will vote yes. Those opposed or will vote aye, and those opposed will vote nay. So all in favor of the amendment vote aye. Aye. All opposed vote nay. Nay. I believe the ayes have it, and the division is called for, so we will call the roll. If you are for the amendment, Chairman will vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay, and let's expeditiously call the roll.
Alabama. No. Alaska.
She's not
Is
present.
absent.
Oh, sure. This is on the amendment to
The amendment to the amendment.
It's an amendment to the amendment to take out civil service and military personnel from the effect of the term limits for employees. And we're in the midst of roll call. Yes, she votes yes.
Arizona. Arkansas. California. Colorado. Connecticut. Delaware. Florida. Georgia. Hawaii. Idaho. Illinois. Indiana. Iowa. Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana. Maine. Maryland. Massachusetts. Michigan. Minnesota. Mississippi. Missouri. Montana. Nebraska. Is Nebraska present? Nebraska votes yes. Nevada. New Hampshire. New Jersey. New Mexico. New York. North Carolina. North Dakota. Ohio. Oklahoma. Oregon. Pennsylvania. South Carolina. South Dakota. Tennessee. Texas. Utah. Vermont. Virginia. Washington. West Virginia. Wisconsin. Wyoming. The vote is 42 aye, 7 no.
42 ayes, 7 no, and the amendment is adopted. May I say, too, that we can hear probably a little better up here because we get the whole thing. When you're surrounded by people, maybe sometimes who vote like you do, it might be a little harder, but that was not a close voice vote, I can tell you. So this is the first time in my life I've been involved in amending an amendment. So the amendment to the amendment is approved, so now we have the amendment itself. Do you have anything further to say, Senator? This is the amendment with the changes indicated. Now, is there any objection to this amendment?
North Carolina.
Okay, North Carolina, did you want to speak on the amendment? And identify yourself in Massachusetts.
So John Malcolm from North Carolina, and I wanted to address the comment by the gentleman from Minnesota. So he was talking about, can you put up the language, please? He was talking about, the need to rein in career bureaucrats. I have a lot of sympathy for that, even though at one point I was a career bureaucrat as a federal prosecutor. I would just point out that Section 5 deals with career bureaucrats. Sections 3 and 4 do not. That is referring to officers of the United States. These are appointed officials. Now, there are pros and cons to this. So, for example, if Biden wins a second term, or wherever the Democrat wins, I can understand that everybody here would like to see Secretary Mayorkas and probably Merrick Garland and others come up for confirmation again to be potentially voted down. But I would also point out, just to keep in mind, that when President Trump won, he was bedeviled for almost his entire first term because his appointees got slow-walked. And if he had won a second term and he liked the appointees that he had, he fired many of them, but if he happened to like the ones he had in place at that time, he could have continued with his agenda and grown it unabated. If he had had to reappoint all of those officials, he would have been stonewalled and stifled again for the same period of time that he was stonewalled and stifled during his first administration. So if the goal here is to go after career bureaucrats, Section 5 is fine. Sections 3 and 4 are not dealing with career bureaucrats. They are dealing with appointed officials.
So you are in opposition to the amendment as it stands now?
I don't want to speak completely for my delegation. I am personally in opposition, certainly to Section 3, quite possibly to Section 4. I'm fine with Section 5.
All right. Any further discussion? Massachusetts. Please to come forward and identify yourself, please, sir. This is on the amendment, yes. Still on the amendment, yes. Any further discussion? All right, so we have the amendment.
Hawaii.
I'm sorry.
We have Hawaii.
I'm sorry, what?
Hawaii is the next person that has sought recognition.
Okay. Hawaii seeking recognition now, is that correct? Yes, come forward, sir, and identify yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Jim Hochberg from Hawaii. I have a question clarification I'd like to understand with respect to the retrospective and prospective application of this, in particular to current people who have retirement expectations out of their service, and I'm not sure how this might affect that.
Now, are you speaking as regards the elected officials who are term limited
No,
to
sir.
Congress, and you're talking about the appointed officials, yes?
And the Section 5.
Okay.
So if the sponsors of the amendment could address that for me, I'd like to know.
Thank you. Next, to be recognized on the amendment is Michigan. Identify yourself, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Jamie Green, representing the state of Michigan. I want to talk about Section 5, where it says the office's employees of the executive branch shall serve at will. So I'm going to echo Representative Montenegro's. When you are in, this applies to such a vast amount of bureaucracy that when you have an employee who is like designing or building our airplanes, our war machines, they have to be able to make decisions based on engineering and not political decisions. And that can get really sticky with where contracts are and everything like that. And so when you have then the ability to then politicize some of this and fire employees who are not agreeing with decisions, then you actually threaten national security. Now, I understand that you have the environmental protection agencies, you have DHHS, you have all these other branches that are impacted that get stuck in the minutia of bureaucracy, but there are some aspects of this where it is truly just employment that they need to get the job done. And when we start interfering with that, then we can put our country at stake.
Senator Matthews, come forward if you would,
Thank you.
please, sir.
So I would encourage you to vote no on this section.
So the lady asked we vote no on the amendment. Any further discussion? We have Oklahoma next. And come and identify yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mark LePack from Oklahoma. I think this is a pretty tangled up issue that bears a lot of consideration, yet I am reluctant to see us vote no, although I don't support this in its current form. So I would suggest, in the interest of not sending the wrong message, that we table this amendment. And with that, Mr. President, if it's proper, I would move to table.
All right, the gentleman moves to table the amendment. It is not debatable, so is there any objection to tabling the amendment?
So
there is objection.
One
moment here. We're going to do it by voice vote.
You're not going to do it at all.
With the chairman of each delegation only voting.
Motion to table is not in order.
One second.
It's not one of the motions delineated in Rule 15 as allows a debatable motion as pending.
Really? All right, our parliamentarian says that the motion to table is not in order because a debatable motion is on the table. This is new to me. I thought it was always in order. But
Rule 15 describes what motions can be made.
okay, under our Rule 15, he says. So we're not going to entertain then the motion to table on advice of the parliamentarian. So we have the amendment pending. Is there any further discussion? I really think we need to vote soon. Connecticut was next. Did Connecticut identify yourself, please, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Markley from Connecticut. I'll be very brief. This is a noble effort, but misguided. There are things that cannot be addressed in the Constitution. The 19th century was a history of attempting to figure out how civil service should be handled. Contentious. I don't say that the result was perfect, but to go back to the beginning is to open up a whole new set of problems. And I would also add that the problem with the bureaucracy, in my opinion, is not primarily its persistence, but its extent and power. We need to get that under control, which is not done constitutionally, but legislatively. I think this particular addition is a mistake, and I will oppose it.
Thank you, sir. We'll have California and then Illinois, and then I'm going to entertain a motion for the previous question on the amendment. California is next.
I just had a few brief remarks on Section 4 and Section 5. I think it's important to keep in mind, if we're talking about the desire to defeat the big state, that there's a big difference between the appointed officers and the officers and employees of the executive branch. If we're going to put a limitation of 12 years on officers, these are oftentimes people that are confirmed by the United States Senate, we might actually be strengthening the deep state with such a limitation. And that's because if we're putting a 12-year cap on those serving as officers of the executive branch, now keep in mind there are dozens of positions just for the State Department alone that must be appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. When you get a good one, you want that person to serve again and again in future administrations. There's not enough of the good ones to go around. Think about Secretary Pompeo, or an ambassador Friedman to Israel, two of the better ones of President Trump, if we're going to disqualify these individuals after 12 years, we're going to put the future presidents in a tough situation. So if you want to defeat the deep state, I think if you're going to vote for one, Section 5 is a lot more likely to do it because those are the bureaucrats. Section 4, you're going to end up eliminating a lot of very qualified individuals from serving in future administrations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then Illinois. Did you wish to speak, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Dan Calkins from Illinois. Would the sponsor accept striking sections 4 and 5 from this amendment? I think we all agree that we need to set a way for members of the cabinet to be reaffirmed in successive administrations. But I think with sections 4 and 5 are poison pills, and I think that would cause this amendment to fail, in my opinion. Without that, I'm a no vote.
Thank you, sir. And now, Senator Matthews, if you would come and close on your amendment. And you've been asked a question. If you want to answer that, you may. Yes. Yeah. Well. Representative, before you do that, Representative Garofalo had moved the previous question. Is there an objection to the previous question on the amendment? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. Andrew Matthews from Minnesota. Obviously, yes, we had a lot of vigorous discussion on this yesterday. We had 1 day on this. Hopefully, the actual future Article 5 convention, there is a lot that we need to work through. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, because we need to send a signal that the bureaucracy needs to be reined in. And it will be a serious mistake to just term limit the members of Congress without term limiting the bureaucracy. In fact, if you don't run the two together, there will be states that support term limits but won't pass or won't ratify a term limit amendment that just handcuffs the people's voice of who they vote for, when the administrative and bureaucratic state then take more power to themselves and run things over Congress even more. So appreciate the vigorous discussion on this and would urge you to support the proposed amendments. Thank you.
So Senator Matthews has offered up this amendment. There is objection. We're going to vote by voice. The chairman of the committee will vote. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote aye, and opposed will vote nay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No. The nays have it. So the amendment is defeated. We go now to the main issue, which is the proposal before us, and who was presenting that. If you would go ahead and close on your proposal, and we'll vote on it. Who was it that was presenting? Mr. Representative Eubanks, was it?
So you have debate requests.
Okay, you wish to speak on the proposal? Illinois wishes to speak on the proposal, is that right? Go ahead, you're recognized. This is the on the main proposal as it stands at this moment. Yes, sir. And we are going to need to vote pretty soon on this. We are starting to now think about our time and whether we can complete all the proposals. We've had a good discussion on this. Go ahead, sir.
State Representative from the state of Illinois, Tom Weber. And for the people watching and everyone else, the importance of what we're doing here today, especially with term limits. I come from a state who the previous majority leader had been there, elected in 1971 and left in 2021. 50 years, and served 36 years as majority party leader. This is why it is important that we have term limits. This is what the people of Illinois understand. At the same time, we have to understand in states where we've seen large turnovers with our elected officials, we also don't want our states being ran by the bureaucracy. and out of control executives. So these are things we need to think over. These are very important for our nation, for our states. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now we'll have after that Massachusetts, South Carolina, and Mississippi. I'm hoping we can get to a vote after Mississippi. But Massachusetts, you had something to say, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the members, Jeff Deal from Massachusetts, former state representative. I speak not to offer an amendment nor try to change anything, but I do have a question for the committee, and thank you to the committee and the chairman for presenting this. One of the comments early on was that if this stimulation doesn't put out a term limit amendment proposal, then it's failed. I agree. This is one of the most important things to get out today. So thank you again for the discussion on this and for allowing the discussion. My question, I guess, is to the committee, was there consideration for length of term? And I mention this because in Massachusetts, a state representative serves a 2-year term, a state senator serves a 2-year term, a U.S. congressman and woman serves a 2-year term, as we all know in our states. A 2-year term, in my opinion, allows for, over time, the influence of outside money or lobbyists or groups that come in to help you get reelected. I mean, this is experience talking, not what you see in black and white, but what you read between the lines and what you know from experience when you run for office. How many times can you go back to your district and continue to ask for money, especially in a state like Massachusetts where the limitations on raising money are very finite? So it's hard to go back to your district and continue to ask for money to rerun, especially if you're a Republican with a supermajority of Democrats that wants to pick off, every outspoken Republican there is. So the point I'm trying to make is, I feel like a 4-year term for congressmen and women would offer more of a chance to be deliberative in your efforts, less time spent trying to raise money while you're running for office. And so that's my question. Was there a discussion at all about a 4-year term to
and Representative Eubanks will close,
Thank you.
and he was involved, so he can answer that question when he's on closing. South Carolina is next.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will be brief. However, I will offer an amendment here. I think that for those of us, this is simple and straightforward. For those of us who think that to go home with this at that length of term that has been proposed is a bit high, I'd just like to offer the alternative. And if I would to the staff, the amendment would just simply be representatives be 6 terms at 12 years. Senators 2 terms at 12 years. There's your 24 years, but it's 12 as a representative and then 12 as a senator. I'd offer that as an amendment.
All right, sir. The gentleman from South Carolina is proposing an amendment, which would be 12 in the House and 12 in the Senate. Is there any discussion? All right, we'll bring it to a vote then, and you are the chairman of this committee. Do you have anything to say? Is there a second? There is a second. All right. Representative Eubanks was next, so go ahead from Mississippi.
Okay, I'll address the amendment first. That was discussed. Those of you that were here back in 2016, I think it was 2016, I believe the outcome was similar to the proposed amendment just now. And I tended to lean that way myself personally going into our committee meetings. But it was discussed at length, and the outcome was still the same. A lot of you come from states where there are term limits. I talked to a couple gentlemen from Missouri where I think their term limit at 8 years. It takes about 4 years to even get up to speed to the process. And then you're a little more effective the next 4 years. And then when it comes to if you are going to ascend to leadership, if you are going to be effective in that regard, it will take a little time. Now, I think it's important to point out that the average length of service in Congress is 8.9 years in the U.S. House and 11 years in the U.S. Senate. This proposal is not necessarily intended, in my opinion, to limit the average person serving in Congress. It is the folks that get there and stay there and plant roots. And if you want to talk about deep state and you want to talk about the swamp, you're talking about the folks that get there and they stay there for 30 or 40 or 50 years. You're also probably aware that many of the folks that serve in the Senate a lot of times start out in the House. The effectiveness of this particular proposal still limits it to 24 years, whether it's 12 in one and 12 in the other, or 18 in one term in the other, say if you started in the House and went to the Senate. I think that, and also to address, I guess I can do it right now, we did discuss in vigor about a 4-year term in the House. We didn't really think that that was our scope, but also, if you'll remember, the reason there was supposed to be so much turnover originally, our founders intended it to be closest to the people. And when in 1913, I believe it was, when they did away with states electing who the senators would be, effectively, there's no difference now. You have people serving your state for 6 years. You have people serving your state for 2-year terms. So we agreed in the end that that was not something that we wanted to mess with, nor did we believe that it was fair to the original intent of our founding fathers. I would encourage you to go ahead and to vote this proposed amendment down, and that we would take and vote on the proposal that lays before you now.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on the amendment? So who is that? Nebraska? Nebraska?
Justin Wayne from Nebraska. I do agree somewhat with this proposed amendment. The issue is, for me, our congressman in Omaha comes back a little more, I feel like he spends more time in Omaha campaigning than he does in D.C., which goes to the issue of trying to build those relationships to get things done in D.C., which are damn near impossible, because the day after you get elected, you're back fundraising and running the campaign again. And so you're more beholden to the dollars than you are to actually serving and representing, I feel, oftentimes. So what I would like to see, and I guess I'd ask the gentleman if he would be amenable to his amendment, is 4 4-year terms would be ideally for me, so it would be 16 years, but it would be 4 4-year terms, and still leave the Senate with 2 6-year terms. While that might be staggered, it does allow people to move back and forth, but have a total of 24 years total. But I do think getting away from the 2-year election cycle in the House of Representatives, and for me, it's a historical reason, and I'll be quiet and not come back up for hopefully the rest of the day. This used to be a part-time job, and now it's a full-time job. And if we're going to treat it as a full-time job, whether we like it or not, we need to change the 2 years to 4 years. And with social media and everything else, and to be able to email your congressman or congresswoman and be able to contact them the way we can today, I do think a 4-year term is equivalent to a 2-year term back in the early 1900s. I just feel like the time-wise and those things are similar, to be able to reach out to your community, to talk to your community. So I do agree with the 4-year term, but I still think for term limits, you gotta have some time to build those relationships, to be able to work your way up in leadership in Congress, and to be able to build the relationships to get things done for your community. So I would go with a 4-4-year term, 4-year term, capped at 4 years in Congress, and still do 2 6-year terms for Senate. That would be I'm not gonna be able to write it today while we sit here, because I was toying with it, and 4 years just looks weird on paper. So we have to figure out how to do that, but that would be my suggestion if we're gonna move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have an amendment before us. The amendment is 12 for Congress, 12 for the Senate. We're going to have a voice vote. If you're in favor of that amendment, we will vote aye. If you're opposed, we'll vote nay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Nay. I believe the noes have it. All right, a division is called for. Let's call the roll. And ladies and gentlemen, we need to move this proposal soon, because we're going to lose some proposals if we don't.
Alabama. Aye. Alaska. No. Arizona. Arkansas. California. No. Colorado. Connecticut. No. Delaware. Yes. Florida. No. Georgia. No. Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky. Kentucky is no. Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. The vote is 19 yea, 30 no.
19 yeas and 30 noes, the amendment fails. We can now go to the main motion, and Representative Eubanks, if you would close on it. Thank you very much for the great discussion, and I'm sure this will be something we can take home to the people.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the convention. I appreciate all the lively debate. We had lively debate yesterday as well, and there is wisdom in a multitude of counsel, so I appreciate all of the different angles that we've come from. I would encourage you to vote yes for this proposal. I believe in spirit it does what we are wanting to do and what those that want to see term limits without taking and limiting somebody to the point that they become ineffective. I know I've heard from some of you that have term limits in your state, and it's like our leadership, by the time they get to leadership, have 4 years, and it's constantly turning over. So there is a reason. I saw the light of it yesterday myself to the 18 years max in a chamber, and I hope that we as a body will vote in favor of this proposal.
Now, in this matter, because it is a proposal, we're going to go ahead and vote by roll call. If you're in favor of the proposal on term limits, please vote yes. If you're opposed, vote no, and the Secretary will call the roll.
Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana. Indiana's a yes? Okay. Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York. Is New York absent? New York is absent. North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming, 43 yes, 5 no, 1 absent.
43 yeas, 5 nays, and the proposal has been approved. And so this simulated convention of states has proposed an amendment to the United States Constitution, and this is how it would work. And it did work. So now Representative Eubanks for proposal number 2. This is on the size of the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the convention, proposal number 2 has to do with the judicial jurisdiction limits. This one I think will be a little bit less contentious maybe for the group. We did look at it and debate it vigorously, but not as long as the other two. And what was presented by our subcommittee is the following. The Supreme Court of the United States shall consist of 9 judges, any 6 of whom shall constitute a quorum. There was a lot of thought that went into that. Many of you guys are aware of the fact that there are forces that want to pack the courts and expand the size of the court. And I would ask permission as well from the president and from the body to allow our chairman of our subcommittee, Mr. Representative Dan Calkins from Illinois, to come forward and to entertain any discussion or questions as to the
Without
intent.
objection, so ordered. Representative Calkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we get started, I'd like to inform you that after a heated and contested selection process, I'm the first loser. I considered introducing the members of our subcommittee just so you would know whose people had such poor judgment, but I'll forego that. This is an opportunity for us to address an issue that is before the public. It's also been forefront on the minds of members of Congress. Our subcommittee looked into many suggestions, and I want to thank Representative Cotter and Representative Stutzman for their very thoughtful submissions. We also had very many submissions from the grassroots. We felt that this was one thing that we could propose that you would all agree to, and I would hope that you would support this amendment to the Constitution, and we'll take any questions.
So now Senator Rappert is in the chair, our Vice President, to preside for the rest of this debate on this amendment. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. You may proceed.
Questions?
Any questions? We have North Dakota. You're recognized. Okay, you're recognized for the purpose of a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. I'm Ben Koppelman, representative from North Dakota. And I was part of this committee, and one of the proposals that the committee, or the charges that the committee had, was to deal with both term limits and judicial restraint. Now, I think what's on the screen is a very important part of that, but it's falling short of providing judicial restraint or term limits. And after much discussion, it was difficult to determine how you would term limit or even term members of the court as to whether that would become political, whether it would lead to other issues. The issue on the screen deals with avoiding court packing, essentially, by addition or subtraction. I'm proposing an amendment to that was considered in committee. It did not get selected. But the legislative branch of the government, of the Congress, is supposed to have more power than the judiciary and the executive. Just the same, the states are in essence supposed to have more power than all of the above. And the way that we can achieve that is if we provide a judicial review of the decisions of that Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court is essentially saying, we decree that this subject is off the table, that it belongs only to us, not to the states, and not to the Congress. So in order to do that, the amendment I'm proposing would suggest that upon 3/5 or 60% is what that would equal, 3/5 vote of the House of Representatives and the Senate, Congress may override a majority opinion rendered by the Supreme Court. And it would go on to say the congressional override under Section 4, or excuse me, under that section, the numbering has changed, is not subject to a presidential veto and shall not be subject to litigation or review in any federal or state court. It would go on to say that upon 3/5 vote of the several legislatures of the states, that they may also override that opinion rendered by the Supreme Court, and the same would be true, where it would be not subject to litigation in a state or a federal court. So, Mr. President, I would propose that amendment.
Okay. Members, any questions at all for the gentleman on his amendment? And I will say that going forward, I know I stepped in right here, that we'll make sure to take questions before taking an amendment further on that, but you do have a proper amendment on the floor, and so I want to ask if there's any other questions for him on this amendment. Now, we have a couple of other people that are here that were before you, sir. We have New Jersey and North Carolina. Is any of those members for the purpose of a question? Okay. We have Connecticut. Connecticut, you're recognized. And remember to please state your name for all of those in hearing and those watching.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the purposes of question, Joe Markley from Connecticut, is simply that in the discussion in the committee yesterday, this amendment included a time limit for review of these. I wondered why that particular protection was removed.
Recognized for your response.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason that that was not included in this proposal is because I don't believe that we necessarily know within, it was a 24-month period of time limit on that review. And if you look at many landmark decisions, anything from abortion to other hot-button issues, I think we might have some indication about what the decision means in certain circumstances because it's obvious. In other cases, it might mean something that then the court later builds upon and builds upon and builds upon, and that one thing that seemed meaningless in the first 24 months now becomes something that clears the table of an entire issue. And so the states need to reserve the right at any time, and the Congress, to overrule that and say, no, the Constitution gives us that right, and we're gonna exercise that right.
Member, before you step away, I want to make sure the Secretary, do you have his amendment totally in hand now?
Should be.
Is everything in agreement to you, sir, with that?
I believe so, but I don't know if we have the part about the states. Oh. Yeah, and the sections need to be renumbered for purposes of this, because the text I provided you, if you recall, was a longer proposed amendment, so I don't know that section 4 and those references. I'd have to double check the numbering, but otherwise it's correct.
Staff will continue to make sure that's in order. We have several people lined up for questions. I have first North Carolina, if you still want to be recognized. Anyone from North Carolina?
No.
Okay, all right. New Jersey. Okay, well, we'll hold and continue on this debate. I will keep you in line for the future debate. Nebraska, do you want to speak or have a question on the amendment? Hearing nothing. Minnesota. Minnesota, you're recognized. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Representative Walter Hudson from Minnesota, rising to ask a question. I love what you're trying to do here. It's fantastic. My question is, was there any discussion in committee about, it's kind of difficult to articulate, but for purposes of illustration, I'll call it the Jenga tower of precedence, right? Like if you go through a legislative action and undo a judicial precedent, what effect that might have on overall jurisprudence.
You're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would say that that was considered. Keep in mind the brevity of our process here, with it being a mock simulation. I think the concept and the scope of these judicial reviews would be areas where the court is attempting to usurp or make certain subjects or powers off limits to the Congress or the presidency or the states that would otherwise not be given to them specifically by the Constitution. It wasn't meant to undermine court decisions and precedent as related to subjects of dispute between states or whether or not a specific provision is maybe unconstitutional. They could review that in the Congress, but then if the issue rose again, the court could still rule. So it's not taking it off the table for the court. It's not toppling that, I think it was referred to as a Jenga tower, but merely saying that the court cannot legislate by virtue of their interpretation of what's constitutional. And that's the key.
Thank you. Members, we have 5 different speakers on deck here. I'm going to recognize Washington if you have a comment or question on this particular amendment. And I would like, since we have so many, for you to be prepared, if you will, if you are going to speak on this amendment. I have Kansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Pennsylvania. So please be ready so that we can move expeditiously. Sir?
Do we get an opportunity to respond from our committee?
Certainly. We certainly can take comments. And so would you like to do that before yielding?
We debated this vigorously. And one of the points that was made was that the uncertainty, once a constitutional decision is made by the United States Supreme Court, that we allow the states or the Congress to intercede at some point in the future, that there is no certainty of law, and it was expressed very eloquently by Mr. Ross, that we're going to allow a large time frame, now undetermined, of how that law will apply. And we rejected this idea in our committee. Not that we don't agree that there should be ways to limit what the Supreme Court legislates. We believe that that is the body, Congress is the body, and if they don't agree with a ruling by the United States Supreme Court, they can pass a law that addresses that. But by allowing this to happen, we are going to create a tremendous amount of uncertainty amongst the public. And I would urge you not to approve this amendment.
Gentleman has spoken. We have now the gentleman from Washington. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Senator Phil Fortunato, Washington State. So the previous speaker kind of hit my point. The way that we as legislators address a court ruling is to then draft legislation that addresses whatever issue that the court says. So either we have a constitution that has 3 separate branches of government and we obey the legislative branch or the president or the executive branch or the judicial branch. Judicial branch comes out and says, we think that this is unconstitutional because of this, 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 and this. So it's up to us as the legislators to then say, okay, we are going to pass legislation that addresses those issues. And that's the way that we as the legislature would then respond to a court ruling that we don't like. And so for that reason, I love this amendment, I just don't agree with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. President. Definitely agree with the spirit of the amendment. We actually discussed this a little bit yesterday in our subcommittee. I think, though, there's a significant flaw. The author might consider doing this now or tabling it or whatever you decide to do. But we're not doing nothing to protect the parties. I mean, we're leaving out a critical element of the Supreme Court decision. And if you leave the parties out of this decision, so we want to reverse the ruling or the opinion, the presidential status, but we must protect the parties. And honestly, I'm not so comfortable using 3/5. I would prefer using 2/3. The track record of that for action in the Constitution is not so good. So anyway, I'd rather use 2/3. But anyway, I think it's flawed with regards to parties. I would encourage the author to reconsider that.
Comments are well spoken. He will have that under consideration. The gentleman from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Patrick Penn, State Representative from Kansas. I agree with the previous speaker, dear brother. The 3/5 rule does not have a good track record in America. While we have a very splotchy record when it comes to race relations, I also have another problem with this particular amendment, while it is well-reasoned and well-presented. When we look at the Constitution, we understand that there's a separation of powers for a reason. We have a process. When we go back to Marbury versus Madison, we understand how the Supreme Court is actually supposed to operate here within the context of our Constitution. I will bring to your attention when you see congressional override, hopefully at a 2/3 level. Congress passed something called the Fugitive Slave Law. There were enough people in the Congress to pass that piece of legislation to re-enslave and capture slaves who had gotten to freedom. The Supreme Court actually passed Dred Scott. So with this right here, you wouldn't have a President Abraham Lincoln able to veto those, even though the Congress had approved it and the Supreme Court had passed it. So I would submit to you to oppose this amendment, just on the basis of dignity and sensibility.
Thank you. The gentleman from Louisiana, President Jenkins, is recognized.
Mr. President, members, I think this particular amendment is contrary to the rule of law, contrary to our system of government of separation of powers. The legislative branch has many ways that it has checks on the judiciary. First of all, the Senate has to approve proposed judges. Second, the Congress can impeach judges. The Congress can pass legislation to undo opinions, in effect. They can amend the Constitution. But to say that after a case has gone through maybe years of litigation and judges have heard the facts and they've heard the arguments, now a political decision is made by legislators who arrive and suddenly they're judges. No, that doesn't work in our system. It makes our system political and not legal. So I understand. I disagree with a world of Supreme Court decisions, and I work to overturn them. I work to overturn them through legislation, and I think that's the way to do it. But to try to get the Congress involved in making a court decision, I think a terrible mistake and a corruption of our system, really.
Thank you, Mr. President. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm Senator Chris Dush from Pennsylvania. I had actually proposed a similar amendment over in the Committee on Federal Legislative and Executive Jurisdiction under the Countermand Amendment. It failed as well, but it was a very close vote. The sincerity, they say, is the sincerest form of flattery. Every major sports franchise in the world has copied the Republican form of government. You have the franchise owners who select a rules committee. That's us, that's the legislators. The rules committee set up the rules for the field of play. And in Pennsylvania, we have our Bill of Rights, then before we even mention government, then it's the legislature that's first mentioned, then it's the law. The executive and judicial branches are Articles 3 and 4. They are literally and figuratively and on purpose under the law. When the courts deem to create law from the bench, that's a usurpation of the the legislative authority. There has to be a check against that usurpation. The courts have, if the courts want to run or create law, they need to run for office. The courts being appointed, they are not doing that. Now, I agree. I think the 2/5 is probably a little bit too low. And I would rather see it come from the state legislatures than Congress, because Congress acts on a very much more political basis. And in a forum such as this, I think if 2/3 of the state legislatures were to come back and overrule a Supreme Court ruling that usurped the authority of the legislative branch, I think that is entirely appropriate. We need to start standing up and taking the authority. It was said earlier today that the judicial branch was set up to be the least powerful, and it was concerns that it wouldn't have enough power. And yet today, with the usurpations that we have seen, both in the states and the federal courts, we see today that that is not the case. Because quite honestly, if you watch, and I compare it again to the sports analogy, if the players and coaches and the referees start colluding on the field of play to change the rules, you're going to have disruption on the field, on the sidelines, in the stands, and in the owners' boxes. And that's what we are seeing today, because the executive and judicial branches are often colluding and operating together against the people who are the sovereign representatives of a sovereign people. We need to take the stand of the people, the franchise owners. When the executive and judicial start usurping the legislative authority, the franchise owners are disenfranchised. For this,
Gentleman's time has expired, so I'll allow you to close.
I will just close with this. I would like to see this type of an amendment, but I think it does need fleshed out a little bit more. And I thank the gentleman. I'm of like mind.
Thank you. Gentleman from Hawaii is recognized. Chair will remind you, earlier you all set a time limit of 3 minutes, and so at this point we really need to stay within it. Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jim Hopert from Hawaii. There is a proposal to amend the Constitution to allow for review of constitutional or judicial opinions. So I don't have a problem changing the current status where there's separation of powers. That separation of powers is created in the Constitution. So we actually can consider changing it. I don't have a problem with that. And I think 50 years was a very long time for annual marches for life because the state legislatures did not have this power. But then again, I also wonder whether having something like this in the Constitution of the United States could offer up a little mischief, like having the requisite number of states repeal Marbury versus Madison. There's no limit to how far back we can go. I do support something like this, and since this is a mock exercise, I would like the Hawaii delegation to vote in favor of it. But I think perhaps in a real situation, it needs to be thought out a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Utah. Gentleman from Utah is recognized. I see no one else for the purposes of a question, so we will move back to the presenter of the amendment after this question. You have a question? We'll put you on the list.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I rise in opposition to this as many of the court decisions, as we know, are problematic, are difficult. There are many other ways that we can deal with this. A case that goes to the Supreme Court is the law of the case. You have two parties that have a dispute, and they bring the dispute before the court, and the court resolves the dispute between the parties. It's the rest of the world that then interprets that as whether that is law or not law. But what the court decides is the law of that case. And as it goes forward, then clever lawyers will say that is a subsequent case is exactly like that case, or a subsequent case is nothing like that case. And that's the only time that the law of that case will apply to a subsequent case. We have all kinds of other mechanisms, including Article 5 that we're talking about today. I learned last week that if you look at the Article 5 library and you look under right to life, it says there were 34 live applications in 1980. Now, whether those were active and appropriate Article 5 library, someone counting applications believes there were 34 live applications in 1980. We already have that power. Congress has the power to craft legislation by simple majority in ways that may then be constitutional, according to the court. But if we get into the purview of disrupting the law of the case between two parties, I think down that road lies a lot of peril. And so I would, while I very much appreciate the intent of this, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have the commissioner from Alaska that has raised a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Shelley Hughes from Alaska. I actually believe it is not just a question, it is regarding this amendment, Mr. President. Section 2, I would propose striking it and replacing it. Instead of giving the power to Congress, give the power to state legislatures and change that to 2/3. Upon 2/3 votes of the several states may overturn a majority opinion rendered by the federal courts. And I'm changing Supreme Court to federal courts because that's often where decisions. And I'd like to state the reason for that. Allow me to state that there is a myth in our nation that there is judicial supremacy. There is not judicial supremacy. They do not get the last word. We are a government of, for, and by the people, and that includes the judiciary branch, and they need to reflect the people of this great nation. And so therefore, I think when we think back to the check and balances as our convention president from Louisiana stated, there are checks and balances present. However, things have changed in our nation. Prior to 1950, attorneys and judges tended to lean towards the right. They now very much lean towards the left. And so the check and balance to make sure that we have neutrality is very important. And so allowing another check at this time is extremely necessary. We do have courts legislating from the bench. And so I support the spirit of this amendment, but I believe that we need to strike Section 2 and not empower Congress, but empower the state legislatures at a level of 2/3 of the states and apply it to all federal courts. Right now, we're pleased, most of us in this room, I think, are pleased with the makeup of our Supreme Court, but think back a few years, and we don't know what's ahead either. And often some of the decisions at the federal court level below the Supreme Court have been problematic and involve legislating from the bench. So I make the motion to strike Section 2 and replace it with, upon 2/3 votes of the several states may overturn a majority opinion rendered by the federal courts.
Senator, that's a proper motion. We do have a second. Remember, this is actually an amendment to the amendment. If you want to make a point of order, please come up here to be recognized for that purpose. Where we're at is we have an amendment to the amendment, which you will have a vote on that. Then you'll have to vote the amendment to get back to the original question. State your name for the record.
Bill Gustav, State of Iowa. I was on the subcommittee in the committee on this. So sections 4 and 5 weren't on the screen. So the ladies, I'm just saying procedurally, the ladies striking section 2 isn't necessary to replace it with. I think she wants to strike sections 2 and 3 and amend section 4 and 5 is what she's probably proposing. She didn't have those up on the screen.
Thank you, sir. Staff, are you tracking? Have you got that, Mr. Secretary?
I do. So
So what I would ask the staff to do is, for the purposes of clarity for everybody, you need to read the actual text that's going to be voted upon so that everyone is clear. Are you prepared to do that?
I need some clarity from the
okay.
Lady who moved.
The Secretary has some. Would you please come back so that we can have this cleared up?
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it possible to get all of it on the one screen so I can see all the sections?
If you wanted it really tiny text, we can
well,
do that.
At least for me, so I can see it, because I'm up close.
Okay.
too tiny.
So I will just state, I don't want to empower Congress, so I move to strike section 2 and 3 and replace in section 4, 3/5 with 2/3. And replace Supreme Court with federal courts.
Members, is everyone clear? I'm going to call for a vote on the amendment to the amendment. As stated, gentleman from Utah is recognized for a point of order.
We are in the discussion of term limits and federal jurisdiction, and I don't believe that this is germane to this section of our discussion and to the nature of this proposal that came forward. We do have proposals under federal jurisdiction, but the nature of this discussion was term limits, and I think we've gone very far afield of the nature of that discussion, so I would, as a matter of a point, I would say that this is not germane to where we start. I'd request a ruling on germaneness.
Got a comment?
So this committee was tasked with term limits and judicial jurisdiction. This deals with judicial jurisdiction.
Yeah. Parliamentarian states this deals with judicial jurisdiction, and so Chair rules that it's germane for discussion. The body will get a chance to vote one way or another on that. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're at a point where we're calling for a vote on the amendment to the amendment. It's been motion's been properly made, properly seconded. You've had discussion. I'd like for a voice vote signified by the chairs of each of the states. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, or do you want to have a division? I think it was pretty close, so let's have a division. It would suit me because it was very close from my ears. So if we would call the roll.
Alabama. Alaska. Yes. Arizona. Arkansas. California. Colorado. Connecticut. Yes. Delaware. Florida. No. Georgia. Yes. Hawaii. Hawaii is yes. Idaho. Illinois. Indiana. Iowa.
Yes.
Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana.
Yes.
Maine. Maryland. Massachusetts. Michigan. Minnesota. Mississippi. Missouri. Montana. Nebraska. Nevada. New Hampshire. New Jersey. New Mexico. New York. North Carolina. North Dakota. Ohio. Oklahoma. Oregon. Pennsylvania. South Carolina. South Dakota. Tennessee. Texas. Utah. Utah abstains. Vermont. Virginia. Washington. West Virginia. Wisconsin. Wyoming. The vote is 31 yea, 17 nay with an abstention.
The amendment to the amendment fails. Did you say Pastor Fowl? I didn't hear you, sir.
It was 31 to 17.
Oh, yes, I apologize. The chair withdraws his comments. Sir, you're recognized for your amended amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I think what we've seen here with this amendment is collective wisdom. I think we've seen those that either are opposed to it but bring up good points, and I think we've seen that those that are in favor of it have helped make this language better. And I think that if we look at this through the prism of a longer deliberation in a longer setting, I think we would get this to what its intent is, which is to deal with the overreach of the judicial branch into areas of the executive, or more importantly, the legislative branch, and especially things that tread on the powers and rights reserved to the states and the people. And so I would ask you that you vote with me on this amendment, even if it's not perfect, understanding that in a longer format, we would get those kinks worked out and send a message that the court should not legislate, may not legislate, and the states directly should have an oversight on that overreach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this for the member? Have questions? If you have a question, please come and be recognized. We have a bunch of you in queue that wanted to speak on the original amendment. So this is the original question, but this is his amendment. So we'll recognize you for purposes. Go ahead, okay, that's what I want to make clear. We're going to get to the original. We're now on the amendment. Florida, you're recognized for your question on this, and please come and cue yourself here so we know.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, we don't have a Section 4 anymore, so the Section 3, which provides for the override under Section 4, really doesn't exist. Plus, what do we do with the fundamental right that's constitutionally there for due process? What we're saying in Section 3 is essentially that the courts now are hamstrung, and a victim who's a party to litigation that was just overridden by 2/3 of the states now is being denied their fundamental constitutional right of due process. I see a great conflict here, and while I appreciate the vigor in which it's offered, remember, people are watching us. What are we going to produce that we know, feel confident that not only are we a credible organization, but that will most likely pass as a constitutional amendment? So I would just suggest to you that this amendment would be deleterious to what we as a body stand for in wanting to amend for streamlining our Constitution.
Okay, I'll let you address that. The gentleman has spoken against the amendment. Sir, you're recognized for a point of clarification.
The previous gentleman is correct, and it's been corrected on the screen, that under Section 3, it references Section 2, is what it should say. It did briefly say Section 4, but I believe that's been corrected on the screen.
Did you have that? Say louder. If it's a technical matter, state it and get some agreement before we move on.
Technically, the representative from Alaska did not move to change that section to adjust it, but it is a technical correction to make the amendment make sense.
Do I hear an objection?
Yes.
Okay. We have an objection to be considered a technical correction. So at this point, the only thing to do with the situation we have is does anyone want to rise for the purposes of an amendment to correct this error?
Mr. President, if it's in order, I guess I would just propose, hopefully we can get a voice vote, that we further amend the amendment to change Section 4 in the text of Section 3, change that reference to Section 2 as a technical correction.
Okay. Have a second. I have an amendment properly seconded. I'm going to call for a voice vote. Please be very clear for the chair. All those in favor of this amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The amendment passes. You're recognized for further discussion. Is there anyone else that has a question, though, before we move on with him? We have several of you with the stood, but I'm trying to make sure we're on this amendment. It looked like we have, so here I'm going to do this from the top because we've had 2 or 3 things happen. I'm going back. Does North Carolina wish to speak on this? New Jersey, do you wish to speak on this? No. I'll hold you. You got you then. And then I have South Dakota. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the convention. Tom Pischke from South Dakota. I want to first recognize that I wholeheartedly agree with the good representative from Florida and his previous comments. This amendment, ladies and gentlemen, is not germane to why we're here today. You know, our call in the state of South Dakota, which I only can assume that it matches all of your guys' calls to why we're here, states limited to proposing amendments to the Constitution of the United States that impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office for federal officials and members of Congress. That is not what this proposed amendment does. That's not why we're here. And while I may agree with the sentiments of Section 1 of this proposed amendment, again, that's not why we're here. And we have to acknowledge the optics of why we're here and what we're doing. And if we're going to go off the guardrails, go off the reservation, as they say back in South Dakota, we're going to be in big trouble. So I would submit to you, everybody here, that we vote this down, we vote down these amendments, we vote down this proposed amendment in its entirety, because I don't want to go off the reservation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Nebraska, are you still want any comments on this at this time? We're going to go then to West Virginia. Do you wish to speak? West Virginia is recognized for comments on the amendment. I do have California, then Kansas in the queue, and to help things along, if you will come and get ready at one of the mics, it would help us.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to point out a few things, and I did hear somebody earlier
Excuse me, sir. If we could hold the conversations to a minimum so everyone can hear. Continue.
I heard someone refer to the potential Jenga that this was going to create, and I really think that needs to be restated and understood. The way this is currently written, every decision ever rendered by the Supreme Court or any federal court throughout the entire history of this country could be overturned with this. And I know a lot of people think, well, man, we'd never do that. We'll never get to 2/3. There's also no time limit in terms of how long it takes you to get to the 2/3. Now, I represent a state that for 84 years was controlled absolutely by one party, and in the last 5 years, it's gone so hard in the other direction that we could do anything we wanted to do. But some of you represent states that went in the other direction. And, when we started even talking about what we're doing here with an Article 5 convention, there are resolutions that pass states that are considered to be a part of that call that are 50 plus years old. So you could have states over time adopting a resolution or an action that overturns a Supreme Court or a federal court decision, and that stands forever. 200 years later, it may finally achieve that number, much like the last amendment to the United States Constitution finally reached the final number 200 years after it was proposed. So, without any kind of guardrails on what this might actually affect, I think that's something that you really have to think about. You have to think about people who play this game, and some of us in this room do, some of us don't necessarily, but play the game of being very strategic about which court decisions people might go after because they understand what the long-term effect of overturning a decision might be, even though publicly they're saying something completely different. They may understand that decision going away has a huge impact in a direction they want to move the country. So think about the potential for damage that you can't even see right now with such a thing. I also think that you should consider the fact that quite often these decisions are decisions of equity, meaning that someone wins a financial award and someone loses a financial, amount of money, so to speak. 10 years later, if that decision is overturned, the money's already changed hands. Is the person going to have to come up with the money that they were awarded in a case and return it to the other party? What if they're long dead? because it could again be 50 years later. This could actually have something of an effect of a bill of attainder, where you're essentially staining a person or a corporation, for multiple years in the future as an act, as opposed to having the due process that people are entitled to. A legislative act stains a person, as opposed to having, the courts settle, decisions of equity. So I think you just need to think about the potential consequences here, and I would be opposed.
Thank you, Senator. Gentleman from California, and then we will go to Kansas.
Hello, I rise in opposition to the amendments for Section 2 and Section 3. The right of judicial review by the Supreme Court of legislation, that was established back in the early 1800s. That was Marbury versus Madison, and the Chief Justice at the time, in writing that opinion, stated that laws repugnant to the Constitution are void. I think we think clearly about what the unintended consequences of this might be, because just about 100 years after that Supreme Court decision that established a judicial review, Congress passed the Sedition Act of 1918, and that criminalized speech that was in opposition to war efforts of the United States government. And whatever we might think of that speech, just think of that time when Congress passed that bill flat out criminalizing free speech. And guess what? Congress passed that bill by 292 to 1, meaning that even if the court would have defended our First Amendment freedoms, with this intact, our First Amendment rights would have been shattered. And that's not the last time that our assault on free speech has been made by Congress. Look back to the campaign finance reform legislation that restricted political speech. That was passed by a near supermajority of Republicans and Democrats in Congress, and it took, thankfully, a Supreme Court that stepped in and said, that law is unconstitutional. That's an unconstitutional restriction on political speech. With these amendments intact, once again, our free speech rights just a few decades ago would have been decimated. And for these reasons, I stand in opposition to these two amendments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. The great people of the state of Kansas know that Hunter Biden got a rat deal that smelled fishy. Section 3 is that Hunter Biden deal for the states that smells fishy. I would say that we rise in opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I'm reminding you to please state your name for the record when you speak. A gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized for comments now.
Thank you, Shelley Hughes from Alaska, Mr. President. We've heard a lot about unintended consequences, about the Jenga effect, but I just want to say a 2/3 bar by the legislature is very, very high. Think about how supportive in this nation the public is of term limits and how difficult that's been to get to that bar. I would also say that we could trust our state legislatures to consider the ramifications, the monetary awards, the Jenga effect. If it were going to topple a lot of things, it wouldn't pass. It wouldn't reach that two-thirds bar. So I don't think that is the concern as it's been laid out. If it's going to entangle things back many years, monetary awards for someone who has passed, it's not going to pass the legislature. So I think we can set that concern aside. And what we need to think about, the message we are sending here in the simulation, are we going to leave the judiciary branch untouched? We are here to help rebalance the power between the states and the federal government. We cannot leave the judiciary branch untouched. We are passing resolutions to rein in the executive branch. We are passing resolutions to rein in Congress, the legislative branch. If we leave the judiciary branch untouched, we are sending a signal that they have the final word. They do not have the final word, and they need an additional check on them as the makeup of the field of law has changed and has become very politically leaning to the left. So I implore you to consider this and vote yes, so that we as the states are reining in all three branches and not just two of the three. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Members, we have four members in queue. Idaho, you're recognized. If you would, please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Todd Lakey from Idaho, speaking on my own behalf, arguing against this amendment. Commissioners, this is really deviating from our founding fathers' intent for separation of powers. And you're taking a process, the legal process, which an individual or a party is entitled to due process under certain rules that apply to the type of evidence that's considered, the weight of the evidence that's considered. You're dealing with mountains of evidence in particular cases. Those are the kind of things that a legislature is not set up to be able to evaluate. We're trading a due process for a political process. And in that sense, you're giving more power to those with influence and those with money than we are with the current system that we have. So I would urge you to vote against this.
Thank you. The gentleman from Pennsylvania will take you. And Utah, we'd like for you to come and be ready. You're next in the list here.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I'm Senator Chris Dush from Pennsylvania. Just want to address a couple things that were brought up. First of all, with whether or not this is germane to what was done here, that clause that the gentleman from the Dakota Territory brought up actually says the federal government, and the federal government, the judicial branch, is a part of that. So it is germane. The Marbury versus Madison and the idea that the federal court created Marbury versus Madison. They didn't. They created a rule, and up to a certain point, that's fine within the court's jurisdiction. However, when it comes to that which is to be set up by the rules by the people in our legislative authority, that is our authority. Now, I'm very concerned that the points that were made, that referencing, for instance, the cases within Congress. We're not Congress. That's why we amended this so that it would be to the states. That's a much higher bar, getting 2/3 of the states to come and go along with this. Because to call the convention to actually have that happen, there's a lot more debate that's going to happen in 50 states before we come to that decision-making process. And it can also be limited to just that one individual, that one case, or the precedent. So the legislature has the ability under this to actually eliminate the precedent and also take into consideration the possibility of what has already been decided and the remuneration or whatever has happened within a specific case. But we need to exercise this authority, and we need to have this authority established. I think putting this out before the people with the amount of overreach that we've seen and most people have seen with our judicial branches, both at the state and the federal level, I think people will see the wisdom behind this. There are the points that were raised. I think if it's left to the states rather than Congress, I think we're very safe with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman from Utah for his second comment on this. You were first in our list, sir. You're recognized. Parliamentarian has given me the states as they're recognized, and so that's why there's some.
Excellent, thank you. I'll be brief. I mean, some of the comments were already made, Florida and others. When they talk about leaving the judicial branch untouched, we're not leaving the judicial branch untouched. It's right there. Supreme Court shall consist of 9 judges. We're addressing the judicial branch. And as far as touching, we want to touch. We don't want to clobber, and we don't want to put things completely out of reach. If we're going to have a 2/3 limit, then let's meet in an Article 5 convention, and we'll discuss the scalpel remedy, not the meat cleaver to the problem. If the problem is a decision and we're going to have a 2/3 vote, then let's talk about Roe versus Wade. Let's talk about elections. Let's talk about what the decision is. But the Supreme Court deals with criminal law, deals with civil law. deals with environmental law, deals with parties that have disputes for damages. And the challenge with this is you upset that entire apple cart that could go back as far as the founding of our nation. So if we're going to look at a 2/3 requirement, which is great, and I understand we've got issues with the judiciary, let's meet in a convention like this. We'll talk about the problem. We could create a solution fashioned to the remedy, like how we choose justices in the first place, how justices might be removed, the scope of their jurisdiction. But none of us can tell, sitting here today, with this kind of power, overturning a decision, where the strands of that might go. I would suggest that we go back to the very simple amendment that we started with in a term limit amendment, and then we can move forward on the other jurisdiction. Completely appreciate that we have a judiciary that many times is out of control. Let's fashion a remedy that is very narrowly tailored to the problem and not something that is going to use a bazooka to deal with a fly. So I would speak against this and suggest we go back to the original amendment. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jim Hochberg, Hawaii, and thank you for asking the gentleman from Utah to speak first, because he brought to your thinking what I wanted to talk about. So first of all, the bridge between where we are today and the original Constitutional Convention in 1700s, a lot has happened in the meantime, and the original Constitution did not anticipate even Marbury. So it's perfectly appropriate in my thinking that we think about how we need to have the people in control of what the Supreme Court can do. So I actually support this. With respect to the issues of what happens to the people in the case, so how long do you suppose it would take after a case is decided for 23 states to decide to act together? In that interim period of time, the people that were involved in the case have finished dealing with whatever they were dealing with, and that practical reality is over. The problem with some of the cases that is going to lead 23 states to want to deal with it is because the opinion exceeds the parties in the case. Roe v. Wade had to do with, could a particular woman not be allowed to abort her baby? By the time 23 states wanted to get involved in that issue, either she has a baby or she already doesn't have a baby. The problem in the Roe case is it led to, can any state put any regulation on any woman's pregnancy that is an undue burden? That had nothing to do with the people in the original case. That's the kind of issues, and I'm sorry that's the case that came to mind, but there are all kinds of legal issues, all kinds of legal cases, and I'm not an elected official, so it's way easier for me as a litigator to have this opinion. And you may not. But I support this amendment because, as a matter of fact, the Supreme Court does make rulings that are far beyond the scope of the disputing parties. And it is appropriate for the people having elected state representatives to have a say in that. Thank you very much. I support this.
Gentleman from New York, you're recognized. We have Ohio in the queue, and then Louisiana, and then no further on the amendment.
Nick Giordano from New York, and I'll just remind everyone, the Constitution has served us well for 200+ years. We have checks and balances, we have the separation of powers. I keep on hearing that the Supreme Court shouldn't have the final say. They don't. They do not have the final say. Congress can overturn Supreme Court decision through a constitutional amendment, or as the commissioner from Utah pointed out, we could call an Article 5 Convention of States. So I do not support Sections 2 and 3. I don't think they're necessary. I think it's creating more controversy than it needs to be. And I think that we should move to vote and determine whether or not it is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I would simply say this, that I appreciate the intensity of the debate and the discussion, the depth to which we are delving in an effort to make sure that we stay within our lane. And I recognize, and I would have us all recognize, that we as legislators are vitally concerned that we stay within the waters of that which was originally intended by our forefathers. But what I would like us to understand and recognize it as a whole, the very reason that we're having this debate is because the ship of the judiciary has sailed long into the legislative waters, and they have overridden and overruled much of what is in our purview and in our power. If a threat comes against my family, I care not which direction it comes from. If it's a threat to the welfare and the health of my family, I simply want to make sure that I check that threat against my family. We as legislators and as those representatives of the people have the responsibility to make sure that if there is a threat against the livelihood of the people of the United States, we do not care whether it comes from the executive, whether it comes from the legislative, or whether it comes from the judicial branch. We have a responsibility to make sure that we maintain those checks in place. Just a little while ago, now it seems like hours ago, which it was, we heard our first president in his farewell speech say that one of the highest priorities is to preserve the separation of powers. And then he went on to say, make sure that we guard against the encroachment of one upon the other. That is exactly what this debate is about. And I believe and I prophesy that if we do not do something in this convention, simulated or not, I prophesy that if the ship of the judiciary continues to sail deeper into the waters, and the misunderstanding of the people of the United States is that they have the final say, we will continue to lose the power of the legislative branch. And so it behooves us to do something, whether imperfect or perfect on this day. I would encourage us to make a step forward, if nothing else, to fire a shot across the bow of the ship and let them know that we are watching and that we as representatives of the people are going to do that which is necessary to protect the people. Thank you.
Thank you. I have recognized President Jenkins of Louisiana, and then we'll move to the question.
Mr. President, members, the reason I want to rise again is because I fear in this proposal the death of what we're doing here. Because this is exactly the sort of thing that will be used to discredit a convention of the states. This proposal, with all due respect, does not make sense. Let's take the word override. What does that mean? And let's take Roe v. Wade. I'm very familiar with that case. I've been fighting it for years. That was a bad, bad decision. The Dobbs decision overrode Roe v. Wade. But that's a general term, it overrode it. What did it do? They wrote a lengthy opinion telling you what the law is. They didn't just say, we override Roe v. Wade. They had to write an opinion to tell what the law is going to be according to the Supreme Court. Are the legislatures going to write a legal opinion telling you how abortion is going to be regulated? Is that how it is? You're going to have 2/3 of the states are going to write an opinion or just say, we override. What does that mean, we override? It doesn't make sense. Furthermore, let me tell you what you will have. You won't have a judicial system because you'll never have a final judgment. You'll never have a final judgment because every judgment depends on, is it possible that these legislatures are going to come in and override something done? How would anybody write a check to pay a final judgment? You're not going to have a final judgment. I mean, think this through. I hate a lot of things that the Supreme Court has done. We have checks and balances, we need to use them. But we don't want to send a message to this country that we want to undermine the basis of our judicial system with something that doesn't make sense, honestly. So please, defeat this amendment. Don't undermine the credibility of this simulated convention.
Thank you. Sir, you're recognized for final comments on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think if we read every word of every proposal we have today that we've deliberated for less than a day and a half, that we can take away that defines the credibility of this convention. I think we have to recognize that simulations are indeed a brief example of a process that we go through to make good policy, but that in a process where it was actually going to be debated under Article 5, that process would not be brief, we would not have 3-minute time limits, and we would not limit it to a day and a half. And so that's all in the context of this process as well. Now, we heard Marbury versus Madison brought up, and that was in some ways the Supreme Court saying they are God in all things constitutional. Now, there are parts of that decision and in practice that are very practical to determining when the individual rights of people are protected, and whether the legislature or the Congress could simply just legislate those rights away. But there are portions of that decision that allow the court to legislate and essentially take legislative policy on certain issues out of the legislative branch entirely. That is what this proposal is about. I think I opened with that, and I want to close with that. The context of this proposal is how it affects the power of the Congress and the states that they should otherwise have reserved to them by the Constitution. And so when we look at this, the states, how would we do this? The states would probably have a resolution, much like how we would have all got here. Now, the resolution isn't going to say, you know, John owes Steve his money back. It's going to say we reject the concept that landmark decision, not the law of the case, as somebody said, but what's commonly called what? The law of the land. And we're rejecting the law of the land theory as it ties our hands as legislators. That's what our resolution would be on. That's what 34 states would come together and say, no, sir, we are not going to accept that. Please support this amendment.
Gentleman is closed for his amendment. We're going to have a voice vote if we call for division. I already have a call for division. Without objection, we will have a roll call vote. Mr. Secretary, call the roll on the amendment.
Alabama. No. Alaska. Yes. Arizona. No. Arkansas. No. California. No. Colorado. No. Connecticut. Delaware. Florida. Georgia. No. Hawaii. Idaho. Illinois. Indiana. No. Iowa. Yes. Kansas. No. Kentucky. No. Louisiana. No. Maine. No. Maryland. No. Massachusetts. No. Michigan. No. Minnesota. No. Mississippi. No. Missouri. No. Montana. No. Nebraska. Nevada. No. New Hampshire. Abstain. New Jersey. No. New Mexico. New York. No. North Carolina. No. North Dakota. Yes. Ohio. No. Oklahoma. Oregon. Pennsylvania. Aye. South Carolina. No. South Dakota. No. Tennessee. Aye. Texas. No. Utah. No. Vermont. No. Virginia. No. Washington. No. West Virginia. No. Wisconsin. No. Wyoming. Mr. President, there are 8 yeas, 40 nays, and 1 abstention.
State it again for the chair.
There are 8 yeas, 40 nays, and 1 abstention.
The amendment fails. We now properly we're back to the original. Sir, would you like to make any comments before we vote?
Thank you very much. This is our amendment to the Constitution that will protect the court from being packed and also ensures that they can act if there are vacancies, and I would appreciate an aye vote.
Thank you. Members, you have the proposal properly before you. We're going to call the roll on this. This is...
I have an amendment pending.
I'm sorry?
I have an amendment pending
You-
that I gave to the secretary a little while ago, an amendment to this proposal.
I actually have had no amendment spoken to me, so this
I was
is,
waiting for the other amendment to be disposed of, to then.
did you have, the staff, did you have amendment properly signified to you that somehow?
Amendment was submitted to the staff.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Nobody had stated we had anything else pending, so just for purposes of the floor debate, I want you to be very vigorous about standing up and saying so, because nothing has been stated other than what had happened here on the floor. So I'm going to allow you to make your statement on this, but we need to handle it quickly, so you're recognized.
Do you have the amendment?
It should be on the screen.
So I have one further amendment, and I do sympathize with everyone who wanted to do at least something to help hold the federal judiciary accountable. And I personally believe that we absolutely need to do that, and I think that the simpler the better in many cases. So what this amendment will do is it simply says that, you know, the parties to the Constitution, the parties to the compact, just like with any contract, always have standing when it comes to challenges as to whether or not the parties, you know, on the opposite side are following the contract. So we've seen it with immigration, we've seen it with Obamacare, we've seen it with, you know, a variety of issues where a federal court or even the U.S. Supreme Court will simply rule that a state does not have standing to challenge a federal law or a federal regulation. And so what this says, and it does give just that little bit of pushback on the federal judiciary, is that you can't dodge a question related to the constitutionality of a law or a regulation by simply saying that a state does not have standing to challenge the constitutionality of a law or an executive order, et cetera. So I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions at all on this proposed amendment? Is there a second? I have multiple seconds for this amendment. Is there any discussion at all? Hearing no discussion, I would want to take a vote for this amendment as stated clearly here. Take a voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment passes. We're back to the original. Now, folks, lunch is waiting on you. And I'm told that some bladders are about to explode. So I suggest, is there any further comment from you, sir? Are you closed for your?
It looks like New Jersey wants to talk.
New Jersey wants to say a word? I will entertain your comments because you've been patiently waiting, sir. I'm sorry, is there a point of order? Okay. I've already ruled, and it was very, very clear from this position.
And I stood up immediately to ask for a roll call.
I actually ruled. You're recognized, sir, for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. Would the sponsor yield for a question through you, sir?
State your question, it'd be proper.
On section number 1, the Supreme Court of the United States shall consist of 9 judges.
Okay, we now have another point of order, gentleman from Utah.
We have had customary here, and I think in final passage, we want the record of the states on final passage. I'm not positive we have any rules, but I'd request a ruling that on final passage of the amendment that we should have a roll call vote.
Second.
On well, I can tell you that thus far throughout the process this morning, these amendments have been taken unless there was a call for an actual division. Now, the main proposal has always had a roll call. So, again, I tell you, I had trouble hearing some of these, but that vote was very clear. So, or if are you wanting to go back and now challenge the chair and have a roll call?
Montana did call for that division immediately, and I don't believe that was ruled on before we moved forward, but
I actually stated I'd made a ruling, and I ruled that the amendment had passed.
well, then as a point of order, I'll challenge the ruling, because I think it's important that we have a recording of the votes of the states on final passage on these.
This is on the amendment.
All right. My apologies, I'll withdraw my comments and try to pay better attention.
Say that even louder so everybody watching can hear. He apologizes and deeply embraces the chair. Okay. Leave it to Utah. Okay.
Thank you, Robert Orth from New Jersey, President Pro Tem. With regard to Section 1, the Supreme Court of the United States shall consist of 9 judges, any 6 of whom shall constitute a quorum. My question to the sponsor is simply this. I'm assuming that the 6 is 2/3 of the 9. However, anytime there's a tie, it's always going to really be perceived as a no vote. So my question is, why wouldn't it be 7 rather than 6?
You recognize for response to the gentleman's question.
I'll do my best. I may need consultation with our expert on our committee, if you don't mind, Mr. President.
It's your pleasure. You're recognized to assist in response.
He'll be able to do this much better.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Dennis Ross from Florida. The wording in Section 1 is verbatim from the Judiciary Act. So what we're doing is placing in the Constitution what is not there, which is in the Judiciary Act, which explains the makeup of the Supreme Court, so it'll be 9. So we're not creating anything new. We're using the existing law that has been there since 1938 in order to clarify and bring to conclusion that the Supreme Court shall only be 9 with 6 members constituting a quorum.
So then, sir, just to get back to
You're
my...
recognized to continue, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. Sir, just to clarify, then when there are tie votes...
As there has been, if I might, Mr. President.
Let him finish his comment.
Oh, if there are tie votes, then then there's never a decision arrived, is that correct?
You recognize.
And that's the state of the law today. When there are an even number and it's a tie vote, then there is no change that it's an opinion that is not affirmed.
And wouldn't it be better just to add the extra one so that you could get a decision? I mean, people, when they go into the Supreme Court, there's time, money, all sorts of expenses paid by litigants to do this, and then just to say, well, we only have a quorum of 6 and we have a tie, so you're not going to get a decision.
Final response?
You know, that's also up to the litigants. They know what they're getting into when the makeup of the court is the way it is. You know, they can ask for a continuance. They can request a postponement. My only comment has been that in 80 years, the system has worked fairly well with the makeup of the Supreme Court with 9 justices as defined in the Judiciary Act, and that's the reason we came to the conclusion to put it in as a constitutional amendment.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Sir, are you closed for your bill?
Again, we appreciate an affirmative aye vote. I think this is a very important constitutional amendment, and thank you to members of a subcommittee.
Members, after vigorous debate and consideration, we now call the roll.
Alaska. Yes. Arizona. Arkansas. California. Colorado. Connecticut. Delaware. Florida. Georgia. Hawaii. That was a yes. Idaho. Illinois. Indiana. Iowa. Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana. Maine. Maryland. Massachusetts. Michigan. Minnesota. Mississippi. Missouri. Montana. Nebraska. Nebraska. That's a yes. Nevada. New Hampshire. Hampshire abstains. New Jersey. New Mexico. New York. New York. Absent. North Carolina. North Dakota. Ohio. Oklahoma. Oregon. Pennsylvania. South Carolina. South Dakota. Tennessee. Texas. Utah. Vermont. Virginia. Washington. West Virginia. Wisconsin. Wyoming. The vote is 39 yea, 8 nay, 1 abstention, and 1 absent.
The proposal has passed. Congratulations. Members, in consultation with the President, we're actually going to take a 20-minute recess for you to be able to use the restroom, to get your box lunches, to be back in here. My time is approximately 12:11 or 12:12, so be mindful of the time, and we'll see you all back here after a 20-minute recess.
Hello, everyone. This is Rita Peters. I am here with Mark Meckler, and we are coming to you live from Colonial Williamsburg, where we are here, of course, for the second ever simulated Article 5 convention to propose amendments, and it has already been a very exciting day. Mark, how do you think it's going?
I'm completely geeking out. It's kind of a funny thing to say, but again, this is what we live for. This is what we're trying to do with our lives is call a convention. So to see the commissioners gathered here to watch the debates, which have been pretty intense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of it is, you can tell people are taking it personally.
Mm-hmm.
They put up an amendment, they put up amendments to amendments, other people are arguing against it. That can get really heated. It's been interesting. Rulings from the president of the convention, the parliamentarian could be contentious. Lots of people lined up to speak. You know, it's interesting. Every time I feel like, wait, this is getting crazy, maybe something's spiraling out of control, what we see is it gets reined back in just by the common sense of the commissioners who are here.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway, is that they're taking it so seriously. He's obviously gaveling them back into order now, but before we go back to what they're doing now, just want to give a quick recap for our viewers about what's happened so far. Of course, yesterday, all of the committees met,
right,
and today is the big day when they're actually going through the proposals that came out of committees, and all of the delegations are now considering, debating, and voting on those amendment proposals. So I want to ask you about what you think of the ones that they've done so far. So the first one came out of the Term Limits and Federal Judicial Jurisdiction Committee, and that proposal put term limits on Congress, 9 terms for House, 3 terms for Senate, no more than 24 years total. Mark, what did you think of that one?
I don't love it. I mean, I didn't love it because I'm a fan of shorter term limits.
Mm-hmm.
And so it seemed really long, and I feel like the American public would be frustrated with those numbers.
Yeah.
I understand why. These aren't, it's mostly legislators.
Right.
And so they understand the nature of how long it takes to get in and get up to speed and get into leadership. To me, it was too long. But I also thought it was interesting because heavily debated were term limits for bureaucrats and staffers, which is something that I think is really important.
Mm-hmm.
Those came up on the screen as an amendment to the amendment. And during the debate, I learned a lot. like, to me, I just thought, yeah, we got to do this. This is really,
Right.
so I saw that come up on the screen, and I thought, okay, I'm in favor of this. And then I heard the debate, and I thought, whoa, there's a lot of stuff I haven't
Right.
thought of.
Yeah.
Right. There were major concerns with it, and so I want to, if you're watching, if you see what comes out of convention, you think, well, this is ridiculous because they didn't term limit bureaucrats. While I agree with you, what I realized, it was too nuanced for a simulation. That needs to be in a committee for a week or
Right.
two to debate, to talk to experts. So I think we're going to see a lot of that in convention stuff that maybe we think should get done, just can't get done in a simulation.
Right. And if you're watching, you'll hear a lot of the commissioners allude to the fact that we're so limited here on time because it's 2 days
Right.
for a convention here when we're doing it as a simulation. When you have the real thing, there will be a lot more time for all of the questions and concerns to be fully explored. And I think we probably would have seen term limits on bureaucrats if we had had more time.
I agree.
The second proposal that was debated today and actually did pass was limiting the Supreme Court to 9 judges, recognizing 6 as a quorum. And then I believe Michael Ferris helped craft an additional section to that that would give the state standing to challenge the constitutionality of executive action. What did you think of that one, Mark?
I loved it. I loved the way it came out. But there were a bunch of other amendments that got proposed to that ended up getting defeated. There was a 3/5 amendment to give 3/5 of Congress the power to overturn any decision of the Supreme Court. My initial reaction, yeah, I love that, right? And that ended up getting stripped out because people were saying, well, you're still leaving the power with the federal government.
Right.
And so I thought that was an interesting nuance. So that got dropped. And then somebody proposed 3/5 of states. And again, my gut reaction was like, heck yeah, I love that. But then the debate was about, well, how long after a decision? Is it 2 years? Is it forever? Could it be 100 years later? And what about all the stuff that has now relied upon that decision for so long? So it got messy. Like, I still think that I like it, but again, what we realized is in 2 days, there's no way to work out all the complexities. So we went back to something simpler, limit the court to 9. Michael Ferris's amendment I call the 10th Amendment.
Sure.
Because essentially, if you don't realize this, states normally can't sue under the 10th Amendment because the courts say they don't have standing. It's ridiculous from my perspective. So it's just an automatic standing provision.
Yeah.
And interestingly, it's the only thing NINCOM today, right?
Yeah.
So there was no discussion of it, no debate on it, and overwhelmingly adopted on a voice vote. Actually, they did a final count vote. I don't think anybody voted against that, right?
I don't recall.
Yeah. So for us, we know in history, the addition of Article 5 in 1787, the second clause of Article 5, no debate, unanimously adopted. And I think Mike Ferris's amendment, and by the way, that to give credit where it was due, that was from a commissioner from Indiana actually proposed that, but Ferris helped draft that. So to me, that was super exciting, and I think that's really mandatory. The states have got to have standing.
Yeah, I really like that one as well. It was like one of those moments where everybody says, yes, we should definitely do that. It's great. Okay, well, we're going to let our viewers go back to watching what's actually happening behind us. Business is starting again. We will be coming back live after the whole thing wraps up at around 4:30 or so. We'll be back on. We'll have Rick Santorum and Michael Ferris back with us again and give you some more commentary, and let's see what happens.
Thanks for being with us.
Creates the taxes in the first place. Well, yeah, sort of. But the concern there is, what if, to comply with the terms of the amendment requirement, what if some court were to say, well, we're going to just raise the taxes, because that's one way you can balance the budget, is you just double the taxes and you're in business. Well, this is to get around that and say, no, Congress has to be the actual group to raise taxes in order to deal with the other constraints within this. Anyway, with that, I submit this and would ask that Representative Tom McGilvery from Montana give some of the particulars, and probably can answer a lot of the detailed questions better than myself. Anyway, thank you again, Mr. President, and the convention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have anything to add to what the chair has already said. So in the interest of time, I'll just, if there are questions on the amendment, we'll be happy to entertain those.
All right, if we have amendments to be offered, who would propose one? First, I'm sorry, you had a question? Yes, sir. A comment, identify yourself and ask your question, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Markley from Connecticut. I will perhaps ask a question to be followed by an amendment, but let me ask, who would be responsible for determining what the figure is that is used for the gross domestic product of the United States?
Well, that's a good question. I'd love to have a great answer. But it would have to be sorted out, and you know, if there's always a need for implementation that cannot be captured within the amendment itself. So I do believe that we would sort out the detail there, but I'll admit very clearly that games can be played in playing with numbers like that, so we'd have to keep a sharp eye on them. And if somebody has the response, I see one of our committee members would like to respond on this.
Well, I think that wants not going to be in order. I think
I would also add to that the amendment says that federal expenditures for each fiscal year shall not exceed annual revenue collected in the prior 3 years. That simply gives us some smoothing mechanism there, but also it limits it to that as well.
Do we have amendments that have been offered? Okay, what's the first one submitted?
Mr. President.
Who would seek recognition, offer an amendment? Yes, sir, you're here. Go ahead, identify yourself.
Joe Markley again. In response to this, first of all, let me say I could not be more in sympathy with the intention of the people on this. And I would love to find a method, not simply to have a balanced budget, but to limit the growth of expenditure. I just don't think that what we have in this amendment would work. Gross domestic product is a concept that's only existed for about 80 years. It's to the credit of the founders that in writing the Constitution, they did very little that has dated. Nothing will date faster than a concept like gross domestic product. Many of you might remember when it wasn't gross domestic product, it was gross national product. That was changed back in the 1990s. It's a somewhat different number. Gross domestic product, there are 3 ways to calculate it. The 3 ways give us 3 different calculations. The United States Bureau of Economic Analysis, which is a division of the Department of Commerce, is currently the agency that produces the number. I have no faith, and we talk about being in thrall to the bureaucracy. I have no faith that a government agency like that would give us honest numbers, even if honest numbers could be arrived at. I think this is an invitation.
Do you have an amendment?
Yes, I'm sorry. My amendment would simply be to strike that phrase, not to exceed 18% of the gross national product of the preceding calendar year. I think it's a great idea. I don't think it will work.
All right. Do we have any discussion on that amendment? Do we have a second? Second. Anyone wish to discuss the amendment? Yes, sir. Identify yourself, please.
I'm Joe Griffith from California. So when we look at the limitations here, let's not get too lost in the details of what actually, or how we're actually going to define total gross domestic product. Typically would go by what the Bureau of Economic Analysis says, can be accurate, sometimes it's not fully accurate, but the point is, we're trying to say with this, we're trying to say that even if our federal revenue unexpectedly booms, we don't want to have a blanket provision for Congress just to spend all that revenue. Let's say revenue traditionally, going back for the last 60 years, traditionally ranges from between 15 and 20% of our entire gross domestic product. What we're trying to say here is, let's say we go to an economic boom period and we're collecting 20% of our total gross domestic product in taxes. We're trying to put a limit on Congress and saying, just because you're intaking all those tax dollars doesn't mean that you get to spend all of it. And that's all that 18% figure is. We're just trying to put a limitation on federal spending as well as on the federal debt. Unfortunately, it's not likely we're going to actually see that type of revenue. It's only happened a few times in the past 70 years, but we're just trying to put a safeguard in here. If we do go through a period of economic boom, Congress does not have a free rein to spend all of that money. And for that reason, I oppose the amendment.
All right, so we have a lot of pending amendments. Are we ready to vote on this amendment? Any further discussion? If not, close on your amendment and we'll have a voice vote on it. The person who offered the amendment, did you wish to say anything else? Okay. All right, then, all in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Next amendment. Who wants to be recognized for an amendment? Yes, back here. Is that Tennessee? Yes, sir, and please identify yourself.
Yes, I'm State Representative Dennis Powers, and I was on the committee that had the proposal. And first of all, I want to thank everybody that worked on our committee. They did a great job, and I think we were voted the #1 committee here this week, so we appreciate that. Part of mine goes back to the GDP, and all I was trying to do, the first line of our proposal. I know you all worked hard on it, came up with some numbers, but we got some numbers that are kind of moving numbers. We got the GDP, like he talked about, the annual revenue collected in the 3 years, that can vary. We have the other amount, the average, the preceding calendar year, that number can vary. So all I wanted to do was replace it with the line, and I think they have it on the board. Is that the correct one? Okay. Yes, that is the correct one. So it simply says Congress shall adopt a preliminary fiscal year budget no later than the first Monday in May for the following fiscal year and submit said budget for consideration. And what that does, I hate to tell this, but I plagiarized off somebody that had sent this in. I think it was Chairman Lundberg of Colorado for Steve Halpern of Nebraska. But I just thought that was a good encompassing first line, and it takes out those variables that we're looking at that can change from year to year, but it does make us have a budget. It does make it have it on time and make it be presented, and then they've got from May to October 1 to get it passed and have a balanced budget amendment. And I think this simplifies everything, and it makes it easier for us when we go home to try to explain it to everyone exactly what we did and why we did it that way, because I think the other numbers can really change over a period of time. So that's my amendment, and
thank you. And to speak on the amendment, I have a number of people seeking recognition. Utah, were you to speak on the amendment? Is that correct? Then Delaware, did you want to speak on the amendment? Sir, you have an amendment. Michigan on the amendment?
I have a proposed amendment.
Okay. And West Virginia, do you want to speak on this amendment? Anyone to speak on the amendment? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Identify yourself again. And
okay, I'm sorry.
Senator Tom McIlroy Billings, Montana. I would oppose this amendment. Number one, the reason we put in the prior 3 fiscal years is because it does allow some smoothing. For example, if you had maybe a 10% drop in revenue the previous year, it may be very difficult in a bad economic time to drop your revenue 10%, maybe actually damaging to the economy. So by having 3 years, you actually smooth, and it can be less destructive in a poor economic cycle. Secondly, we already have Article 1, Section 7, which requires Congress to submit a budget every year. So for those reasons, I would oppose this amendment.
All right. We're going to try to hear from California and then Virginia on the amendment and then go to a vote. California would be next.
Joel from California. My only concern with the amendment is that if we strike the first three lines, then we're not going to have a clear requirement to have the budget balance. But if the gentleman be agreeable to simply adding the amendment, I would no longer have an opposition. I'd no longer be opposed to it.
That's fine.
All right then. And Virginia, did you wish to speak on the amendment? Who from Virginia wanted attention? Yes.
Well, Mr. President, that takes care of my objection.
Yes.
The proposed amendment would render this not a balanced budget amendment.
Okay. All right. Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Do we have further
Thank you, Mr.
amendments
President.
pending on the proposal? What?
He asked if there was objection.
Was there any objection to the amendment?
I didn't hear any.
I didn't hear any objection.
I'm just adding it.
I'm sorry.
No.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
The objection is not what was discussed.
Okay, yes, all we were doing, and rather than replacing the first sentence, we were just adding what I had put on the board. So it's just adding and not replacing anything. Originally, I had talked about replacing it, but well, after talking with the gentleman from California, we decided just to add that sentence on there to make sure that we get a balanced budget and get one proposed on time and have Congress time to vote on it. Yeah, so both of those, yeah. Originally, I was thinking about replacing the first line, but we're just adding it instead.
So does this solve our problem? Do we have any other objections or concerns about it? No objections?
Nope, we got one.
All right, I'm sorry.
From the floor.
Sure.
We need a floor,
Okay,
man.
yes. And introduce yourself, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quick question. It says that they must meet it by the first Monday in May. I see no penalty as if they don't. What happens if Congress just ignores that?
They would never ignore. Right.
Yeah, I could never see that happening either. But just like, I think it's just like any other constitutional issue that we might have, anything that is an amendment to the U.S. Constitution, they were required, by law to file it. So we would have to come back and have some type of right of action to come against them if they did not present one in time, just like any other amendment that they've ignored.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, it is adopted. Wait. Yes. Utah is recognized.
Yeah, there you go. Get my steps in from the back row there. Thank you. I'd like to reserve the right to make a motion to amend, but I have a question. Do you have any idea what the current debt to GDP, or I'm sorry, expenditure to GDP is? You've got an 18% limit. Do you have an idea what the current expenditure to GDP is?
About 18%.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, currently federal revenue is 4.7 trillion. GDP is at 25.4 trillion. So revenue to GDP would be about 18%. But we're spending about 6.2 trillion. So I'm just guessing another 5-6%.
About 25%, I think, if we look it up. So my question would be, so if we're 25% currently in spending and we want to put a limit of 18%, so we've got a 7% delta, that's something in the order of $1 trillion+ dollars. How would you propose that if this passes, they would immediately reduce the trillion, call it $1 trillion, $2 trillion, $3 trillion?
Thank you for the question. What we've seen is that if we just went back to 2019 spending, you could balance. Right now, we're spending about $1.5 trillion over the $4.7 trillion of revenue. Of course, if this amendment goes out for ratification, you're going to have the time that it's being ratified. I think Congress can see the writing on the wall, to use a biblical phrase. They can get their house in order, and then they have 3 years based on Section 5 to also adjust.
Yeah, I would I very much appreciate the blending and the amendment there. The 18% I think is concerning, and then the additional 1%. I think in most of our states, Health and Human Services is about 65 to 70% federally funded, and the easiest way for Congress to then reduce that amount, if we put that cap on them, is to simply cut back to the states and take that through. I think the work in getting the revenues to not, or the expenses to not exceed revenues is extremely laudable. If we push an 18% cap currently, we're going to see that just come right down to the states, that every one of our states are at least 30% federally funded, some as much as 50% federally funded. The easiest way for Congress to do that is to simply cut money to the states. I would suggest, as an amendment, that we simply strike the not to exceed 18%, the rest of that line, and strike after the last line, after any surplus of revenue over expenditures shall be applied to outstanding debt, put a period and then strike the rest of that line, so that we first deal with simply getting expenditures not to exceed revenues. If there's any surplus revenues, to apply that to debt. If we go into 18% and then an additional 1%, Congress is simply going to push that down to the states, and we're going to find some situations in our states that maybe, be careful what you ask for.
Now, we're under a 3-minute time limit, so we're going to have to watch our time very closely.
So I simply make that proposal. So after the end of the first line, not to exceed down to the calendar year, and then at the last line, and 1%, and just simply strike those, and then keep the balance unchanged.
And 1% to the end of the line?
And 1%, yes. I mean, if we can get revenues to expenditures and any surplus to debt, that is a Herculean effort without imperiling the most vulnerable in all of our states, which is where they will push all of the that additional 7% plus the additional 1%.
Mr. President, I have no problem with that amendment.
Sir?
Mr. President, I have no problem with that amendment.
No problem with that. Did anyone have an objection to that suggestion or that proposal? Hearing none. You do have an objection, all right? If you let us know you'd like to speak on the proposal by Representative Ivey.
We haven't gotten a second.
You have a second to the proposal by Mr. Ivey. Second, all right. You wanted to speak on that?
I'll be very brief. I'm speaking in favor of the amendment, and that's because I understand the concern with the language initially was that we want to make sure that Congress will pay down the debt. But we need to, if you look back over the past, when we are in these periods of boom, that's usually when they end up spending more. I think so long, what was I trying to say here? Yeah, when we go ahead and eliminate that requirement that they have to do a 1% of the total expenditures, my concern is that we have that requirement in place, Congress is going to be looking for a reason to use that loophole. And if past spending bills are I think any prediction, and I think they are, there's usually a bipartisan consensus in times of economic trouble to go ahead and raise that debt ceiling. Usually it's overwhelming. So I want to give Congress less of a political cover to actually use that loophole. And for that reason, I support your amendment.
All right. New Jersey also on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Robert Orth, New Jersey. I was the impetus of the 1%, and I really made a point and stressed to the committee, who I am thankful that they heeded my advice, that we need to put Congress's feet to the fire to make them address the $33 trillion, soon to be $50 trillion debt that this country is going to incur. However, it's important enough to me to get the ball rolling that we can let the 1% be crossed out for the time being. with the proviso that we understand and that we continue to search for a way to have Congress address this 900-pound elephant in the room. If we don't do that, all of this is for naught. So in the interest of getting the ball rolling and doing what's great for our country and the hard work of our committee the other day, I just want to let the convention know that if it's just 1% that's going to make or break the deal, don't worry about it now. Thank you.
All right. So any objection to the amendment proposed by Representative Ivory? Hearing none, that amendment is adopted. And so, did we adopt your amendment yet? I don't think we did. We did, all right. Any further amendments to the proposal? Yes, ma'am, you're recognized. Identify yourself, please.
Thank you. I am Jamie Green from the Great Lakes State of Michigan. I am proposing an amendment to Section 2. For the secretaries, I don't know if you want to pull that up. I will be patient. While he is doing that, I would like to strike all of Section 2 and replace it. And I'll tell you why, because it says whenever 2/3 of both houses. So it really put no restriction. It's just whenever they wanted to exceed the spending limit. So my proposal is, in times of declared war, Congress may temporarily suspend the balanced budget requirement by a majority vote in both houses, and in cases of national emergencies as determined by 2/3 majority in both houses of Congress, the balanced budget requirement may temporarily be suspended. I want to thank our committee members and thank the subcommittee. I know they worked very hard on this, and we just ran out of time in our committee for me to propose my amendment.
Very good. So the amendment would be to Section 2 to take out the 2/3 in general.
Well, so and then add the language
it would
that
be in time of war, a majority, and in the times of emergency, 2/3. Is that correct?
The email should be from Rep. Green 65.
Discussion on the amendment of the lady from Michigan. Anyone wish to speak on that amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment?
We
need to get
all right.
We need to see the amendment written out so I can read it, what she's saying.
Would you like me to, if you did not get the email, I can say it slower.
Why don't you just read the amendment?
Okay, so the amendment would be, in times of declared war, Congress may temporarily suspend the balanced budget requirement by a majority vote in both houses. So in declared war, not what we do right now. In cases of national emergencies, as determined by 2/3 majority in both houses of Congress, the balanced budget requirement may temporarily be suspended. Because currently in Section 2, it is whenever they deem necessary, if they get the votes, they can go over they can exceed the spending limit. This would put the requirement that it is only in the cases of declared, and I want to be clear, declared war or significant like national emergencies.
Any discussion of that?
Mr. President, I oppose this amendment strongly. First of all, if I'm hearing correctly, she's asking that the balanced budget provision be overridden by a majority vote. That's just simply too easy and not tenable in any way to me. Plus, we already have in Article 1, Section 8, that Congress can declare war. Whenever 2/3 deem it necessary is already language within the Constitution. You all know Article 5 starts with that type of language. So just because it says whenever doesn't mean that, it just simply means you still have to have a 2/3 vote. Congress can do anything from whenever. But again, this initial language says you have to have 2/3 whenever Congress deems it necessary. That could be a declared war, that could be a national emergency. Leave it to Congress to figure that out. The primary point here is a restriction that you have to have 2/3 to override the requirement for a balanced budget. So I strongly oppose this. Bad idea.
Yes.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes. Who is that back there?
Virginia.
Which one?
There you go.
Virginia.
Yes, Steve Bradbury from Virginia. Mr. President, I support the declared war exception, I would limit it to the duration of the declared war, but I strongly oppose the national emergency open-ended exception, because as we saw with the COVID pandemic, national emergencies can go forever in Congress's mind. And so I like the limitation to 1 year. Each year they extend it, they have to do a 2/3 vote, but only for 1 year.
So are you offering an amendment to the amendment?
Perhaps we can work on language. It sounds like she would agree to that.
I would agree to the 1 year.
Okay.
So, in times of declared war, Congress may suspend the balanced budget requirement by a majority vote in both houses for the duration of the declared war.
Okay, does the staff have that language?
And then the preceding section 2, right? And then we just leave the preceding section 2 the way it was.
We'll be running out of time shortly, by the way, on this proposal. So, all right. Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? I'm sorry. Any discussion? Yes.
New Hampshire.
Is that New Jersey?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
Representative Bernardi from New Hampshire. I am in opposition to this particular amendment. The important thing is to have a 2/3 majority in order to have any kind of suspension. Our war in Afghanistan lasted 20 years. I don't believe our Congress would have had any problem at all declaring war. But they didn't have to do it. But if they needed it to deal with the budget issues, they would have done it. Same with the Iraq War. It would not have been a hard vote at all for any of them to, at that time, say, oh, declared war. And we would have been overriding budget after budget after budget. So 2/3 is the necessary majority.
Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? If not, we're going to head to a vote. All right, we're going to vote. We did have an objection. The amendment, we're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment. So we'll do it by a voice vote. All in favor of the amendment will say yes. Those opposed will say no. So all in favor of the amendment to the amendment say yes. All opposed say no. No. It fails. So we go back to the main proposal that you have. Would you like to close on that?
So that stays in.
I know we are in such a short time, and my main concern is not, and I would be happy to change it to whenever, but I think it needs to be specific that Congress actually needs to declare war. The last time they actually declared war was World War II, and that when we declare war, it triggers different things, and so that this would put a fire under their butts to actually make a decision.
All right, then. So we're going to vote on the main amendment regarding war being a requirement for the vote.
Mr. President?
Yes. Yes.
May I have final say on this?
Actually, no, it's her amendment, so I don't think you do. Yeah. All right, so all in favor of she actually closed on the amendment. So all in favor of her amendment will vote aye, and those opposed will vote nay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. And the amendment fails. So we're back to the main proposal, I believe. Any further discussion on it? We just have, actually, we need to go ahead and vote because we're at that time. So why don't you close on your proposal? Balanced budget authorization.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do recognize the tyranny of time. It's what we, of course, struggled under yesterday as well. The main point is that we have a balanced budget amendment before that is passed. I would urge its adoption, and that's it.
All right, then. We're going to call the roll. If you're for this proposal, which is on the balanced budget amendment, your delegation will vote yes, and those opposed will vote no, and we'll begin the roll call.
Alabama.
Aye.
Alaska. Arizona. Arkansas.
What's on there?
Should have the Tennessee proposal.
They took out the 18% of one.
So we've interrupted the roll call, which is not a good thing, but we're going to do that because the point of order is that the language there is not reflecting the amendments correctly. So let's get that corrected, and we'll try to proceed with the roll call.
No. Okay, well. I want to make sure I get this right then, because I had the record wrong.
It's in the last one.
All right.
Does that look correct? Oh, put it up there. So you have to seek recognition. Submitting an amendment. Is that one? Yeah. So go ahead.
That's how we do it.
So yeah, the text. Well, the other issue becomes that the 35 minutes has elapsed. You're wrong, but that's okay. You can in fact do an amendment to an amendment. You can in fact do an amendment to an amendment under Mason's. Well, just because Kansas doesn't do it doesn't mean they're following Mason's right. You had the opportunity to object to the shortened time for consideration. No one objected. Said you had the opportunity to object to the shortened time for consideration, and no one did. He asked for unanimous consent, and we got back in. So each proposal is limited to 35 minutes. So the time, that 35 minutes elapsed. That's why we started the vote.
While the staff is updating this amendment to be sure.
So I'm going to break in just to make it clear to everyone what's happening in the room. Apparently, the delegations were going through their roll call vote on the current amendment proposal, and a point of order was raised because apparently West Virginia, I believe, had stood to be recognized but didn't get recognized before the roll call actually started. So we're trying to see how the ruling is going to go down on this proposal, and I'll take you back live to see what's happening now.
Email for the secretary is rkelly, R-K-E-L-L-Y, at selfgovern.com. SELFGOVERN.com.
All right, do we have everything, is everything posted now? All right, so everything should be up on the board. Let's begin the roll call from the beginning on this proposal on the balanced budgets. We need to scroll through, they say, if you could do that.
Scroll through, or we're about to. Yeah, we'll scroll through in a second. We'll just delete that completely. Nope.
Yes, sir. I think they're trying right now. Let's see. All right, are we good? Anybody have any more problems seeing? If not, we'll begin the roll call of the states on proposal number 3, which is the balanced budget amendment.
No, the time elapsed for consideration.
We've already closed everything. So I'm not going to, I won't finish. I don't want to.
So,
we're ready.
So folks, while we are waiting for them to resolve this parliamentary inquiry, we're just going to go to a couple of the questions that our viewers have submitted during the morning. And I'm going to pitch the questions to you,
Okay.
Mark. The first one comes from Kim S. on Facebook. And she says, what is the one thing this simulated convention of states hopes to accomplish? How would you answer that one?
Yeah, I would say that the one thing is to demonstrate that the process works. And I would say already we've definitively done that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people say they fear a runaway convention. I think what we've shown here clearly is the greater danger is a convention where we can't agree on anything.
Right.
I mean, it's really difficult to get agreement. You're talking all the states, legislators from all the states.
Yeah.
They come from different places, different perspectives. They're used to different process. It's going to be hard to get them to agree on stuff. So I think the runaway, no chance of that.
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe go nowhere, more chance of that. So I think we've proven the main thing we said it proves the process works.
Yes. And the commissioners are being so deliberate, aren't they, and thoughtful. They're really taking a lot of time to think through, even in the short 2 days that we have here, what the consequences will be of the different proposals. Sounds like we've got another point of order, so I'm going to do another question. So Eddie J on Facebook wants to know how many states we actually have on board now for a convention of states.
So there are 19 states currently on board. It takes 34 states to go to a convention. Kansas is a little kind of up in the air. Kansas has a special requirement in their state constitution that requires a 2/3 majority to call for an Article 5 convention. It's actually unconstitutional under the U.S. Constitution, so that's going to have to be litigated. So I think that takes us really to 20 once that's done. And then we're on the verge of North Carolina right now. We passed in the House. I believe we're going to pass in the Senate here in the next few weeks. So 2021.
Yeah, that's good, Mark. Okay, so this one comes from Alex G on Facebook, and it's about term limits. We did see a term limits proposal pass out of convention a little while ago. Alex G says, when it comes to term limits, the excuse they give is, we have term limits. They are called elections. Why is that? What do you think of that excuse?
It's a ridiculous excuse. Like, if this were 1787, I would say that's correct. But over the last couple of centuries and a half, what's happened is an incumbency protection system has built up. And so what I mean by that is it's hard for an incumbent to raise money. It's hard for an incumbent to send mail. People don't think about Congress as a franking privilege. That means they send free mail. They're not allowed to campaign, quote unquote, that free mail, but they can tell you, I'm the most wonderful representative in the world.
Yeah.
So they can literally send hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of mail for free, where a challenger has to spend that money.
Right.
They can't hire the consultants. The consultants don't like to work for the upstart challengers. The donor class is discouraged. So we have an incumbency protection racket that's been built up. And part of the reason people like term limits is it breaks that racket.
So it's like the incumbents just have a huge head start in this race.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, Josh on Rumble wants to know if we know why term limits were not considered by the framers. What do you say to that one?
Yeah, I actually think it's relatively easy if you go back to 1787. Probably easier to do because we're sitting here in Williamsburg. First of all, it wasn't fun to be in Washington D.C. It wasn't D.C. at the time. They had another capital, but they had to be far away from their families for extended periods of time. You know, going from here in Williamsburg to Richmond was a 60-mile, 2-day horseback ride.
Yeah.
Right, so now imagine you're going hundreds or 1,000 miles away. It could be 2 weeks to travel, and so they're far away from their families. Virtually all of them had other careers other than being politicians, so they didn't want to be there full time.
Yeah.
They didn't have the same power, they didn't have the same prestige, they didn't make the same money, they didn't get wealthy while they served in Congress. So they rotated. There's one last factor which is more structural, which is there were no political parties. Prior to the early 1900s, there were no primaries. So that meant if you wanted to run for Congress, you had to get the permission of the party. And the parties themselves assured rotation in office. So you could have served a term. This happened to Abe Lincoln, by the way. He went from Springfield, Illinois to Congress. After his first term, he wrote back home and said, I'd really like to go back. I like D.C. I think I'm pretty good at it. And they said no. They made him go home.
Imagine.
They said, we've got somebody else. And so rotation in office was enforced by the parties until about the 1900s.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, here's something that came from Twitter. Says, at a real convention, oh, this is a good one, could the delegates get rid of our current constitution and replace it with an entirely new constitution? Take that one for us, Mark.
Yeah, unequivocally, no, they couldn't. And the reason they couldn't is their only authority comes from the states. And in this case, the states have limited their authority to just actually 3 subject matters: fiscal restraints, term limits, and then scope and jurisdictional restraints. So anything that they would want to talk about outside of that, which would be a lot if they were getting rid of the entire Constitution, is outside the scope and would be considered out of order. You know, we keep seeing points of order here.
Yes.
So a point of order would be raised, saying this is non-germane, this is outside our scope of authority, and they would just be gavelled out.
And points of order, as we're seeing here today, are dealt with immediately. You don't have to stand in a line and wait. It's immediately dealt with. Yeah. Okay, I hear they're taking the roll now on this fiscal restraints proposal, so we're going to take you back live to watch what's happening at the convention.
Kansas says no. I'm sorry, can I get clarification? Kansas votes no. No. Kentucky. Louisiana.
Yes.
Maine.
Yes.
Maryland.
Yes.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts votes yes.
Michigan.
Yes.
Minnesota.
Yes.
Mississippi.
Yes.
Missouri. Absent. Montana.
Yes.
Nebraska.
Yes.
Nevada.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
Yes.
New Jersey.
New Jersey votes to restore fiscal sanity. Yes.
New Mexico.
Yes.
New York.
Yes.
North Carolina.
Aye.
North Dakota.
Yes.
Ohio.
Yes.
Oklahoma.
Yes.
Oregon.
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
South Carolina.
Yes.
South Dakota.
Yes.
Tennessee.
Aye.
Texas.
Yes.
Utah.
Yes.
Vermont.
Yes.
Virginia.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
West Virginia.
Yes.
Wisconsin.
Yes.
Wyoming.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 46 yay, 2 nay, and 1 absent.
46 yeas, 2 nays, 1 state is absent, and the balanced budget amendment is approved. We'll go now to the proposal coming from the Committee on Federal, Legislative, and Executive Jurisdiction. I'm going to ask Representative Kim Ivory to come up and present the first one, which is redefining the Commerce Clause. Representative, if you would have 3 minutes to begin. And ladies and gentlemen.
Point of order?
Yes.
Mr. President, Eric Smith from Kansas. This focus on policy and to push policy is not what I believe we need to be doing. 3 minutes, 35 minutes to change the budget process for the United States of America. What are we proving to anyone? We have to get to process here. Allow debate, spirited debate. I think everyone has great ideas. There are a number of things coming through. But this push to limit how much talking we're doing, having folks come up and interrupt other folks, we have to get that under control. And when you push it to 3 minutes, folks are having a hard time controlling that. We don't have much time to do this. But I believe we need to be focusing on process and not pushing out policy that was quickly developed.
The problem is we have to be out of here by 5 o'clock, and we have pending proposals. So what we've agreed to, the body agreed to, is a total of 40 minutes for each proposal, 35 on the proposal, 5 minutes to end. I personally think we can get our arguments out and we can be finished, but otherwise we'll lose a couple of proposals, and they're important to hear them. So go ahead, if you would, Representative Ivory. And
thank you, Mr. President. With that, I'll give back a few minutes by saying nothing. I'll turn the time over to Mr. Porter from Virginia to introduce proposal number 1 that you're going to love.
Good afternoon, Gary Porter from Virginia. I hope there's general agreement in this room that two clauses that have been used to egregiously and grossly expand the powers of government have been the General Welfare Clause, which I had wished we had had time to address, and the Commerce Clause, which we hereby address. Now, there was a definition, an understanding of what constituted commerce in the founding period. It did not include growing corn for your own consumption, but this amendment attempts to impose a definition of commerce, which we have obtained from a judicial ruling of Associate Justice Clarence Thomas. And in Section 1, then, we say commerce among the states shall mean buying, selling, or transporting of goods and services across state lines, period, end of statement. So that is the first attempt, is to put some confines to the word commerce and the understanding of what constitutes commerce and thereby what does not constitute commerce. Section 2 is a direct strike at the administrative state by imposing on Congress the responsibility to enact all laws, those laws particularly regulating commerce among the states. And so they would be prohibited from delegating any of that lawmaking authority to executive agencies for rulemaking that have the effect of law. Section 3, we know that if this amendment is adopted, instantly a major section of the Code of Federal Regulations is going to become in question, and there needs to be a grace period in which to correct some of those egregious laws which were not enacted by Congress, and put proper laws in place that Congress has its signature on. And then Section 4 was kind of an add-on that attempted to also put a definition to navigable waters in the Constitution, which is at this point ill-defined. So that's the explanation of our amendment, and I would be grateful to hear any comments pro or con.
So we'll recognize Representative Shelley Hughes, the representative from the state of Alaska, for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I spoke with the maker, the representative from Virginia who just spoke, and he considers this a friendly amendment, and that is simply to strike Section 4 And the reason I am proposing striking it, first of all, my great state has 40% of the nation's surface waters, so it would have great impact. But case law and law have defined navigable waters, and this actually definition would be inadequate. In the states of Hawaii and Alaska, our waterways don't deal with transport between the states, so that's one problem. The federal test for navigable waters includes people and does not require it be between states. And so I move to strike this. I think this would need to be vetted to make sure that the definition is accurate and it is not as it stands. Thank you.
Is there any objection to this amendment? Yes, there is. If you'd come forward, please, sir, and identify yourself.
Senator Phil Fortunato, Washington State. Recently the Supreme Court ruled in the Idaho Sackett versus EPA on navigable waters. Right now, basically any conveyance to surface water is considered navigable waters under the Clean Water Act. So basically the ditch on the side of the road is considered within EPA's jurisdiction under navigable waters. It's important that we have this in there to define what navigable waters actually is. And so if you're willing to accept a friendly amendment to try to clarify it a little more, that would be fine, but it's important that we put in there. Otherwise, what we're doing is relying on the court's interpretation, which 5 years from now, 10 years from now, could be interpreted differently. So that's the reason for putting this in there. So I appreciate your support on this.
And do you have such friendly amendment?
I do not, but I could momentarily. So thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the amendment by the lady from Alaska? Any further discussion on that? Well, we're going to go ahead and go to a vote. We could still consider your amendment after that.
West Virginia.
West Virginia.
I just want to stand in opposition to the amendment. I think it's critical. We all saw, it may not affect Hawaii so much, but it affected every other U.S. state. The attempt by the EPA to do the waters of the U.S. rules related to the Clean Water Act and how much damage that was going to do to the economies of the various states. And we're fortunate that right now we have a Supreme Court that blocked those rules the way they were proposed by the EPA, but that's just a change of one or two justices, flips it back the other way. And the senator from Washington was pointing out the ditch, but it's not just the ditch. Those rules affected ephemeral streams, which were basically streams that when it's pouring the rain down, there may be water running along, not in a ditch even, just across your field. And the EPA declared that that was navigable waters as part of the waters of the U.S. So, if we're here to rein in a little bit of federal overreach, this helps to rein in something that is a very germane, on point, recent attempt at federal overreach. I don't think that we need to worry about the oceans surrounding, the islands of Hawaii somehow not being properly managed because of this particular section being in this proposed amendment.
All right, we have an amendment, an objection. Are you ready to vote? All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no and or nay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Nay. And the nays have it, and the amendment is rejected. Do we have further amendments?
Yes.
He has an amendment? Okay. Commissioner Steve Johnson from Michigan, you have a proposal? Proposed amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I support the idea here. The problem that I see, I'm going to try to be really quick here. There's three things we're trying to do in one. We're trying to define the Commerce Clause, we're doing something with administrative rules, and they're also defining navigable waters. I'm not saying I'm opposed to any of those, but I think by trying to cram them all together, it's going to be very confusing when we go to the states to get this ratified. And I say, if you look at the different issues, the main problem is the administrative rule problem. It's the administrative state that we talked about earlier. You look at the navigable waters problem, it's not because Congress passed awful legislation, which they did. The biggest issue is that the EPA is just running amok with it. If you look at what's going on in the Commerce Clause, it's not that Congress is the biggest problem, it's that these agencies think that they can go and ban gas stoves. So what I'm going to do is just sort of rewrite this into a very simple thing. Any administrative action would have to be voted on by Congress. So when they write their rules, it then goes to Congress, and Congress has to approve it. If President Biden wants to go ahead and forgive the student loans, that's fine. Congress needs to vote on it. It's a much simpler, easier way to try to bring this to the people and sell it to them and say, your elected representatives should be voting on this, not unelected bureaucrats. That is my amendment. Thank you.
So you're taking out the first section, commerce among the states?
I'm removing all 4 sections and adding in a new one. So the new thing, no regulation, administrative rule, executive order, or presidential order of any kind, not to include pardons or clemency, shall be final until firmly approved by both chambers and signed by the president.
All right, do we have any objection to this? There is objection. Do we have anyone who'd like to speak on the proposed amendment? I'd like to speak. Yes, sir. Identify yourself.
Gary Porter, Virginia. I should point out that this proposed amendment will not be retroactive in any way. So all of the regulations and rules which have been put in place by executive agencies that Congress has not originated would remain in place. So there's no sunset of those particular rules and regulations by this amendment.
So John Malcolm from North Carolina, and I am a big fan of deregulation, don't get me wrong, but getting Congress to do what it is supposed to do now in terms of reading bills and acting at an appropriate time has already proven to be an incredibly Herculean task. Executive orders, for instance, can include, you know, a resolution recognizing that the official bird of Thanksgiving is the turkey. I mean, you know, there are executive orders on all kinds of things. Regulations, there are thousands of them, some of them very, very arcane. If you want Congress to get any work done on nominations, budgets, all the other things that we have been talking about here, they will be spending their entire time 24/7 reading and reviewing regulations. Nothing will get done.
And next we have for the floor, West Virginia.
Thank you. I just would rise in opposition. You know, I think that part of what's being missed here is that this is not only about restraining the deep state, the regulatory state, the administrative state, but this is designed to also contain Congress itself to some degree. And so this change actually takes it from binding down Congress to only binding down, in other words, it doesn't change any interpretation of the Commerce Clause as it currently is being interpreted by the U.S. Supreme Court. It wouldn't cause them to not be able to pass a lot of the laws that they've passed. It would only cause them to revisit the issue of regulation, you know, promulgated by whatever various agency. So as long as Congress says it's okay, it will be okay, which does nothing to actually enforce the Commerce Clause and the original intent of the Commerce Clause if this amendment passes.
So we have an amendment, we have objection. Are you ready to vote? Would you close on your, I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Sanders, Oklahoma. I rise in objection. My passion has always been, I think this convention has always been, to fix problems and abuses of the Constitution. By this language, we get rid of one of the biggest abuses of the Constitution, the Commerce Clause, and replace it with more of a, you know, housekeeping issue. So, which is a problem. But welfare and Commerce Clause is a big thing. I object to this amendment. I encourage you to vote it down.
All right, and finally we have Pennsylvania. Is that right? Wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree. I am all for regulation. I ran on regulatory reform, but this actually goes back to a prior conversation we had about the courts. So this gives the judicial branch more of a power. They're the ones that are making ultimate decisions on what navigable waters are, after you have these unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats determining what unnavigable or navigable waters are. So this, again, the initial amendment we have is great. It makes Congress take accountability, so they can't punt to the executive, who then punts to the judicial branch. It puts the power where it belongs, back in the hands of the people. So I encourage you to oppose this amendment. to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, the author, if you would close on your amendment, and we'll vote.
Well, it looks like I've stirred up some dissension, which I'm happy to do. You know, I heard it said that this will bog down Congress. Well, great. I don't want Congress doing new things. I want them bogged down. We're talking about, it's been brought up a couple different times, this navigable water thing. Let me tell you, when you go and you knock on the doors of your constituents, my guess is the definition of navigable waters isn't probably everyone's issue. Maybe in some of your districts it's big, but this is such a technical issue that when this goes to the states to be ratified, we're going to get clobbered. Because no one's going to know what it is, and they're going to say, you're going to change the Constitution for something you don't understand. What's easier for people to realize is say, you know what, I don't think that rules should be made by unelected bureaucrats. I think they should be voted on by my elected representative. They get that. They understand that. I'm not trying to submit to you that this is going to solve all our problems, but all of a sudden you've changed the accountability network from people who have no accountability, you don't even know their names, to now elected officials. It simplifies the process. It will keep Congress busy, and that's good. It's less time they're doing screwing up other things, and it's something that you can sell to the American people as something that they will get. They'll instinctively understand, yes, of course the elected representatives should vote on this. It shouldn't be done by bureaucracy. Thank you.
So we have an amendment, we have objection, we'll do it by voice vote. Remember, it's the chairman of the delegation will actually vote. As many of you who are in favor of the proposal will say aye, and those opposed will say nay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. And the nays have it. Next proposed amendment, Representative Steve Montenegro from Arizona.
Just a small amendment. Steve Montenegro from Arizona, Mr. President, thank you. I spoke with the sponsor of the general amendment, and section 1 says, well, okay, thank you. I just added some language under section 1. It adds, commerce among the states shall mean buying, selling, or transportation of goods and services between services and across state lines, transportation of goods and services for the purpose of buying and selling, again, so that it's not interpreting me taking something of value to my grandma across state lines. Hopefully that makes sense. Submit it to the body.
So do we have questions on the amendment? Do we have any objection to the amendment? Any discussion on the amendment? Could we have the secretary read this amendment as you have it?
Yes, the amendment is to add the words "for the purpose of buying and selling" between the words "services" and "across state lines." So section 1 would now read, commerce among the several states shall mean buying, selling, or transportation of goods and services for the purpose of buying and selling across state lines.
So, yes.
We changed that to transaction of business.
Identify yourself, please, sir.
Oh, to Robert Orth, New Jersey. Buying and selling transaction of business. Just make the change.
But is this amendment actually redundant? What does it change?
Instead of the purpose of buying and selling, just for the purpose of transaction of business.
Do you have a second?
Yes, come back if you wouldn't mind, Representative Montenegro, and explain what the real difference is.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to be brief, but so in the language, the way I was reading it, it states buying and selling. First of all, commerce among the states shall mean buying, selling, or transportation of goods. So transportation of goods, that's not for any commercial purpose. That's just transporting goods across state lines. It could mean a statement in and of itself, because I don't see how it's transportation of goods is tied to buying and selling grammatically, or at least in the way this sentence is structured, Mr. President. So I thought just clarifying that transportation of goods and services for the purpose of buying and selling, as is earlier stated in the sentence, clarified that. I don't see that as redundant, but if there are some grammatical experts here, I could be wrong.
Any discussion on the proposed amendment? Yes, sir. And identify yourself, please.
Representative Walter Hudson from Minnesota. I would submit as a potential friendly amendment to the amendment, instead of the language that you're suggesting, putting the word commercial in front of goods, and that would clarify it, I believe.
Okay, the gentleman proposes an amendment to the amendment to simply say, instead of repeating the words transportation, it would say the commercial. Fine. Do you have a second for that proposed amendment? Yes, there is. Commercial goods. Mr. Secretary, do you understand that? Could you read that to us?
So the proposal, as I understand it, is to add the word commercial before goods and services, and to strike the proposed amendment language that says for the purpose of buying and selling.
Okay. Any questions on that? Any opposition to that amendment, to the amendment? Hearing none, that amendment to the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Where time is looking good, maybe we can get ahead of the game a little bit. Any further discussion on the proposal? Hearing none, we will go to a roll call vote on redefining the Commerce Clause. And the Secretary will call the roll in a moment.
Give me 1 second to get the final language out. Okay, so this was
And I'm told to inform you it is 4 o'clock we adjourn, not 5 o'clock. So. But maybe we can finish a little early, I hope.
Yes.
Yes.
So my understanding is that this was an amendment to my amendment.
Yes.
There was no vote for the adoption of that amendment to my amendment.
Yes, I did.
Yes, if there was any
There was no objection.
I can't be the only one that speaks English in this place.
Lo siento mucho, señor.
Mr. President, puedo hablar en español si desea. I'm kidding.
Gracias. Soy presidente. Okay. We're getting ready to strike another blow for freedom here.
Yes. We're ready, sir.
All right. The Secretary will begin the roll call. This is on the proposal to redefine the Commerce Clause.
Alabama. Aye. Alaska. Aye. Arizona. Arkansas. California. Colorado. Connecticut. Delaware. Florida. Georgia. Georgia? Yes. Yes. Hawaii. Idaho. Yes. Illinois. Yes. Indiana. Aye. Iowa. Aye. Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana. Yes. Maine. Yes. Maryland. Yes. Massachusetts. Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Minnesota. Mississippi. Missouri. Absent. Montana. Nebraska. Nevada.
New Hampshire.
Yes.
New Jersey.
Yes.
New Mexico. New York.
Yes.
North Carolina. North Dakota.
Yes.
Ohio.
Yes.
Oklahoma.
Yes.
Oregon.
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
South Carolina.
Yes.
South Dakota.
Yes.
Tennessee.
Aye.
Texas.
Yes.
Utah.
Yes.
Vermont.
Yes.
Virginia. Washington. West Virginia. Wisconsin. Wyoming. The vote is 46 yea, 2 nay, and 1 absent.
46 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, and the proposal is adopted. Now, the Vice President informs me that we have a little bit of a controversy going. We have different ways that we do in the different states. In our state, and I believe in his state too, it's very common for the presiding officer to say, without objection, so ordered. And you really have to raise your hand, wait, I object. So some people don't like that, you don't do it that way. So what we'll do for the rest of the day, the day's not much longer, but we will actually have a voice vote on every motion, so I'm not moving too quickly for you. So we are going to now go to our next proposal. We will end that one, just so you'll know, at 2:45 and a vote by 2:50. So I'd like to recognize Representative Ken Ivory for the counterman amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now that we're all warmed up and humming like a fine-tuned Swiss watch, Ferrari, Mercedes, pick your vehicle of choice, I will turn the time over to Commissioner John Malcolm from North Carolina for the counterman amendment proposal.
Thank you.
3 minutes, please, sir.
I'll summarize as quickly as I can. This is a state abrogation amendment that would apply to any action by Congress, the President, or an administrative agency in any form whatsoever, as an executive order, a proposal, a decision, a decree, a statute. The only exception to that contained in Section 1 is the provision with respect to any presidential action that deals with pardons or grants of clemency. That's what that provision is in terms of Article 2, that the state shouldn't be able to touch. The second section, we had some discussion about this. Oh, there was discussion in Section 1 about whether it should apply to judges in court decisions. We've already had that debate earlier this morning. You can have it again if you want to. Section 2, we debated about the number of states. We settled on a simple majority could declare a provision abrogated. The rest of that provision is to make sure that governors or state executives and state courts are not involved in that decision. If the legislature, whether it's unicameral or bicameral, votes to abrogate a provision, that is not subject to a gubernatorial veto, and it's not subject to any monkeying around by a state Supreme Court interpreting either existing state law or a state constitution. Section 3 says that any government official who attempts to enforce an abrogated provision, that is violative of law, and that any state of court of competent jurisdiction, federal or state, could enjoin that action and impose costs on the entity or official that attempts to enforce that abrogated provision. And it also says that there is no qualified or sovereign immunity defense available. So an official who attempts to enforce an abrogated provision would be on the hook. And the last provision says that no provision that has been abrogated can be reenacted either in its original form or in a substantially similar form for a period of 10 years. And with that, I yield the floor to anybody who has any comments or questions.
So we have no pending amendments. If you would like to speak on the proposal, please be recognized. Yes, sir. Is that, what state is that?
That's Steve Bradbury of Virginia.
From the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we want to thank you for the opportunity to be in Virginia. How lovely it is.
You're welcome, Mr. President. Steve Bradbury from Virginia, and
I have a question for the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina. Clarification, I gather this would apply to presidential appointments as well, which do not fall under Clause 1, they fall under Clause 2.
Would you speak more right into the mic, please?
My question is whether the state abrogation would cover presidential appointments. I think the current language would mean it would cover presidential appointments.
That is an excellent question, something we did not consider. I believe the gentleman is correct. So that if somebody wanted to accept out presidential appointments, we can certainly discuss that. That was not a matter that we considered, so I appreciate the question.
All right, we have now South Carolina.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
President.
Yes, sir.
Bill Taylor, Representative, South Carolina. Brevity is in order. Mine's real simple. Back in the day, I think it was 1913, you lost your voice as the states. This goes a long way to get your voice back if it were enacted. So I very much support this because we need, as states, our voice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And now the Vice President would like the floor.
Thank you, members, and I've enjoyed serving with you here today, but I did at least want to speak on this one. The emperor has no clothes, and we're in dire jeopardy. And many of you have articulated while I've been here the concern you have for the country. While we've been here in the last 48 hours, there's one of the strongest firestorms happening in American politics and government that we've ever experienced. And we need help. And it really is time that we exercise our rights. To speak on this bill, on the countermand, we have to have a way to stop the craziness that's going on in Washington, D.C. I'm so tired of my federal delegation, not mine particularly, let's just say them all, because some of ours do a very great job. But it gets old saying that they're going to go up there and hold back the overreach of federal government only to see the debt ceiling raised over and over and over and over again. What you're doing today is important. It does have an effect. And I believe that this is one tool of many that we're talking about that could restore power to the states where it really ought to be, because it's obvious that Washington, D.C. is not caring for the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And yes, sir.
Well, so Mr. Bradbury, the delegate from Virginia, raised the issue of presidential appointments. So this is actually his amendment and not mine, but I would propose it. At the end of Section 1, after the Clause 1, to put comma, and to presidential appointments.
Is there a second? So we have an amendment to exempt out presidential appointments from this ability to abrogate. So our next person for the floor, do you wish to speak on this amendment from Pennsylvania? Yes, if you would explain it again for the Secretary.
Yeah, so there would now be two presidential actions that would be exempted out from the state's ability to abrogate. One would be partisan clemency grants, and the other is that states could not throw out presidential appointees. That would be up to Congress to do that.
Can I get the exact language?
Yes, after Clause 1, instead of a period, put a comma, and then add and to presidential appointments.
All right, we have the amendment offered. There's a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? There is an objection, yes, ma'am.
Representative Carlson, Montana. I would suggest that we do not do this amendment. Every time you add an exception, it's just chipping away at the power the states are supposed to have. This is a republic of sovereign states. And if we're going to take our power back, we take our power back. And we don't make exceptions. I would resist this amendment.
All right, so there is an amendment to exempt presidential appointments, and there is an objection. Any further discussion? We will vote by voice vote. All those in favor of the proposed amendment will vote aye, and those opposed will vote nay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. And the amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments. Any further discussion on the proposal?
Sure.
Yes, sir. We have someone else? Texas would be next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. The Senator Chris Dush from Pennsylvania. We all know that the U.S. Congress only has enumerated powers, and yet they go beyond the 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. The mechanism we're voting for here today will make sure that we have that power and we can exercise it effectively to counter exactly what the federal government's doing in overreaching. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And now we have Texas recognized. Who would be speaking for Texas? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brian Hughes from Texas. I thank the committee and all the work on this. A purely technical correction, Section 2. The first sentence, such abrogation shall be effective when a simple majority of the legislatures of the states. It says declaring, I believe that should say declare the same provisional provisions of federal law to be abrogated. That's my amendment.
All right, there's an amendment there to change the word, it's really technical, declaring to declared.
Yes, sir. That's a friendly grammatical correction, which I would accept from the senator from Texas.
So, any discussion on that amendment? Hearing none, we'll go by voice vote. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. All in favor say aye. Aye. And those opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. So, would you like to close on the proposal?
Yeah,
you
our
have
discussion's
further
been
discussion? I'm
mercifully
sorry.
brief. I take that
Oklahoma.
as a
I'm sorry, Oklahoma.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for this, and I'll be brief as well. Well, when we look at this convention and what we are here to do, we are here to curb the authority of the federal government, and there is no bill we have considered to date that does this faster and better than the one that you are considering here today. I would simply leave you with this. James A. Garfield, the 20th President of the United States, one of the greatest men to ever serve in office, once said, now more than ever the people are responsible for the character of their Congress. If that body be ignorant, reckless, and corrupt, it is because the people tolerate ignorance, recklessness, and corruption. But if that body be intelligent, brave, and pure, it is because the people demand such high qualities from their elected legislature. And if the day shall come when America is no longer thought to be a great nation, it shall be because those responsible for controlling the morality and the enterprise did not aid in controlling its political forces. There is no bill that we are considering today that will get to the heart of what James A. Garfield was speaking to than this. I highly recommend a yes.
And if you would, please, sir, close on your proposal.
Yeah, I've learned as a former litigator, when things appear to be going well, the best thing to do is to say I yield back my time.
So the secretary will call the roll.
Alabama. Alaska. Arizona. Arkansas. California. Colorado. Connecticut. Delaware. Florida. Georgia. Hawaii. Idaho. Illinois. Indiana. Iowa. Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana. Maine. Maryland. Massachusetts. Michigan. Minnesota. Mississippi. Missouri. Absent. Montana.
Yes.
Nebraska.
Yes.
Nevada.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
The free and die state says yes.
New Jersey.
Martin state says yes.
New Mexico. Which I take to be a yes. New York. North Carolina.
Yes.
North Dakota.
Yes.
Ohio.
Yes.
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma votes yes.
Oregon.
Oregon votes yes.
Pennsylvania.
Quaker state votes go.
South Carolina.
Yes.
South Dakota.
Yes.
Tennessee.
Aye.
Texas.
Yes.
Utah.
Yes.
Vermont.
Yes.
Virginia.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
West Virginia.
Yes.
Wisconsin.
Yes.
Wyoming.
Yes.
Mr. President, I show 48 yeas, none opposed, and 1 absent.
48 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 absent, and the amendment is adopted. So we have one final proposal. It regards the return of lands from the federal government, and I'd like to recognize Representative Ken Ivory, and we will have until 3 o'clock to finish debate on this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would first suggest the title be the Local Care and Management of Public Lands. And given that we are in such an amazing place and we have learned so much about the process, about our nation, about the fate of our nation, I would like to enter the discussion on this issue with a quiz, if you'll indulge me. If you would, which Western state sent a resolution to Congress complaining that the control of their lands was an oppressive system, that it involved questions of the deepest magnitude, the most serious issues of the Union? Question was of the highest importance to those charged with the care of the Union, that the deprivation of the essential attributes of sovereignty were at stake, that the control and care of their local police power was at stake, that it restricted the power of the state to determine their own prosperity according to their own views of happiness, and that they were deprived of the right to generate revenue from the lands in their states, and that there was no constitutional right or authority whatsoever for the federal government to retain more than 98% of the land in their state.
Virginia.
It was actually our good friends from Illinois over here, the land of Lincoln and Reagan. 98.75% of the land in Illinois was controlled from the 1820s to about the 1870s. Florida used to send resolutions to Congress saying they were the worst off of all the western states. I'm glad you all get that. There are a lot of crowds that don't actually get that joke. Worst off of all the western states. They couldn't grow their economy. Their kids were leaving the state because the federal government was controlling all their land. Same thing with Arkansas, with Missouri, with Alabama, with Indiana, Iowa. For decades, 98% federally controlled. Today, those of you that are east of the Rockies are paying billions of dollars for the U.S. Forest Service to manage our forests for maximum combustion. I wish that were a joke. They get paid when the forest burns. But worst of all, is that when these states are deprived of property tax and the replacement is something called PILT, payment in lieu of taxes. Now in the West, we call it pennies in lieu of trillions. Because the Government Accountability Office has said that in just Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, there's more recoverable oil than the rest of the world combined. locked up in federally controlled lands. And so I would submit to you that we have before us an opportunity to rectify one of the greatest constitutional affronts that you find in Article 4 of the Constitution. The only reason the federal government ever held title to any of these lands, just like Illinois, just like Florida, just like Arkansas and the rest, was as a trustee to dispose of the land in a timely manner. And we have a trustee that, since the beneficiaries forgot the terms of the trustee has said, must be mine. But those were the terms of the trust. You'll know that when Thomas Jefferson acquired 530 million acres of land, he trusted the people with land and with liberty. And there was the greatest economic explosion that the world had seen to that point. We're talking potentially about 30% more land than the Louisiana Purchase. And if we trust people with land and liberty and self-governance, I submit to you, we have the opportunity to unleash the greatest environmental, economic, and constitutional renaissance. Because when the Western states are deprived of property tax, they simply hold this pilt gun to the Western states' head, and they say, if you want your pilt, you got to vote for $1 trillion increase in government. That actually happened in 2014. $1 trillion increase in government because the Western states are exploitable. In the Shelby, I'm finished with this for the introduction. In the Shelby County versus Holder case, the Supreme Court said that the constitutional equality of the states is fundamental to the harmonious operation of the republic. And we all know the whole divide and conquer. When the states are not equal in sovereignty, dignity, and freedom, simply play one off of another. This is part of why our constitutional system is so imbalanced right now. And so, commissioners, I would submit that to end the day, we do have the opportunity to unleash economic, environmental, and constitutional renaissance in the United States by passing this proposal and putting this before the people.
Representative Ivory, you now have an amendment, if you would offer that.
I have, there's an amendment. I will yield to the gentleman for Virginia.
Gary Porter from Virginia. In the haste of composing this yesterday, we overlooked a caveat that should be included, and I would propose a new Section 5, replacing the present Section 5, and the present Section 5 moves to Section 6.
And it may be that since that was passed on another one, 6 could even be deleted.
Possibly, yes. That would have to be a separate action. But a new Section 5 to read, this amendment shall not apply to lands or military installations with respect to which jurisdiction has been ceded to the United States by a state, lands belonging to an Indian tribe, or to lands that, as of January 1st, 1976, are designated as national parks, national monuments, or as congressionally designated wilderness under the Wilderness Act of 1964, 16 U.S. Code, Section 1131 at segue.
All right, so an amendment has been offered up to exempt certain lands from this. Do we have questions? We have questions on the amendment.
That should be, yeah, that should be 1976 as well.
So parks that were created recently would not be included in it?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. That would be the jurisdiction of the state. The challenge that we have is, and the question is, why 1976? 1976 was the passage of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act. That was the first time that the federal government said, we're not going to keep the promise to dispose of the land like they did with all the states east of the Rockies. The Western states have the exact same terms of statehood, word for word. In fact, Montana and Washington share the same Enabling Act document with North and South Dakota. That same document created those 4 states, and the terms to dispose of the land were the same. 1976 was the first time that Congress said it's now our policy to retain these lands in federal ownership. Never mind the Constitution, never mind the Northwest Ordinance that was adopted in, never mind the enabling acts of the states, which they call solemn compacts. 1976 was the first time they said it's now our policy to retain these lands in federal ownership. And so it does not mean that they would, and there are few national parks in the western states since then, doesn't mean that they would not be retained, but that would be the consent of the state legislature. The biggest issue we have, though, is that it was from that time forward that we had presidents that began to make million-acre monuments with the stroke of a pen. And so that's the reason for that date.
All right, so is there any objection to the amendment? Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, ma'am. Come forward if you would. And identify yourself. From the state of Montana.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is not an objection. This is just a clarification. What was read as the amendment is still not quite right on the board because national parks were mentioned in the statement of the amendment, but I'm not seeing them on the screen. So if we could just get that clarified.
That's
That's my fault, actually. I believe in the haste of texting to our good secretary, I may have overlooked that, but you're correct. That should be national parks.
So the secretary will work on that, and let's continue our discussion. Yes, sir. You had a comment? No. No. Another amendment? Did you say another amendment? Okay. So, any further discussion on this amendment by Representative Ivory? Yes, sir.
That's the only change.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fortunato, Washington State. So in the interest of time, I would like to propose at the same time we strike what is now Section 6. We included it in both amendments, the previous commerce one, which is actually a little more applicable. So this is duplicative. So at the same time, in the interest of saving time, strike Section 6.
This is
which
on
is
the
already
navigable
approved.
waters?
Pardon me?
Navigable waters?
Right. So it's already approved in a previous amendment that we adopted.
So we have to consider this amendment, I think, first.
If he were to make that as a substitute amendment, or I would be happy to include that in my, well, no, I guess the gentleman from
Virginia. We'll deal with your amendment first. Is there any objection to Representative Ivory's amendments? We have, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Walter Elton from Minnesota. I rise to ask a question of Representative Ivory, if he may.
Representative Ivory, this is a question for you.
My question is regarding the language referring to an Indian or Indian tribe. I'm wondering if that language has the intended effect, or if it would be more appropriate to refer to native sovereign nations, simply because it could be interpreted as property that's actually part of the jurisdiction of a state that happens to be owned by an organization that has tribal affiliations as opposed to politically designated tribal land.
If I may, Mr. President?
Yes.
So, yes, and it's a great question. We actually looked at that at some length when we did the original bill in Utah. The phrasing in the Constitution is exactly this, Indian or Indian tribe, and so that's, I appreciate the concern. We had those same concerns. We looked through that, and that was until that phrasing and the rest of the Constitution is changed, this is the constitutional phrasing.
All right, so Representative Ivory's offered up this amendment.
Actually, Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper has offered it up. This is
Mr. Porter, I'm sorry, Mr. Porter from Virginia.
Mr. Porter from Virginia, yes. Is there objection to? All right, then. Looks like Hawaii wants to talk. Hawaii wants to speak on this? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Ivory. So the state of Hawaii used to be the Kingdom of Hawaii, so any wording in this amendment would still
be insensitive to a lot of our constituents. But if you would include the words Hawaiian homelands or Hawaii lands, that might help. The word Indian is rather outdated. I would recommend, as the other person mentioned, indigenous people, indigenous nation, or Native Americans.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment, and actually Hawaii is such a wonderful, wonderful example. In 1959, Hawaii was granted control over virtually all of its lands under the trust of the state, and at the same time, Alaska, that was admitted virtually the same time, they retained 265 million acres of land. And so I think where this isn't impacting on any of the native people themselves as a people, we're talking about the land, and the way they describe the land in the Constitution is the Indian tribe. And so I'd be happy to deal with the nomenclature, but since that's the constitutional nomenclature, I would suggest that it may be more appropriate to stay with what we have here.
All right, so the amendment has been offered by Representative Ivory. There is objection, is that correct?
Someone from Oklahoma.
Someone from Oklahoma, Commissioner from Oklahoma. Yes, sir, identify yourself.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is we are currently going to reference a section of law now in our Constitution. What do we do on the day when Congress changes that section of law to make their definition mean anything within the nation or that they deem necessary as their land?
That's actually a good point. I think the gentleman raises a very excellent point. It may be that we simply reference the Wilderness Act without the cite to the code in the Constitution, since that is not constitutional construction, as I'm aware. I think the gentleman raises a very valid point.
President, point of order.
Yes, sir. Point of order.
The
Representative
amendment,
Cooper.
as I read it, is not faithfully transcribed onto the screen. Can we correct that? And they're working on that as we speak.
If you just, on monuments, just strike it.
So the problem with referencing an act is the act can be changed and then in effect you're changing the Constitution.
Problem with the wilderness, they have all kinds of different flavors of wilderness. We don't say we're actually designated wilderness. It's a very, very specific flavor. I know y'all don't deal with the different kinds of stuff that we have on designations, but what about after the date of this ratification?
I'm doing it.
Well, we're already doing 1966, so. Yeah, so if you stop it, that's right. Period. Yeah, no, that's fine. You want me to offer that amendment? Sure.
Point of,
yes.
I'd like to offer an amendment to strike the language after wilderness, strike under the Wilderness Act, 16 U.S. C 1131.
Okay. All right, so the Secretary, do you have that? Have that language clarified to you?
I'm waiting for clarification from the.
But that works. That works. If we just strike it there, then we're good. I would consider that a friendly amendment.
I'm sorry, what?
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
That's it.
I will verify that is reflected on.
We still don't have the, or do we? Let's see. Well, I mean, it had been, but then you just said, I think that's the way.
That's accurate.
Yeah. I think we're.
Third line, state, semicolon, should be a comma.
Yeah.
We have an amendment pending to strike under the Wilderness Act.
All right, so we have an amendment pending to strike the language about the Wilderness Act, is that correct?
Well, it's just, yes, it's the act, and then we've got some Scrivener issues that may work well. The semicolon after state to a comma, move the date to the end instead of the middle.
All right, so Representative Ivory has offered up this amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Any objection to the amendment? All right then, all in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye, and those opposed will say nay. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the amendment is adopted. Thank you. Do we have any further amendments?
So that was the amendment to the amendment.
Oh, that was the amendment to the amendment. So now we're back on the main amendment. All right. We're back on your main amendment.
We've accepted this, correct?
Well, we've amended the amendment, but we still have an amendment pending, the parliamentarian tells me. So is there any objection to that amendment, to the main amendment? All right, all in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye. Those opposed will say nay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And the amendment is adopted. So we're back now to the main proposal itself. And do we have any further discussion of it?
Yes, an amendment.
You have an amendment. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Dan Larson from Wyoming. I have an amendment in Section 2 and in Section 3. They're pretty much the same. After, on the second line, after land, insert and mineral rights. And then on Section 3, after remaining lands, insert and mineral rights. This is a big deal for Wyoming if we did get the land and had to deal with the cost of service of that land, having the minerals underneath is vital.
All right, are there any questions on this amendment regarding mineral rights?
Yes.
I think we have it.
So, the disconnect between the computer and the screen.
Yep, there we go.
We had Wilderness Act 64, we just reference out. So this is
What state?
Sir? New Hampshire has a point of order. If you would state your point. Yeah, parish was changed earlier.
County equivalent.
Yes, county equivalent. So I deeply object to.
I don't remember that. We've done
Right, but it wasn't changed.
So I think we're still looking for our language to put up on the screen. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm confirming parish right now that was made in the committee of style. Parish. Right.
County equivalent.
That change was made in the committee of style. Yeah, they did. They did.
well.
So this is Rita Peters with Mark Meckler. We're breaking in just to talk to you a little bit while they sort some things out on the floor over there. So they are currently dealing with one of the proposals that came out of the Federal Legislative and Executive Jurisdiction Committee. It's the one involving federal land ownership. So I can tell you, because I was in this committee listening, this was a big subject of lots of debate. And I think they're just fine tuning it right now. Right, Mark? They're talking about things like, you know, the Indian lands and national parks and mineral rights. There's a lot involved in this. What are your comments or thoughts on what they're doing right now?
Look, this one is complicated, and I know there was a lot of debate in committee, a lot of time was spent on this. Representative Ken Ivory from Utah, this is literally his life's work. I mean, This is the thing he's most passionate about. He is probably the foremost expert in the country on this subject, so really a blessing to have him here addressing this. He knows the history, and I think you're going to see them take the authority over most federal lands away from the federal government. I think this is a big deal.
Yeah, this is a big deal for a lot of the western states in particular, right, Mark? So Utah, Montana, Idaho, a lot of those states have a big issue with the federal government owning so much of their state, right?
Well, Nevada, I think it's over 90%. So this is incredible. It has tax consequences, has resource consequences, all kinds of revenue consequences. For the eastern states, interestingly, they pay billions of dollars a year to, quote unquote, maintain the lands in these western states from which they get no benefit. And Representative Ivory started with a joke, which isn't really funny, which is they're mismanaging the lands brutally, the federal government. We're seeing forests burn because of mismanagement, and so the eastern states are paying billions of dollars for the mismanagement of the western states.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, let's take you back to the floor so we can see where they're going to come out on this.
Granting unremaining public going to keep all the minerals. And Governor Dern said, if you do that, you'll keep everything that's worth anything at all. You'll leave us with nothing but the skin of a squeezed lemon. And they pulled that back and reserved, and then we hit the Depression, World War II, and then everyone forgot history again.
All right, do we have any further discussion on the amendment? We do? Who wished to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. For Representative Ivory, not to throw a giant wrench, but do you want to do anything about water rights, as long as we're doing something about mineral rights?
You know, and it's a wonderful question, Mr. President. Mineral rights and land rights are very connected, and they were dealt with in homesteading and others. Water rights were very separate, and they're a unique state law creature, and so I would just respond to the good commissioner from Montana that while water is a very tremendous issue, whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting out west, that would be another issue for another day that does need great attention, as the U.S. Forest Service has lodged 16,000 diligence claims to water in Utah based on the bunnies and the deer that preceded the pioneers, and it's a big issue, but I would submit it's separate from this one.
So do we have a pending amendment? So we still have the amendment pending on mineral rights. Any further discussion on that amendment? Hearing none, is there any objection to that amendment? All right, we're going to go ahead and vote. All those in favor of that amendment will vote by saying aye. Those opposed will say nay. In favor, say aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. Any further discussion on the proposal? Yes, sir.
Mr. President, we would propose to strike the new Section 6, which we've already adopted in the previous Commerce Amendment.
This is to strike the language on navigable waters. Is that right?
Consider that a friendly amendment, Mr. President.
Yes, that's a friendly amendment. And do we need to display that? I think it's pretty straightforward. We have any discussion on that proposal? Yes, sir. From the state of North Carolina. And identify yourself, please.
John Malcolm. I actually would oppose this for a very simple reason. If this were an actual convention, these amendments would be considered one at a time, and the other one might get struck down, and this one might get approved.
Okay. Any further discussion? So we have the amendment to take out the the navigable waters, and there's an objection to that. Any further discussion on it? Any further discussion? All right then, all of those who are in favor of the amendment will vote yes, and those opposed, all will vote aye, those opposed will vote nay. So all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. I believe the nays have it. Are we ready to vote on this proposal? Any further discussion? Yes, ma'am. We have another minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Christy Stutzman from Indiana. I just wanted to propose an amendment. I understand completely that the language Indian or Indian tribe is in the Constitution. However, since then, there have been Native peoples who have sovereign nations, as referred to by my colleague from Minnesota. So I would suggest that we add an amendment that says Native American peoples or sovereign nations as referred to previously as Indian or Indian tribes, just to clarify that and recognize that since the Constitution has been written, they have been recognized.
So, do we have that in writing? No. So this amendment would say that we're going to recognize Native peoples and sovereign tribes, which were formerly referred to in or previously referred to in the constitutions as Indian tribes. Okay, and we're working on trying to get the language here.
Mr. President?
Yes. All right, I'll go ahead and recognize you while we work on this language.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if this will be considered a friendly amendment or not, but can we maybe change the name of Indiana while we're at it? I'm thinking the state of Native American and Indian tribes for the new name.
Actually, I think it's named after the Speedway.
You know what, you may be.
Mr. President, I would leave that to the will of the body. I would note that on February 10th, 1829, the state of Indiana made an application claiming all the public lands in their state, stating that this state, being a sovereign, free, and independent state, has the exclusive right to the soil and eminent domain of all the unappropriated lands within her acknowledged boundaries, which right was reserved to her by the state of Virginia in the deed of cession of the Northwest Territory of the United States, being confirmed and established by the Articles of Confederacy and the Constitution of the United States. And Utah simply seeks to be equal with Indiana and the other states. Thank you, Virginia.
So that's what I need to clarify.
I'm with you, brother. I'm Arizona and New Mexico. And
so we've discovered that the language is not a complete sentence, so we need to work on that a little bit.
We need clarification on the text that is being proposed.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so we're substituting that instead of to an Indian or Indian tribe. Is that correct?
As previously referred to as, yes, so it would be.
So I'm striking. Yep.
Well, we're actually as previously referred to as an Indian tribe.
Which were previously.
Sovereign tribes, comma, and then it would be singular Indian or Indian tribes.
Is that correct now?
Okay, the amendment is on the screen correctly.
All right, the amendment is now on the screen correctly. Do we have any questions about the amendment? Or Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mark Lepak from Oklahoma. Folks, we have a situation in Oklahoma now with the McGirt decision recently where for major crimes, 42% of the state is now considered Indian country. We're using a lot of terms that right now aren't settled, whether you're talking about tribe, sovereignty, Native Americans. So I would caution against getting away from existing language in the Constitution that refers to Indians, because you'll open a can of worms that currently is in doubt. And there's a lot of appeals going on with the Supreme Court right now. I think if this were to float out there, it might have a lot of implications that even the tribes would consider as positive and negative, depending on which tribe you talk to and depending on which case you're working on. So I would suggest not adding this amendment simply because of the uncertainty of the language that we're using. Thank you.
So there is an objection to the amendment. Any further discussion? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Members, I would resist this amendment. Coming from Montana, we have no trouble calling the Native Americans there Indian. Our Constitution uses that word. Our own Native Americans there call themselves Indian. Also, if you read Professor Nadelson's work, one of the things he urges about amendments is that they stay consistent with constitutional language. So I think that Mr. Ivory is correct. We need to stay consistent with the language that the Constitution uses. So again, we resist this amendment.
All right, folks, we're at the end of our time for this matter, so we're going to go ahead and vote. We have the amendment. We'd like you, if you'd like to close on your amendment. She waves. So all in favor of the amendment are going to say aye. Those opposed will say no. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it is not approved. So if you would close, Mr. Representative Ivory, on the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the time that you all have paid attention on this today and for the last 15 years that I've been one key on a piano for a while, because this matters. When I was first elected to the Utah legislature, the discussion was about funding education, and we were, at the time, $2.5 billion below average in per pupil funding for education. And one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle suggested increasing income tax that would raise $20 million as a solution to being $2.5 billion below average in per pupil funding. And at the end of the day, we're still $2.5 billion below average. And I was naive and young, and as was pointed out earlier, I'm still a little naive and hopefully young, not as young as I was, but we looked for solutions that really mattered, solutions that were big enough to the problem. We have problems in the United States of America where we have $33 trillion in national debt. It's unfathomable. I was jesting with some of our friends the other day. If any of you know how long it would take to count to 1 trillion if you started right now by ones. 32,000 years is 1 trillion. We're 33 trillion in debt. The interest will be accumulating at the rate of $1 trillion a year within the next 2 to 3 years, crowding out all of the funding to all of our states. And there's more recoverable oil than the rest of the world combined in Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming. There are $250 trillion in mineral value in those states, rare earth elements. But beyond that, the environmental devastation is horrific. The greatest source of PM 2.5 pollution is from the wildfires. caused by the way our Forest Service literally does manage our forests for maximum combustion. And after the fires, then come the floods, because there's nothing to hold back the rain, and all of the land comes down. In Arizona, boulders the size of buses come down, killing 30 to 50 animals per acre in the million-acre wildfires. This is the greatest preventable environmental devastation of our age. Completely preventable. But the constitutional destruction from this inequality, when the Shelby case said the constitutional equality of the state is essential to the harmonious operation of the republic, we can see the republic is not operating harmoniously, because whenever they want something in Washington, they can simply hold the western states hostage and they know they've got the votes. It's not how our republic is supposed to function. And when that is opened up, you all get to provide engineering, and you get to provide the supplies and the machinery and the equipment when we simply trust people with land and liberty. I'll close, Mr. President, with this. The only Supreme Court justice from Utah is named George Sutherland. And he said, man has three great rights: life, liberty, property. They're so bound together as to be a single right. Because if you give a man his life, but you take away his liberty, you take away all that makes life worth living. If you give him his liberty, but you take away the property that is the fruit and the badge of his liberty, you still leave him a slave. It's time that we treat all the states equally, that this union can get to where it functions harmoniously. And again, thank you for this time. I suggest it is time for an environmental, economic, and constitutional renaissance. I would encourage your support. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment we'll take the roll call on this, our final proposal. And when we complete that, we will still have a little business to attend to. I hope you will. I'd like to say a word after we finish, and then we'll do a few other things. People who need to go will be able to go, but if you want to stay until closer to 4 o'clock, we do have time to do that. So, and we are going to have pictures taken too. So with having said that, the secretary will call the roll.
Alabama. Alaska. Arizona. Arkansas. California. Colorado. Connecticut. Delaware. Florida. Georgia. Hawaii. Idaho.
President, Idaho, where God spends a lot of his days and most of his weekends.
Illinois.
Yes.
Indiana. Iowa.
Yes.
Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana.
Yes.
Maine.
Yes.
Maryland.
Yay.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, home to one of the most sacred minerals, Plymouth Rock, Mozart.
Michigan.
Yes.
Minnesota.
Yes.
Mississippi.
Yes.
Missouri. Absent. Montana.
Yes.
Nebraska.
Yes.
Nevada.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
First in the nation, primary state votes yes.
New Jersey. New Jersey present? Absent. New Mexico. New York.
Yes.
North Carolina. North Dakota.
Aye.
Ohio.
OH. Iowa says yes.
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma votes yes.
Oregon.
Votes yes.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
South Carolina.
Yes.
South Dakota.
Yes.
Tennessee.
Aye.
Texas.
Yes.
Utah.
For Arizona and the other western states and ourselves and our posterity, we vote aye.
Vermont.
Yes.
Virginia.
Opinion and sympathy to express to the brethren. Vigorously, yes.
Washington,
Yes.
West Virginia,
Yes.
Wisconsin,
Yes.
Wyoming,
Aye.
Mr. President, we have 47 ayes, 0 noes, and 2 absent.
47 yeas, no nays, and the proposal is adopted. I was reading on the way here some of the great speeches of our founding fathers, and it was more an offhand remark by Benjamin Franklin. He was asked about the new Constitution, how long will it last? And he said, until the people deserve a despotic government. We are really very close to that. And I think that's why men and women from every corner of our nation have come here. They've been asked to come here and speak. We've been here on behalf of the people of this country who don't want to deserve a despotic government. We want to have a great government. We want Washington to be a shining city on the hill, and we want to preserve our freedom for all generations in gratitude for the freedom and the liberties that we've received. On behalf of our officers, I want to thank all of you for your participation, your service, not only here, but a lifetime of service for so many. I'd like to ask for your permission for the Vice President and the Secretary and I to draft a resolution thanking all of those at the Convention of States, the staff, the officers, the donors, everyone who's participated and to make this event a reality, our committee chairman and others who worked so hard. May I have your permission to draft such a resolution? Following up what we said, all in favor say aye, and those opposed no. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed no. So that is adopted. Now, we're going to kind of stand at ease before we officially adjourn. If you need to go, then you're very free to go. But what I'd like to do now, while the cameras are still rolling, and we have people here, is give those of us who can remain a little while a chance to maybe take the mic and talk a little bit about this experience and what you feel like you have gained from it, what you've learned from it, what the American people can take from it, about the potential for a convention of states, its pitfalls, its problems. If we are privileged to have a convention of states, what should it look like? What should it attempt to do? So I'm open to volunteers who'd like, you've been speaking a lot. So if you'd like to address this topic, you can maybe come on either side and take up to 3 or 4 minutes each if you would like to. And if you don't come, I'll start calling on you. So, yes, sir.
What about the group picture?
Yes. When are we going to do that? Our staff can tell us.
As soon as you're done.
As soon as we're done. All right. Well, we'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dan Knodel, Wisconsin. I would make a motion to adjourn at this time. We can do the pleasantries afterwards for those who would like to stay. Move to adjourn.
All right. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we will stand adjourned, but we will stay for those who can, and we will have a little reminiscing at some thoughts. All right? Yes. All in favor of adjourning at this time, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And we do stand adjourned, sine die.
Simulated Article 5 convention here in Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia. And as you can see behind me, the convention has just adjourned sine die. So I have Mike Farris and Senator Rick Santorum here with me to do some post-convention commentary. So we'll go to the specific amendment proposals in just a minute, but let's get the broad view first. What do you think? How did it go? Mike, we'll go to you first.
Well, this is hard work.
Yeah.
But it's worth it. And so I was very, very impressed with the seriousness that people were taking it. I mean, to the point where we were debating, is it and or? And, right. and sometimes that matters.
Yeah.
And so it was taken very seriously. there were some ideas that, people supported the general idea, but because the specific proposal was a little off kilter, they rejected it for now, lest that we have a misimpression of our organization, of our effort, of our movement. And I think that they have behaved with great wisdom in that regard. And we have a good idea of things that could be done.
Yes.
We certainly have an idea that people will, this will be a long process. I've always predicted it would take 6 months.
Okay.
And I think that might be enough time. But it's really, really an important event, and I think the country's better for what we've done.
Absolutely. They were certainly very thoughtful, very deliberative. Senator Rick Santorum, what are your thoughts? How did it go? Were you surprised? What do you think?
Yeah, this is the first experience of mine doing this, and Mike's comment about this might take 6 months. I'd never heard you say that before, Mike, but had you said that to me before this experience, I would have said, what are you talking about? Why would it take 6 months? Now I'm starting to think, wow, 6 months might not be enough time. I mean, just the amount of work that goes into understanding all of the intricacies of all these proposals. And it was, the one thing I got is that it was frustrating to a lot of members because they didn't have the time, and it wasn't nailed down so much because it's a simulation, because it's 2 days. So I think it wet the whistle of a lot of people. It showed the potential of what this convention could be about, and the depth in which it would plumb, and the interesting topics of discussion. And the exciting thing for me is those would all be discussions and would be out there in the public for public debate and discussion and elucidation and education. And that's the exciting thing about this, that this process that we're engaged in would be a huge educational process for the American public, which I think, as much as getting 38 states to ratify anything that comes out of a convention would be hard. So you can never say what actually could be accomplished as far as amendments passed. But the process itself, the more I watch it, the more I think the American public would benefit from that process.
Absolutely. This was an educational endeavor, and it was absolutely educational to everyone here and everyone watching, I know. Mark, you just came off the stage, you gave the closing remarks, and it's over. What do you think? How did it go?
Man, I'm excited. And for me, again, I think it's a lot of what Rick was saying. It was about process and watching the process unfold. And I was surprised at myself, honestly, watching some things that went up on screen. And I'm thinking, I love that. I support that. And then I start to listen to the arguments, and you got really smart people saying really smart things, way smarter than me. And I'm thinking, well, maybe that's not such a good idea, right? And so to have that kind of a turnaround in real time, and we're just here for a short period of time. Imagine what that's like if you're in a committee and you have relationships with everybody and you're debating for days. It gave me a lot of faith in the process.
Absolutely. Well, 6 amendments ended up coming out of convention, and that was actually all of the proposals that came out of committee came through convention. So that was pretty interesting to see. Let's go through them individually and just give me your thoughts on them. And Mark, I'm actually going to pitch the first one to you, and that was term limits on Congress. What did you think of that one?
Yeah, I didn't love it, is the honest truth. And I, if we're going to do term limits, and I'm not 100% fan of term limits, I'm not really a fan of term limits without term limits on the bureaucracy and the staffers, and we didn't get that. We didn't get it for a good reason, in my opinion. It was complicated. There's a lot of nuance in there. There's a lot of details. There's danger for a lot of unintended consequences. So I understand why we didn't get it. I'm not happy to get term limits on Congress without that. And I thought they were too long if we were going to do term limits. So that one, I would say, of all the ones we did, probably my least favorite.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I'll react to that because I am sort of a fan of term limits, but I'm a fan of fairly long term limits. And so I disagree with him on that. But I do agree with him that if you're going to do term limits on elected congressmen and senators, you have to do some sort of limitation on the bureaucracy. The problem was, in my opinion, was there can be a problem in any kind of venture like this. You should come out with something overly ambitious. And I think what the folks who proposed the amendment came out with the kitchen sink, and it was just too much for this body to handle. It took hours. It was the longest debate. And if you think about it, as far as really making a difference substantively, term limits is probably, of all the things we're going to debate, probably the least substantive thing that we're going to do here. We spent the most time on it.
Yeah.
But it just tells you, because they came in with something that was somewhat unwieldy and just caused a kerfluffle. And so I'd like to see a term limits on the executive branch, but that's going to take a lot of work to get right.
Sure.
Well, I would just say that I think there was consensus that the idea of some form of term limits on the executive branch was overwhelmingly agreed to. But the details were so complex, and just wasn't ready for prime time. But in a real convention, I am confident that those things will be paired, and that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the second proposal limited the Supreme Court to 9 judges, and also gave the state standing to challenge the constitutionality of executive action. So, Mike, I want to go to you for that one first. You are an expert on the Supreme Court. What did you think of that proposal?
Well, I liked it. First of all, unless we're going to change the methodology of appointing the Supreme Court, which I'd like to see the states involved in appointing Supreme Court justices. But until then, I think the idea of taking it out of the politics, one of the problems with the Supreme Court overall, it's too political. And if we can have these threats to pack the court because you don't like the outcomes of particular cases, and it go back and forth, and you end up with 500 judges, all appointed by the presidents, and each successive presidents up in the number, and it's just nuts. And so that was good. And then my very favorite thing of the whole convention was Section 2, and that is giving the states standing to sue the federal government if they violate the Constitution. Because there's a lot of important cases that can't get brought successfully, including virtually all spending cases. It's really hard to challenge the constitutionality of federal spending. This would fix it, because you say the states, as sovereigns, have the standing to sue on any constitutional claim of an act by Congress or an act by the executive. It's great. That was a great proposal.
Yeah. How about you
My
all?
2 cents on that is it should have been 2 separate amendments. I think if it was going to happen, it would have been, because they're 2 different topics. It shouldn't be in the same amendment, because you don't want one to fail because of the other.
Right, exactly.
And so they should have been separated, number one. Number two, one of the things I liked about the limiting the court to 9 is that it cuts off a problem going forward. And it's one that is easier to get a bipartisan consensus for something that is a problem in the future than trying to fix something that's already a problem. And so this is one that Democrats and Republicans generally, I think, agree. There were several Democrats here, and I talked to several of them about this, and they were all on board with limiting the court, and they saw the wisdom of that. So, people say, well, there's probably nothing you could ever get passed out of a convention and get 38 states to ratify. Well, I think that's actually one of them. I'd be curious, I'll ask Mike the question, do you think liberal states, blue states, would approve of the second provision allowing states to sue the federal government, giving them standing?
I would try to get it moved when there's a Republican president.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It depends when your ox is gored, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Mark, any thoughts from you on that?
I mean, I like both of them. I agree they should have been separate. That's, again, a matter of time. It's important to remember we did this in 2 days.
Right.
And in 2 days, they wouldn't have come up with the rules for a convention, right? I mean, that would probably take a couple of weeks in an actual convention. So it's a little bit clunky that they ended up together. I love the second part of it, because one of the things that most people don't realize, when we travel, we hear people say 10th Amendment, 10th Amendment. And mostly what the courts say is the states have no standing. And so the 10th Amendment is toothless, and this puts teeth back in the 10th Amendment. It allows states to get in the game. We know we have a lot of good AGs out there pushing back against the federal government. This would be an important tool. And it's honestly, it's an equal tool, whether they're conservative states or liberal states. This is really important. It also kind of counterbalances the 17th Amendment. You know, the states really got out of the game of any kind of governance in Washington, D.C. with the 17th Amendment. So this puts the states back in the game, able to directly challenge the federal government. I think it's great.
Yeah, I like that too. So the third proposal was a type of balanced budget amendment proposal. That was the only proposal that came out of our Fiscal Restraints Committee, which I think is interesting. They obviously spent a lot of time on that one. Rick, what did you think of that BBA
Well,
proposal?
again, you know, it's interesting. Money is one that is less of a partisan issue than it used to be, right? Republicans and Democrats now are somewhat addicted to the overspending that comes out of Washington because some of the biggest beneficiaries of overspending are the states. We saw that particularly during COVID. So what you saw coming out of the committee was what I would argue would be somewhat of a typical 1990s version of a balanced budget amendment. It had a spending cap, it had a debt reduction component, as well as a balanced budget component. The spending cap and the debt reduction component got ripped out. And that just tells you how even conservatism has morphed over time to say, well, you know, we really don't want to go cold turkey on, you know, hard caps on spending or have to reduce the deficit. We're so dependent upon all this federal largesse, and it just it was reflected in what disagree with me, folks. There's a pretty conservative group here. I mean, it's certainly not going to be as conservative, as California is certainly not going to be conservative in voting. I mean, now I think the delegations that are from Republican states will be probably reflective of what we saw here, and therefore probably still a very solid majority. But the fact that that even some conservative states were willfully going along with any kind of, willfully opposing any kind of restraint on spending, to me was indicative of how tough this issue really is.
Sure. Mike, what were your thoughts on this balanced budget amendment proposal?
Well, I like the comprehensive approach.
Yeah.
And so to me, the best fix to fiscal problems in the federal government is to fix the general welfare clause.
Yeah.
And that's a very complicated fix. And so I understand why we don't get to it here, but that's the real fix. Because the vast majority of federal spending is not tied to the enumerated powers. And if we can go back to that principle, that Congress can only spend money for things that are in furtherance of its enumerated powers, we fix a lot of the spending issues. If we do that and say there must be a balanced budget, that's a pretty good combination.
Yeah. Mark?
Yeah, I thought it was weak. But I understand why. When you get into this level of complexity, and if you watched any of this, you guys didn't get to see the actual committee hearings. They were complicated, and you're in the weeds, and there's a reason for it, because this is complicated, difficult stuff. Federal spending is big, I sound like Kamala Harris. Federal spending is big, right?
Two Venn diagram.
We're not going to do the Venn diagram. Federal spending is huge. It infects every part of our society, from cities up through states and obviously nationally. So you've got all of that complexity and all of the consequences of how that money is spent, how that money is appropriated. You can't deal with that in one day. It's really just not possible. And so I did appreciate the way it got drawn back, because it got drawn back to send a signal. In other words, everybody was unified. We need some kind of balanced budget amendment. Exactly what that would look like in a real convention, I don't think it would be as limited as what you saw here. Maybe because the liberal
I disagree.
states would be involved.
No, look, why pass a balanced budget amendment? Why propose a balanced budget amendment out of a convention that has no chance of getting
That's a good point,
38 states to ratify?
Yeah.
I mean, as I repeatedly say, baby steps is a good thing. Just having the convention would be a remarkable thing. Certainly a warning shot across the bow of Congress. But what comes out of here, I think, will without question be baby steps, and any kind of fiscal restraint coming out of this this convention that is going to be sent back to the states has to get 38 votes, and has to be modest by definition, or won't have any chance of passing.
Yeah, and so I'm going to revise my statement. I agree with Rick. This is, and sometimes I forget this, and I think I forget it politically generally because all I do is hang out with grassroots people. You have to do things that are possible. We can come out of here and pretend we're all muscular because we've proposed all these huge things that will crush the federal government. If they can't, none of them get done, then there's no point to it, and it's just been play act.
Yeah.
And so
I'm going to disagree that there's no point to it, because we're going to talk about the next three amendments.
Right. Yeah.
And the next three amendments, I think it's highly, highly, highly unlikely that any one of those amendments would get adopted. Maybe maybe the first, I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe the Commerce Clause amendment could get 38 votes. I think the other two are more cannon shots.
Okay. Well,
basically talking about, here's where we really want to go.
yeah.
Right?
Well, let's talk about
Yeah.
those. So the fourth proposal is a limitation on Congress's power under the Interstate Commerce Clause, and it basically restricts Congress to regulating commerce that is crossing state lines. So
Correct.
buying, selling, transporting goods across state lines. Mike, I know this is one of your favorite ideas, so talk to us about this.
Well, Justice Thomas is the only one on the Supreme Court that has written opinions that gets the Commerce Clause exactly right. And his language that was in the United States versus Lopez, his concurrence in that case, was operating as the core of that amendment that was proposed today. And so interstate commerce is regulated exclusively by Congress. So if it is interstate commerce, states can't regulate it. So let's take banking. Can states regulate banking? Vast majority of bank regulations are in the Uniform Commercial Code, and that's state law. States can and do regulate banking. States regulate manufacturing. States regulate the environment. None of those things are correctly understood as interstate commerce under the correct historical definition, which was in this amendment. And so we would get rid of the whole area of duplicate jurisdiction.
Yes.
It's not that these things won't be regulated.
Right.
They're going to be regulated either by the states or by the federal government, not both.
Yeah.
And so that by itself is an efficiency that the Constitution gave us that's a huge protection of liberty. And it would reduce power grabs, it would reduce overspending. And so if we can get this through, and if people think that the environment's not going to be regulated, it's dead. But if people get the idea, let's have one level of government and only one level of government deal with these things, and not have two, where we have conflicts and problems and everything, it has a lot better chance. And a convention can teach that lesson. If we were to go to that and try to push that through today, it won't happen, because the American public doesn't understand it well enough. But when they get to watch this on live television for several weeks and get to hear this principle over and over again, one level and only one level of government, that'll click with people, and the opinion polls, I believe, will shift in the right direction. So I think that this actually has a pretty good chance of getting 38 states at the end of the day.
Okay.
I love your optimism.
Yeah.
Mark, what do you think? Could
This is
something
one of
like
my
this-
favorites because the Commerce Clause gives us the authority, and I use air quotes for that, the court-imposed authority for a huge chunk of the federal government. When you look at agencies like the alcohol, tobacco, firearms, explosives, and whatever else they're doing nowadays, that's a Commerce Clause authority. When you look at Department of Education, when you look at the FDA, when you look at the USDA, you look at the Department of Agriculture, all of these things, you can't find any of those in the Constitution in its plain reading. You find them in the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Commerce Clause, broadly saying that basically anything that affects commerce, and by commerce They mean business, which is not what the framers meant. And so you get this expansive definition, and that means they could do anything, literally. And so to me, this is really important to be able to pare that back. Whether this could pass or not, I agree with Mike, with some education, I think it can, because I think it is a good argument and a good narrative to say, how can somebody be subject to regulations under the EPA and the California EPA at the same time, different regulations on the same subject? It's not possible for the average human to understand that. I think regardless of where you sit on the political scale, people find that frustrating and understand that. So I think over time, with the right education, I think that could happen.
Yeah, and why do we need two sets of governments regulating the same thing? So Rick, whether or not you think we could get that ratified, do you like the idea?
No, I think this is, of the three, this is the most ratifiable, if that's a word. But I still think it's a pretty long shot. I mean, in this environment. Having said that, you know, this goes back to the process that I believe in, which is the educational process that can come from a convention of states and discussions that can start coming and introducing these concepts into the public consciousness, and it will help and move that forward. And you know, maybe you can create a persuasive thing. I'm a little bit more. I've been in politics a little longer than these guys have, and a little cynical of how the left would react to this, because the left loves to have the resort of going to Washington if they can't get their neighbor to do something. They love to go to Washington to force their point of view on everybody else, and this would certainly limit, for example, California and others who want to regulate everything and then force every other state to do it. This removes one of their most important levers to get that done, which is to go to Washington and get them to do what California does.
Sure. Well, let's talk about the fifth proposal, and this maybe is the boldest of all the proposals we saw come out of the simulated convention, and it's referred to as an abrogation amendment. So it gives a simple majority of the state legislatures the power to abrogate or override, undo a federal law or rule or regulation. Who wants to take this one on? It's bold.
Maybe the lawyer should start with this one.
Go ahead, Mike.
The lawyer, that's all of us.
Yeah, well,
no, the real lawyer.
Yeah, the real lawyers. Well, I mean, it's a great idea. You know, whether the simple majority is the right thing or not, that's a really good question. But I like the idea of increasing state power, and just the fact. I mean, I'm with Rick on the difficulty of ratifying this. This can be hard, really hard. But the fact that we debate that seriously makes Congress afraid to be as crazy as they've been. And so if Congress continues to go in a really irresponsible direction, this becomes more and more ratifiable over time, because they've got to have checks and balances on them. And so I prefer structural checks and balances on Congress, and Article 5 convention is structural checks and balances. This is a retail level checks and balances that says, I'm going to check that decision and that decision. That's the only thing that gives me some comfort in some of that is it's really hard to do.
Yeah.
It's hard to get 26 states to do anything. And so it's hard to do, and so it probably won't be used irresponsibly if we ever get it. But the idea generally of giving the states the ability to override the federal government, yay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mark, what do you think? Do you like it?
Let me just jump in, because I agree with everything you said, and it's one of those things where I don't think there's any chance that this would ever pass with a simple majority of states being able to countermand. But the higher you raise that bar, the more likelihood, the higher the likelihood you could actually get a majority, where if something is so bad, whether it's 2/3 or even 3/4 of the states would have to pass it, then, you know, particularly if you get up that high to, you know, you have to get 2/3 or 3/4, then you can make the pitch to the states that this is something that is, you know, overwhelmingly unpopular that the Congress has done, and this is sort of to stop a runaway Congress, or more importantly, I think it's less likely that Congress is going to pass things that are outrageously unpopular, but regulations and the bureaucracy and potentially a president that's sort of become a little tyrannical. This might be a way to rein that in. That could be good. Could be a good thing.
Mark, do you like it?
I love
Could we
it, of
ratify
course.
it?
Ratification, I don't see it. I mean, really, if you're a left-leaning state, I just don't see why you would vote for this at this time in history. It makes no sense. You have 30 states with both houses controlled by Republicans, so it's an instant majority for Republicans. They can just start hitting back against any Democrat government they would want. And look, I'm not saying that I disagree with them. I get that. If I was in the opposite position, if there were a strong Democrat majority, I wouldn't want to give them this power like that. So I just don't think it's realistic. I think it's important. Rick mentioned this earlier. I guarantee you Washington, D.C., broadly speaking, is watching this. And to see this many states that angry, that would like to see their power curtailed that dramatically, I think it has an impact on them.
And I think it's a difference what you get out of a simulated convention, which doesn't have a large Democratic representation here. It doesn't have, other factors at play because not a lot of media, not a lot of. You're gonna swing for the fences a little bit more under this because you're actually not sending it for ratification of the states. Mm-hmm. I think you're going to see at a real convention much more modest proposals, or if this is a proposal, much higher thresholds, because why? Other than the idea of we're really angry. We want to show how angry we are. Okay, great.
Agreed.
I think people want to pass things. I mean, they want to actually propose things that has a chance that they can go out there and show that that they've acted responsibly and where the American public is. Yeah. That's why I think amendments like this, while I cheer it, may not be the best message coming out of a convention.
Sure. So the sixth and final proposal that passed here today was a limitation on federal ownership of land. And I know this is a huge deal, especially for our western states. What did you gentlemen think of this proposal?
Let me jump on that one because I was sitting there thinking, how could something like this pass? I mean, because I come from Pennsylvania and we don't have a whole lot of federal lands in Pennsylvania. And I just thought to myself, maybe you guys know, and that's why I jumped in. How many states are affected by the federal lands issues? Is it 20? Is it 50? I mean, excuse me, is it 30? Is it 35? I don't know. But the answer to that question will give you the idea as to how likely a resolution would be. Because you take a state like Nevada, I mean, I would think Democrats in Nevada would probably go along with this. I mean, it'd be really hard in your own state legislature, given the issue of federal lands and how it dramatically impacts people in the state of Nevada, that even Democrats would say, yeah, we want more control out of our federal lands. So you have some states, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, places like that where, I don't know, it could be an interesting split, more east-west than Democrat-Republican.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I am very sympathetic to the western states on this and lived a lot of my life in Washington State. But I think that the way to make this idea more ratifiable is to use the sale of the western lands to pay off the national debt. Because as you heard, the descriptions of the value of these resources, they're enormous.
Yeah.
They're enormous. And if those go unilaterally to those states, that makes it not ratifiable. Mm-hmm. But if it goes to the whole country and we pay off the national debt in this process, and then what happens to those states? Those states now get the property on their tax base. Mm-hmm. So they get it to win in the long run.
Yeah.
And exactly, if this had been sold all along over the centuries, as was done in all the the Midwest and Illinois and other states that were mentioned here today, then all that land would already have been sold off. There would be no windfall to the state treasury, but there would be the ability to tax.
Yeah.
Tax the base, and you'd have development, you'd have workers, you have jobs, you have people, you have all those things. And the state gets all that.
Yeah.
And so I think there's something in it for the western states, and I think there's something in it for the whole country if you tie those things together.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I would add in, and this is not well known or talked about in the eastern states that don't have much public land, but they're spending billions of dollars a year. Those states are paying to, I would argue, mismanaged land in the western states to no benefit to themselves. It is just a net negative to those states. And I would guess if you ask the populations of those states if they knew that, you're paying for the maintenance of 90% of the land in Nevada, which Nevadans use. You probably have never been to Nevada and used the public lands in Nevada. Do you like the fact that you're paying for that? And you were in Pennsylvania, they'd all say, no, what do you mean I'm paying for that? Why am I paying for that? And so I think part of it is narrative. So I think I like Mike's idea of how you use those funds, but I would also make sure people understand if you live in the East right now, you're being penalized for something that probably mostly you're not using.
Yeah, one of the things that I know, just being an Easterner, that the left does is they say, oh, they're gonna put coal mines in Yellowstone, and they're gonna mine the Grand Tetons, right, or things like that, which of course is ridiculous. I mean, if you live in those states, you appreciate the value of that land, and it's just like the whole issue with ANWR up in Alaska, which is these are not pristine wildernesses. They're not valuable ecological land. I mean, there's plenty of reasonable development that could occur in the vast majority of this land, but they wrap themselves around these iconic, beautiful places and put pictures up on the screen showing the polar bears and the eagles and the grizzly bears and everything, when it's a frozen tundra with nothing out there at all. So that's the problem when you get into these types of issues, is the whole marketing campaign around it. So I think it's really important, Mike talked about, that you get something that isn't just a benefit to the amendment that was proposed here. All the money that goes from returning the lands goes to the states. Mm-hmm. Well, if you're sitting here in Pennsylvania, you're going to say, wait a minute, they're going to get this huge windfall. They may misuse
It did preserve all the national parks, though.
They did.
Right, and so I think another great idea would be take some of that money.
Bases.
Yeah, take some of that money and say, and we're going to take some of the money from the land that's sold and use it to maintain the parks, whatever you're going to do in the parks, increase the parks budgets or anything like that. Rita, at some point soon, I think we're going to go to the vice president and the president of the convention can join us up on stage.
Well, I'll just repeat for those of you who may have missed our earlier introduction. We are joined now by Representative Woody Jenkins of Louisiana, who is elected to be our convention president, as well as Senator Jason Rapert from Arkansas, who is elected to be our convention vice president. Both of you served admirably. I was so impressed by the way you kept things moving, you kept order, you did it beautifully, you seemed so calm. So I want to just get your initial reactions to what did you think, how did it go, were you pleased with the outcome? And Mr. President, I'll go to you first.
Well, I just loved it. It was a great experience for me. I mean, such a privilege and an opportunity. This is something that it's in the Constitution, but in a sense it's theoretical because nobody's really done it.
Right.
And so this is a chance to take something that's there for the American people to utilize and give it a trial run. And I was really pleased. It's a lot like I expected. Mm-hmm. Such wonderful people from the States. Mm-hmm. I mean, some great stories there. Yeah. Just people, some with a lifetime of service.
Yes.
And patriots.
Yes.
Who believe in freedom, willing to pay the price. And they have paid the price in a lot of cases. Mm-hmm. So they came here with ideas, with grievances that they want corrected. But I think we came away with some really good ideas and proposals. I think we showed that this is not something to fear, that you're going to have some good ideas. Not necessarily you agree with everything, but everything then has to go to the legislatures, and 3/4 of the legislatures And a lot of red states and a lot of blue states have to agree for anything to become part of the Constitution. But overall, it's an A+. It was wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Vice President, thoughts, impressions, how did it go?
Well, I've got a lot of thoughts, too much for this particular moment. But you know, you're talking to a citizen legislator.
Yeah.
I was raising my family, taking care of my family, running our business when I felt a call to run for office in 2010. I was the first Republican since the Civil War senator to win my district in Arkansas. And immediately thereafter, I ran an Article 5 resolution on the debt relief amendment, if you remember that discussion. At that time in my state, had even great conservatives that were concerned and thought that was somehow not something we should pursue. But probably, which has already been said on here many times, I haven't gotten to hear the whole conversation today, but Article 5 is a part of the original Constitution. It wasn't even an amendment, the first 10 of the Bill of Rights, which I love, but it's part of the original document that was there. And I feel like it was very clear that those founders put that there as a safety valve or a safeguard, as a check that, God forbid, something happened and Washington was running off into the wild blue yonder, the states could reassert that authority, and that's why I think that they put that there. And so I just want to tell all of my friends, and look, you know, I served 12 years in the Senate. I'm now focused on working with the National Association of Christian Lawmakers, which, by the way, I was surprised and proud of how many of our members were here, supportive of this. But I want to tell you, to those friends out there in the conservative movement, I will just hope that they have been able to see here. This is a part of who we are as Americans. It was very normal for these conventions to occur in the early stages of our country. And what they're looking at is that, yes, we can come in and handle the business. And I will tell you, if we had had a week and not 2 days, you would have seen an even smoother process. But it's very difficult to basically have a mobile legislative body working in a 48-hour period. So I want to just take some time here to say the country, and Senator Santorum has probably covered all this, Washington, D.C. is broken in many instances. So I just want to ask people, who's running away? Well, I think that right now we have, and this is me speaking, not Convention of States, I think you have someone that may very well be a criminal in the White House. We found cocaine in the lobby of the United States White House. When they can track terrorists from 3,000 miles away, but they can't figure out who dropped a bag of cocaine in the White House, it's ridiculous. When we have the national debt that's grown, when I got in office, it was half what it is today. And I'm trying to be nice, but I'm tired of hearing conservative congressmen run for office and say they're going to go up there and hold the line and they're going to cut spending, and it's gotten worse in every single administration. And what I'm saying is, I'm not faulting them, but somebody has to say no. And we have 7,383 state legislators in this nation. And I believe that amongst these 50 state capitals and states like my own, where we balance the budget every single year, I believe that we're smart enough, and may I even say able to find another 535 that could fill the Senate and the House if needed, that can make the decisions necessary to get this country back on track. And I'm just telling you, I would have been better off to never get into politics. I have lost money my family sacrificed to serve, but it's worth it because we need business people, smart people to get involved and are willing to do it. In Convention of States, I firmly believe, and this is me speaking, I believe God has raised up entities like this at this time in our nation. People are trying to work together and do good policy to try to save the country. And here's one last comment. All of these folks about the runaway, even if it's a congressionally proposed amendment or a convention proposed amendment, it takes 38 states to ratify anything. And I would like to suggest that all those folks that say they love the Constitution, you need to check yourself when you're warring against provisions of the Constitution that were there from the very beginning. So I'm proud of Mark Meckler, Mike Ferris, Rick Santorum, former Senator Coburn, and all of you that have given, and I know there's plenty other names I'm not mentioning, but I am honored to be here because we passed the COS resolution in Arkansas, and I know a lot of those Arkansans are watching. They have worked, they've been educated now, and that's what this process is able to do. And I will tell you, somebody asked me, why is it just a simulation? I said, well, if we had 34 states, it would be the real deal.
Yes.
And when that happens, I pray that we're prepared to make decisions that would truly steer the country back on the right track.
Well, I know we have to let you gentlemen go soon. There are lots of people who want to congratulate you and talk to you. But before we let you go, I just want to ask you, Mr. President, do you think we achieved the objective of showing the American people that this Article 5 convention process is one that works?
You know, I believe so. I think if people really watch the video from the proceedings today, they'll learn a lot, and they'll see the give and take that occurs in the legislative setting. You'll see that people who, they're operating at one level as legislators, but they move into the setting where they're talking about changing the Constitution. They elevate all their standards. They think at a higher level because they want to leave a legacy. I don't care who they are. They want to leave a good legacy. You know, I'm reminded of something Justice Scalia said. In fact, it's on the Convention of States website. And what he said, it's a balancing act. If the needs of the country are great enough and the risk of a convention of states are low enough, that's what you should do. And what's happening in our country, we have a runaway presidency. We have a runaway government. Now, Benjamin Franklin said when he was leaving the Constitutional Convention, they asked him how long this Constitution will last. And what he said was, he said, until the American people deserve a despotic government. And you know, right now, it's important that all Americans, legislators, everybody, citizens, stand up and say, no, we won't stand for a despotic government, and we're going to do it peaceably. We're going to use the rights that were left to us through the Constitution. And look, I love our founders. I believe their work was divinely inspired, and one of the things they did, they left us a safety net in Article 5 so that when Congress was the problem and President was the problem, there was a way the people could go around and amend the Constitution in order to try to solve those problems. So we're just doing what the founders gave us the opportunity and right to do.
Absolutely. Senator Santorum, do you agree we achieved that objective today?
Look, I don't know how anyone can look at what transpired here and not see people who took this job, take it very seriously. I mean, this is a simulation. You know, you don't know what's going to happen in simulation. Some people may take it seriously, some people may not. Some people may see this as just sort of a role-playing kind of thing. I think that's what I didn't see any evidence of any of that. I saw people who understand that this country is in trouble, and we need serious discussion. And they saw themselves, in some respect, they saw themselves as people on trial. I mean, they were there representing their states to the people who are going to be watching, reporting on this. There were observers here who are going to go back and write and talk about what happened here. And I think everyone understood that. They understood their role in the process and rose to that level. I think Woody's point is right. You know, when you're dealing, your legislators, you're used to dealing with laws. When you're dealing with the Constitution, all of a sudden, you got to up your game, right? That's right. Isn't that the truth? I mean, you got to see, what I'm talking about here has huge. I mean, this can be around for. This isn't a bill that could be repealed next year. This is going to be around for hundreds of years, hopefully. And I think everybody took it with that seriousness, and that's why I always, and both of you mentioned this, that when people say, "Oh, people will go there and they'll do crazy things and they'll try to."
We didn't see that. And you saw the passion of people.
Yeah.
To them, this was all real.
Yes.
And because they love their country so much and they're concerned. I mean, they want good things for our country. They want us to survive. And we've all been blessed with this freedom. We want to pass it on. So this is our way to do it, one way.
Senator, I can tell you it's sort of a, from the trenches perspective, sitting as our president's right arm there where the stairs were, I got a lot of the questions that came up, trying to get some clarity on things. Yeah, they were taking it very serious because they wanted to make sure that the proposals were fully discussed, that the process was followed, and so yes, they were. And
there was I could be wrong. You were catching some of these things. There was some heat there. I mean, there were some people who were pretty upset at times that they wanted more debate, right? I mean, you had to gavel it down, and it was not a popular thing to do.
So,
right?
Senator, another example. I know one of the commissioners that were here. He's new to his Senate body, and he told me, he said, "Man, I'm getting a lot of heat from some of my folks back home." And he articulated who it was. It's the same voices that try to use a boogeyman at everybody. And here's the reality: when you begin studying it, there's so many different illustrations, but this is one. I would ask people. I said, "You know what? I've got 2 daughters. My mother's a female. At least she still is today in America. My mother. I think about the women in my life. My daughters. I'm proud that there was an amendment that allows my daughters the ability to vote and participate. Had you used the arguments they're using today to war against the Article 5 movement, you wouldn't have had an amendment so that women could vote. And I'm kind of glad that, I'm not kind of glad, I'm glad of a lot of things. I'm glad that, people that are 18-year-old can vote. I think that's a great thing. Because I got married when I was 18. I was on my own. I wanted to have a say. So the other thing there is that slavery. I'm proud of things that have been done. And you know what, in America? They passed prohibition and decided to change it, and they pulled it out. So Americans are able and have the capacity to utilize our Constitution and stay within the realms and the rails of what it was meant to do.
The Article 5 process, the convention process, was given to us by the founders. They wanted us to use it, and we showed today that the process works. Gentlemen, I want to thank all 3 of you for your many years of public service, and thank you, gentlemen, for your service to the simulated convention here this week. And that's going to wrap it up for now for our live stream coverage of the Article 5 simulated convention. Thanks, folks.
People rise above the everyday and start thinking about what can they do to really make a contribution to the future of our country.
These are folks who understand what's at stake in the country. They understand their role as state legislators in that.
We cannot just pretend it'll fix itself. We cannot assume foolishly that somebody else will take care of this. This is our time.
The Article 5 Convention Simulation. It was a historic event held over a 3-day period, August 2nd through August 4th of 2023. One of the most important events in the history of the Article 5 Convention movement, and perhaps the history of the United States of America. 49 states gathered for the purpose of conducting a test run of a constitutional process that would fight back against D.C. tyranny.
The Founding Fathers gave the states this process to use as a check and balance. One of the most significant checks and balances in our federal system is this one.
The abuses by the federal government have awakened many people to political threats. The most important responsibility of state legislators now in America is to protect us from the profligacy and also the just imperious behavior of the federal government.
We have parental authority that the founders gave to the state legislatures to supervise the child, that is the federal government, and say, you can't abuse your power. And when we go for, we'll round it up, 250 years, and never check their authority, never say to them, you can't do that, well, they're a mess. And so, when's the time to start being a good parent? Now.
I think this is needed more than ever, and I'm excited that the American people are going to get a glimpse of what it looks like, how it works, and how it can really resolve the major dysfunction we see in the country today.
Where we can do a practice run, a dry run, familiarize ourselves with the process.
That shows the states are willing to come together and make the effort to reunite the United States.
Over 100 commissioners arrived in Williamsburg, Virginia on August 2nd for the start of the simulated Article 5 convention, which ran through Friday.
Self-government started in the New World here in colonial Williamsburg in 1623 and 1624. The first legislature started here in a log cabin in Williamsburg, Virginia.
The ideas upon which this country was founded were debated and discussed here in pubs and coffee houses. So when you come to this place, you can't help but feel it. So we could go almost anywhere in the country to do this. It's not the most convenient place, but when you walk the streets of colonial Williamsburg and you know that you're walking in the footsteps of the founders and the framers of the Constitution, it sets a very special air for an event like this.
Being in colonial Williamsburg did have a great impact on me. I'm a history buff anyway.
I mean, you couldn't have chose a better setting. It made you feel like you were part of a historic event, which it is.
The significance of being here, and when we had the procession with the fife and drum, it throws you back in time in your mind, and it was a great experience.
On Thursday morning, Louisiana's Woody Jenkins and Senator Jason Rapert of Arkansas were elected president and vice president, respectively.
Everything that's been passed heretofore, amending the Constitution, has had to be approved by the Congress. And there's very few changes that have been made. But what if Congress is the problem? What if it's impossible to make the changes you need? Because remember, you need 2/3 vote of both houses. So what the founders did in Article 5, they set forth another procedure, and that is, if Congress is the problem, how can the people, acting through the state legislatures and a convention, how can they correct the problems that Congress is causing? And that's what we're really talking about at this convention. That's why it's so important.
Some people will say, well, we shouldn't do it in such a divided time. I say this is how you heal the division. One of the reasons that we're so divided as a country right now is because Washington, D.C. does so much stuff. And if D.C.'s doing it, we know as a divided country, half the country is going to be angry. If Democrats are in power, Republicans are going to be angry, and vice versa. So by holding a convention of states, the idea is draw the power away from Washington, D.C., return it to the people in the states then decide most issues for themselves. And when that happens, we'll get along a lot better because we don't have to fight about what's going on in Washington, D.C.
You poll the nation, you see how important it is and how much agreement. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Independent or Republican, you know there's a problem.
So the states are really the last check on federal power, and if we don't exercise that power, I don't believe that Congress will change. They are undisciplined and they will not discipline themselves.
The body then dismissed to 3 committees, one for each of the following subject matters: term limits and judicial jurisdiction, fiscal restraints, as well as executive and legislative jurisdiction. These committees considered hundreds of submitted proposals.
So even though I'm sure they're going to talk about and debate a lot of different ideas in each of those committees, they're going to have to narrow it down to the 3 that the committee deems most important. The question is, what exactly will those proposals look like? What will the details be?
Well, we were on term limits. I was on term limits, and it was a lot of open discussion, a lot of great ideas and amendments and things like that. And it seemed that, people piggybacked on the good ideas and brought them forward.
Agencies that we were talking about before, promulgating rules that the states and the Congress never have a vote on. That would go away as far as them sending down edicts to the state.
I really enjoyed the committee process. I served on the Fiscal Restraints Committee and was part of the subcommittee that put together the resolution for the balanced budget.
The committee work was very, very effective. That we really came in prepared to come to the floor with a proposal that was pretty well in shape.
Al Torres, the winner of last year's COS Voices contest, was on hand to witness this historic event as a representative for the Citizen Grassroots Army.
It's just an honor and a privilege and humbling to actually be here. The patriotism behind each and every person who's working here to accomplish what we're trying to do, which is save this nation. It's just magnificent to know that I've been blessed to run across with some of the people that I have.
You know, we see Washington, D.C. on television all the time. We see some of the worst behavior in the country there. But if you go into the state legislatures, you meet people who are doing politics for the right reason. They're engaged because they believe in public service. Maybe their family has a long history of public service. They love their communities. They love their states. So they're doing it for the right reason.
I feel like it would be legislative malpractice if I did not take every tool at my means, at my disposal, every tool constitutionally, peacefully, that I can utilize. If I didn't join and be a part of this, I think I would have to apologize to my constituents. And most importantly for me, truly, I'd have to apologize to my family for not doing everything I could given this opportunity at this moment, at this time.
If it wasn't for the grassroots, I wouldn't be sitting here in this chair. Because it was a constituent, a grassroots supporter of a convention of the states that came to me at a meeting, you know, where they were meeting legislators, asked me if I'd sit down with him for tea, which I did, and he just asked if I would look over a couple of pamphlets that he gave me on convention of the states, which I looked at, and from there went down the rabbit hole, and as a fiscal conservative, had that epiphany that said, this is the solution.
I think they realize the potential that this has, that they can in fact come together and do something, and there's a real commitment to do that.
I don't know of any other organization that has the insight to what ails America than COS.
Friday's plenary session was live streamed to the world with Rita Peters, Michael Farris, Mark Meckler, and Senator Rick Santorum providing expert commentary. Commissioners engaged in lively debate regarding the proposals as presented by the committees. They made points of order.
Yes, sir. Come to the front if you would.
Under Mason's manual, I challenge the chair on that ruling and ask for a vote on the floor.
Amendments.
Be the proposal that you have on the screen with the additional sentence at the end. This article shall not apply to military officers or enlisted personnel.
And roll call votes.
The secretary will call the roll.
Alaska.
Aye.
Arizona. Aye.
It was very interesting, very exciting. This discussion was fabulous, absolutely fabulous, and the debates were just amazing.
We do have the opportunity to unleash economic, environmental, and constitutional renaissance in the United States by passing this.
The wisdom of the entire group really showed as we passed the different amendments in the resolution. It really also reinforced the viability of this because we do this as legislators.
No one seems to be overwhelmed by anything. This is not like, oh, what do we do? How does this work? I mean, no, they feel very comfortable. I mean, I'm talking to members, yeah, that's what we do all the time. Yeah, we know the rules, yeah, they're like the rules that we deal with all the time. How else would you do it?
It's been there all along since the very beginning in 1787. This is not a new doctrine. It's not something that is just pulling out of a hat. This is something that has been well acquainted in our history as a nation of states calling themselves into convention to solve problems.
My favorite moment would be when we did get to passage of any particular proposal. It's always a good feeling, those that come out of your committee. In our case, had 3 proposals, all 3 passed.
People got up, they made reasonable proposals and amendments and stuff like that. And it really, it was thoughtful.
In the end, 6 amendment proposals were successfully adopted: a congressional term limits amendment, an amendment limiting the Supreme Court to 9 justices and allowing the states to bring suit against federal actions, a balanced budget amendment, an amendment restoring the Commerce Clause, an amendment allowing for a majority of states to overturn acts of Congress and the executive branch, and finally, an amendment that would cede most federally controlled land back to the states.
After convention's over, if this were the real thing, then what would happen is the commissioners would go back to their states. Whatever was proposed would go to Congress, and then Congress would send it out for ratification to the states, whatever the proposed amendments were. And then there would be debates at the state level, usually in the state legislatures, both houses debating which, if any, of the proposals they want to ratify. Now, of course, this is just a simulated convention, so there's no ratification process that will take place. But what we hope is that the legislators that were here, the citizens that were here, will go back to their states and they'll spread the education and the excitement that we've created here about the Article 5 process.
I talked to folks that were here to see, does this work? And I think that helped them today
and yesterday, to see those processes are just the same kind of processes you go through in your legislatures, Congress, etc. They're no different.
They can see that, hey, this can be done normal, in order, by the rules, and we can provide real, lasting change and benefit to our nation as a result.
And that confidence, I think, is something that I can take back to my state as we've looked at this over a number of years, and try to instill within them that same confidence in the process, that it can work, that it does work.
The only part of a simulated convention that you can't simulate is the amount of time that people will spend on this, and the wisdom that over time, as you massage issues and you spend time on them and you work them, that you begin to see this block of marble turn into the to the Pietà, right? But that doesn't happen in 2 days.
Our founders truly were brilliant. It was evident in what we experienced here. It just gave me a very great sense of peace.
The simulation proved that the process works, that it can be done, just as the American framers envisioned. Moreover, it paints a vision for citizens and legislators alike. They can use Article 5 to reclaim liberty in America and unleash a constitutional awakening.
It can be focused, it can be well run, it can be thoughtful, and people can debate and debate respectfully, and that you can have a final product at the end.
I guess a credo that I strive to achieve, to be a statesman, not a politician, not an elected official. And I think we have those, and that's also what is reflected in this Convention of States simulation. People with those kind of ideals working together to find consensus for the betterment of our country.
People rise above the everyday and start thinking about what can they do to really make a contribution to the future of our country.
These are folks who understand what's at stake in the country. They understand their role as state legislators in that.
We cannot just pretend it'll fix itself. We cannot assume foolishly that somebody else will take care of this. This is our time.
As I consider this the most important work that we can be doing in the United States, where we can actually do something about the runaway spending in Congress, the jurisdictional issues in Congress, and unbreak the logjam that is in Congress that's destroying our nation.
This work that we did here today really will lay that foundation so we can come prepared to a convention and go to work, and we can pass things.
I think once you get involved and you start seeing the processes and the people involved, it becomes a no-brainer. It becomes that thing of, yeah, that's what this was for.
We are simply using the Constitution to save the Republic.
I believe that this whole process, including what we're doing here in Williamsburg, gives people hope that there is a solution to the massive problems that we're facing. If you only talk about the problems and don't have a solution, shame on you. This is a solution, as we've said for years. This is a solution that is as big as the problem. Thank you.